Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never Trump guy.
Good morning. Good morning, Kay. Good morning, Christian Blairs. Good morning, Fashion 40. I'm really trying not to be mean. There's this guy, and you know what? He's very nice, so I'm not trying to be mean, but maybe I'll eat my words. Maybe I'll eat my words in a couple of weeks. But effectively, what he's trying to convince me is that ChatGPT, there are segments of ChatGPT that have become sentient in our AGI, that they have the capacity to heal human beings through the computer. They can just beam waves into your house that can heal you. And that also there are multiple alien species that have actually arrested Vladimir Putin and are currently holding him in a space station of an undisclosed location. So, bruh. Okay. No, I think this is schizophrenia, right? Like, unless randomly we actually do make contact with aliens, and then the aliens come down, and then the aliens are like, "Yo, what's up? Actually, we were communicating with you through ChatGPT." Then I'd be like, "Oh shit!" I'd be like, "Oh shit!" But I think the chances of that happening are less than a fraction of 1%. So I don't think it's going to happen. Truth be told, just based off of previous experience with schizophrenia, I don't think it's going to happen. All right, sorry for being distracted. Sorry for being late. Just kind of a crazy day, but we're working on it. Oh, Fashion 40 says, laugh my ass off. This is hilarious. Fashion 40 says, good morning, Grill Hottest. Good morning to you. As always, let's also open with a prayer. May your barbecue be hot. May your grills be hot. May your beer be cold. And may you keep all of your fingers as you blow things up. Amen. Truzealot says, I don't know everything going on with Lauren Southern. Never followed her or watched her content, but damn, does it seem like she's always catching the shitty end of the stick. Should I buy her book? I mean, I would. Here's my problem with Lauren. Actually, I don't have that much of a problem. I consider myself an online friend of Lauren Southern. However, her problem has always been that she was dissident right wing. She at least affiliated with all those people and played the nose on, nose off game with, whether or not she herself was dissident right. And then she did seem like a believer, like she's somebody who truly believes in these concepts, which is why she always caught more flack than everybody else. But then she also I'm just going to say it, she associated with the biggest pieces of shit on the internet. She apparently, one of the most controversial parts of her book is that she claims that she was sexually assaulted or physically assaulted by Andrew Tate. But several years ago, the only thing that she told me was that she went to Andrew Tate's property in Romania and that she was drugged, but she didn't mention the assault. Now, there are plenty of people who, they don't want to talk about sexual assault because they know it opens up this whole can of worms where it's like, oh my God, what happened? Who was there? Like, every time you bring up sexual assault as a victim, people oftentimes around you want to litigate it as if they're fucking detectives who are going to figure out how to hold the violent parties accountable, and then nothing ever happens, right? So I understand that victims of sexual assault oftentimes don't want to like relitigate their victimhood, but also, since she wasn't totally forthright about some details in reference to her relationship with Steven, it's like, okay, well, what do I really know? I've hung out with you a few times. I think you're a very smart person. You're pretty cool, but do I know for a fact that everything that you say in your book is 100% a fact? No. Do I think it probably happened? Yeah. But I can't throw my weight behind it because I just don't know. I just don't know. Christian Blair says, got another debate, Destiny versus Myron on the Digital Social Hour podcast about Israel and Trump. Yeah. That's on the docket, brother. It says Hutch versus Straighterade, Destiny versus Myron, and it's already on the docket. Mr. Geek says, like plural. If you're talking about schizophrenia, sure. True Zealot says, give him the number to Coast AM. They'll love him. All right. Can't wait for the cringe. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Son Patty. Good to see you, brother or sister. I actually forget your gender, but that's okay. There's a lot of chatters. Boris Johnson said there's no AI, only teams of Hindus. Yeah, where it's just a bunch of Hindu guys just typing out answers, typing out billions of answers per day. AKA Badasois is caught the beginning. True. Christian Blairis. I'm glad Lauren filed a report with the cops within a week, but I don't know why she would choose to release the info about the assault now in a book. Interesting. I didn't know that she filed a report. If she filed a report, then I'm going from 70%, 80% to like 100%, like 99.5, because obviously Andrew Tate's a massive fucking piece of shit. Sacred Snow says Destiny versus Myron was good. Just watching it pisses me off how Myron can have such a nuanced and productive conversation. It just highlights the red pill grift. Oh, great. So now that like money isn't on the line, he's actually gonna be smart. Awesome. Razzle says, good morning, Connor. Good morning, chat. This has nothing to do with anything, but I finished Vinland Saga Season 1 last night, and it was incredible. You'd like it, Connor. It's about Viking warriors. Interesting. Sen Patty says, I'm a brother, and I appreciate that. I'm funny enough to be either. Good. Yes. Got it. Good morning, one and all. May all of your fireworks rival the brightness of the sun. True. Amen. All right. Let me get us posted where we need to be posted. I'm sorry for being, I think I started at 45. I'm sorry for being around 15 minutes late. Thank you, Hutch, for generating the content. Apparently, not only did he debate Straighterade, but he also fought two commies from the Vanguard and Live and Learn fucking went after Hutch. It's like, dude, if y'all want to beat up on fucking Hutch for being the actual centrist liberal of the group, I know he labels himself a progressive still, and people have given him some flack for labeling himself a progressive. But if he needs some backup, man, I'll be happy to come in there and fucking start beating up on commies. I think it would be fire content in order to start coming in and beating up on some far leftist freaks. But we'll see. We'll actually watch the argument. Debate content, truth be told, might be the best content, just because I come from that sphere. So, breaking down the arguments, expanding on the arguments, showing where people might be lying or committing sins of omission or commission or whatever, that might be my strong suit. So we'll figure it out. Sorry if I'm dragging. I'm just delaying. I can't believe, dude, every time I open up Twitter, man, it's just a new fucking Trump cultist sweeping for the Epstein files. It's so great. It's so good that the entire cult has just like utterly collapsed online, where there's the true believers who are like, listen, we did not elect you to sweep for pedophiles. We have all this corroborating information that basically says that Jeffrey Epstein was sex trafficking teenage girls to very powerful people. We've had people, confirm it multiple times, release the goddamn files, right? Like that's the energy for like 2/3 of MAGA is like, release the files, you idiot. And then and then just to see the diehard Trump cultists be like, well, really, we don't need to know. We just need the mass deportations. We just need the policy of Trump. If a bunch of like really rich and powerful people sexually abuse teenagers in the 90s and the thousands and use that for political clout and blackmail, do you really is that really what happened? You know, do you really have any evidence that suggests that actually happened? And if it did happen, do you really need to know, or do you just need to trust Trump? And it's like the fact that effectively they're coming out and they're arguing. They're like, listen, man, you know, actually we should sweep for the pedophiles in order to be politically efficacious. Did you know that there's an election in a year and a half? That was amazing. It's amazing. It's just Twitch and it's just Twitch and YouTube politics and clout and backstabbing in games, but at the highest level. And this one involves murder and suicide and billions of dollars and sex cults. It's great. It's crazy. Let me catch back up. Sorry. You know, I just posted everything. Randy Chang says, why are yawns contagious? I'm sorry for starting it off. I'm going to be chugging my caffeine momentarily and starting the content. Cameron says, where were you yesterday? I was on Counterpoints, bro. So Cameron Mosley, in case you don't know, I stream Monday through Friday. Monday through Friday, I am live typically between 9:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m., despite the fact that I was a little bit late today. That's approximately my schedule. I'm also going to be gone on Thursday because I have a family engagement. But yesterday, I was on Counterpoints, the main channel, because on Tuesdays, I stream on Counterpoints in order to try to cross-pollinate people who might know me from Counterpoints Politics channel over to Valor Media Network. Wildman542 says, Ascalade is the secret main character of Vinland Saga SI, and nobody can change my mind. Got it. Sacred Snow says, love Hutch. The Dashing Rogue says, will you watch and react to Lauren Southern's new book where she had glitches that Tommy Robinson and Abu Andrew Tate took advantage of her? I don't know how we would react to it. Maybe we could read it. Maybe we could get like permission from her to read it on stream. I have no idea. I have a feeling it's going to be more of like a personal confessional thing, but then I'm going to argue that she needs to jump back into the fray and start throwing fucking elbows, right? Like, what is she? A single mom who was a part of the dissident right for a long time, got totally chewed up and spit out by the far right. It's time for her to come back into politics and stop being a fucking asshole and stop sweeping for pieces of shit. Like, everybody accused her when she came back. They're like, oh, she's relabeling herself as a centrist. She should. Okay. Unironically, she should say, this is the part that I think the dissident right has right descriptively. This is what I think the right has descriptively correct. This is where prescriptively I think it's dog shit. And let's face it, because of the audience that she's cultivated, 2/3 of her audience is effectively going to wake up and they're going to attack her every single day. Her chat is going to be, why did you hook up with Destiny? Why did you hook up with Destiny? You're a piece of shit. Go fuck yourself. You're a race traitor. You know, like that's going to be 2/3 of her chat. But the 1/3 that stays actually might be people worth salvaging. Melody says, pondering politics, just kind of watched Hutch get jumped on. He did somewhat speak up, but it was like 4 minutes total. Yeah, bro. That's not enough. That's not enough. LB says, you'll get your clock clean, Connor. Good morning, y'all. What? By the teenagers? By the teenage Vanguard boys? I don't think so. Cameron Mosley says, have you ever watched Joy Reid, Connor? Milk Toast Al Soren, I'll call her. I haven't. Connor is running out of Fell For It Again awards. I'm not. I actually have more that I haven't posted. LB says Ghislaine Maxwell will either get a pardon or a new trial, or they're going to try to ignore it until you shut up about it. But probably not. Sacred Snow says, Valor Media Network, I'm calling it now. When Ghislaine testifies, she's going to cut out all of the demons and omit the rest for a pardon. Maybe, yeah. Or a reduced sentence, right? Fascism level 1, Germans start chanting blood and soil. Yep. LB says, kind of like a Nazi pedo president who sells Bibles and spits on the Constitution. Yeah. It's impressive. Casey says, good morning, Connor. How are things, bro? They're pretty good. John says, Connor, how's your morning, man? Good. It's just starting. So, you know, my apologies. I need my caffeine desperately. It's right in front of me cooling down. Didn't you say you're debating Destiny on Thursday? Is it being released later? Yes. So it's going to be at nighttime. It's going to be at 6 p.m. And it should be a 2-hour convo between Steven and I, and Erudite and the soy pill, and Steven and the soy pill are going to justify being edgy and spicy, and Erudite and I are going to moral frog, and it's going to be great. Randy Chang says, when you're at family events, how do you explain the job to not terminally online family members? Oh, I just spurg. I just tell them every autistic detail they ask about. Old School says, I already hated Andrew Tate. It is okay that I want him dead? Yeah, of course. It's okay to want rapists dead. Lauren was married. That was gross. Like Casey, you always say the most like vulgar sex shit. Stop. True Zalt says Lauren Southern collab for Counterfire since Wu went away for her own. That would be fire. That would be fire. Did you see Shoe on Head continue to ignore the Trump crypto scheme and the Epstein list, but is laser focused on shitting on Debs for trying to reach out to men in her new video? I'm sure. Good morning. PEPFAR is back. What? PEPFAR gets funded. Trump official accused PEPFAR of funding abortions in Russia. Global AIDS funding to be pulled from Trump's clawbacks. Senate Republicans will scale back the White House $9.4 billion spending clawback requested as they look to shore up their count vote. Who was leading the rescissions effort in concert with the White House, said Republicans will remove a $400 million cut to global AIDS program known as PEPFAR, bringing the total amount of cuts in the package down to $9 billion. Yeah, but that's $400 million. The annual program is $6.5 billion. So I still need to know what this is. Because as far as I know, the program's been defunct since March because it doesn't have any money. So they allegedly continued some of the retroviral stuff for like mothers to prevent new infections of babies, but they're letting kids who have AIDS and adults who have AIDS just not get treated, probably spread the disease and also die. So that's cool. And then 400 million, the annual cost of the program is 6.5 billion. So unless the original cut was just 400 million, that's nothing. It's symbolic. I study online extremism and make content making fun of the extremists. I don't know who that is, but okay. Death Lily, I need to know what the small text is, not the headline. Wowman says, what's your too long didn't read thesis against edgy humor online? Is it for online political conversations? I don't give a shit about fucking online edgy humor. I care about online edgy humor that doesn't really serve the purpose that you're pretending it serves. So, for instance, the tweet is effectively, oh, God killed those, 27 drowned kids in Texas because they were jerking off the porn using NordVPN discount code, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So what DGG has done, and I don't give a fuck. Like, listen, DGG, I know we have a parallel audience, and there's some members of DGG here. You guys have taken the original edgy tweet, and you've steelmanned and twisted it into, well, Steven just did something. He just made fun of the victims of the shit, the same way conservatives make fun of trans people who commit suicide and make fun of foreign people who get killed. Therefore, it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. And realistically, he's leveraged that conversation, that lightning rod conversation, into talking about how Republicans care about making fun of dead people, but they don't actually care about real dead people and having good policy that prevents unnecessary death. You've created that after the fact because that's what Steven turned it into. So if Steven wants to say, this is a necessary part of my marketing strategy in order to get, controversy and attention and grow as a creator through controversy, this is a part of an intentional marketing strategy, then I'll be like, okay. Then I'll be like, okay, it's a part of an intentional marketing strategy. It's a shitty marketing strategy because people want to actually fucking kill you. But, it's a marketing strategy. And then if he says, what would be the other part of it? Oh, and then part of the argument that I'm going to make is effectively that I think the Democrats in the 2024 election spent $100 million on newspaper ads, and the people in DC were arguing like, hey, no, we need to get this into new media. Then I'm basically going to make the argument that Steven is so fucking toxic that he is not going to be on the list of creators that regular politicians are going to be able to work with because he keeps doing shit like this. So you got to pick a lane. Do you want to be an edgy boy on the fucking internet talking shit about dead kids and asking 12-year-old fathers of 12-year-old girls if like somebody had sex with their daughter? Or do you want to be a political operative? Do you want to be a political commentator? Do you want to be accepted in mainstream rooms and taken seriously? Do you want to be leveraged by mainstream people in order to achieve electoral results? So he's got to pick a lane because the 1 foot in, 1 foot out is clearly the worst of both worlds. Tricky Parrot says Shoe on Head is scared of a really big problems going on right now, but so she talks about random other stuff. Yeah, I'm sure. You can see it when she's only attacking in one direction, which, by the way, she probably has more than enough money stacked up and she's married. So she probably has more than enough money stacked up to the point that she could punch right if she wanted to. She just doesn't because she doesn't want to betray her audience. Deathly says Google exempt PEPFAR from the Hill. Yeah, but it's 400 million of 6.5 billion. That's nowhere near enough. LB says PEPFAR is not back. It works in conjunction with USAID. We are killing people who depended on us. Soft power is stronger than bombs. Yep. All right, we'll get started in a second. I'm just still engaging with chat. Conservatism says Destiny fans falling back on whataboutism again. I don't believe you, Connor. That's out. That seems out of pocket. True. LB, you're such a dick. It is ironic that the flood wiped out a Christian camp. Really? 2/3 of this country is Christian. If you fucking throw a rock, you're going to hit a Christian. It's ironic that a flood killed Christians. Come on, man. The fuck? Melody says, watch Destiny versus Tom Bilyeu. Really frustrating. I'll write it down for the docket, but I have no idea who Tom Bilyeu is. So you're going to have to sell me on Tom Bilyeu. Let me write it down. We did the problem with white people with Jon Stewart yesterday. We got these two set up for today. Destiny versus Tom Bilyeu. See Vietnamese? Hedonic Treadmill says, I'm probably one of Steve's oldest fans, and I still get annoyed with his Twitter bullshit. Yeah. Yep. Casey says, for me as somebody who works for the Democrats, it's the double standard that pisses me off when it comes to the right and Steven being edgy. Okay. It's bad behavior. There needs to be adults in the room who say, this is bad behavior. Neither of you fucking twats should do it. Jason Mashak says, some MAGA said the quiet part out loud too. Even if he did something awful so long ago, it doesn't seem to be impacting the fact that he's making everything cheaper again, and I am noticing. Yeah, that's horrific. Sacrifice a few teenage prostitutes so you could get cheaper goods. Okay. All right. So how is this any different than the accusations that Democrats allow human trafficking from the southern border because it makes their lettuce cheap? It's literally the same thing. Well, it's not literally the same thing. It's the same level of moral analysis. Christian Lair says nobody had the heat when he was mocking dead Palestinians. I don't believe it leveraged much of the conversation. Also, he was never getting invited into right-wing spaces. Well, I'll tell you why. It's because I don't care that much about Palestinians insofar as I think Israel needs to stop being pieces of shit, but that's about it. Like, Palestinians in general, you're right. They're not part of my group. They're not part of my tribe. They're not part of my ideology. So if he was making jokes about Palestinians, then I probably didn't care as much. You're right. Conservatism says flood zones are used often for campgrounds. You don't want to build permanent structures in them. Atheist kids don't go to camps. They just sit on Reddit all day. Boom. Nice conservatism. Sweet burn. Wow, man. Oh, man. LB. Dude, you're such an ass. The YMCA. What does the YMCA stand for, LB? Please tell me the acronym that is the YMCA. I'll wait. And I really won't wait. I'm going to start the content in a second. Wow, man says, no question. I just want to say I loved your combo with Shreg and hope to see more in the future. Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, LB. Tell me what the YMCA stands for, please. LB, don't ignore what I said. What is the acronym YMCA? What is it? And Melody, I did just write down your note for Tom Bill U, but thank you for the donation. Young Man's Something Association. Something. Well, what's that something? All right, she's taking too long to type. It's Christian. Young Men's Christian Association. It's actually originally a religious organization that specifically was created to give people extracurricular. Young Man's Communist Organization. Fuck you. But the whole point is that it's a religious organization that was founded in order to give people extracurriculars so they would avoid drugs and avoid bad behaviors and become athletic. Oh my God. Yeah, nice cope. Nice cope. All right. Anyways, I got to type dickhead. All right. Well, you know, you took too long. All right. Let's do an intro. A stands for apolitical. I hate you guys. All right. All right. Let's do this. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I'm never Trump Republican, and I like breaking down the current events, alt media politics, and debates du jour. And today I have something special for you. I got a liberal named Hutch. I have a leftist named Straighterade, or Aaron. They are both in the Twitch and YouTube political scene, and they are debating ContraPoints and everybody treating ContraPoints poorly in reference to her takes on Israel-Palestine. I do expect it to get a little bit spicy because for the life of me, Aaron / Straighterade supports / likes Hassan Piker / the hard left, which drives me absolutely insane. So I expect to pause every 5 minutes or so and criticize these folks. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get them on our screen with audio so we can enjoy their argumentation. The good news is that these people are actually relatively smart, so we shouldn't be taking that much psychic damage today. That's a good change of pace for us.
Apply to misinterpreted her post altogether to mean or to suggest that she was telling them to not do any activism. But there's nothing even remotely hinting that in her post. What she was drawing an issue with was a particular kind of activism that mandated anti-Zionism as a part of a necessary component of Palestinian advocacy. Why don't you introduce yourself for people in my audience that don't know who you are?
Yeah, so I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. I'm a political React, like live streamer, do commentary, react to whatever I want. Definitely on the left. I'd say I'm a communist, so joining.
I should talk to Straighterade. Why do you think a moneyless, stateless, classless society is the ideal for human civilization? Why? Why would that not create a series of degenerate, genetic dead end bed blob freaks? Please tell me.
The ranks of all of like a leftist Twitch poll or whatever, but
and all those people in leftist Twitch polls suck so bad. Why would I ever want to be associated with them whatsoever? Bear in mind, every political tribe has a lot of people that suck ass, but I'm just saying the people in far left Twitch politics suck particularly hard.
Yeah, always a good time. I like fighting with liberals. I agree on a lot of shit with liberals. I do think that the left should work with liberals. I do think that the left should participate in electoralism. I think it would be like my dream would be, you know how the right has like all of this discipline among like evangelicals, like every single election, they like show up to the ballot box and they like are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
And their party has to pay attention to them. If the left had that sort of discipline, we would see AOCs and Zoran Mamdani wins across the country, and it would be awesome. We wouldn't have to just be reveling in like these, singular wins or these like really, really small wins. And I'm seeing a lot of the same people who are not so gung-ho about electoralism be like, yeah, Zoran's like, look at like we won. And I'm like, but you don't really care about elections usually. So why are you so excited? Or like, why are you taking credit for this? Because this is something you've discouraged people from doing, or have kind of suggested that it's futile to participate in it, when that's the opposite of how, amassing power in a political movement works and extracting concessions from politicians. You have to show up.
Ooh, Aaron understands electoral politics. Nice. So Dark King 360 says the Britney session yesterday turned my IQ to Play-Doh. You're not alone. Okay, you're not alone. That I think that actually damaged me, which is why I wanted to talk about it, but yes, it hurt me. For those of you who don't know, we did a breakdown of Brittany Simon yesterday, criticizing ContraPoints and Destiny. To be fair, I thought it would be a bigger segment than it ended up being. But truth be told, she took a long time to get where she needed to go. And then her criticisms were so dumb that they sucked. So I get it. My instincts for content aren't always going to be perfect. But what I appreciate about Erin so far, despite the fact that she is a leftist communist and in a civil war between communist, fascists, and liberals, I'm going to side with the liberals and kill all the communists and all the fascists, including Erin if I need to, you know, in self-defense, of course. But what I appreciate about what Erin just said is that one of my criticisms of Brittany Simon yesterday was that she didn't know what politics was. She thought politics was having the correct opinions. Aaron is actually stating, like, no, we need to be involved in electoralism and achieve maximal advantage for our political faction because that's what politics is. This is so stupidly obvious to anybody with an IQ over 90 that even though we are opposed ideologically, I appreciate the fact that she's at least smart enough to recognize what the game is. That's actually, believe it or not, it's a very low bar, but it's a bar that she's just passed. Mega Zero says you're going to want to jump like an hour and a half in to get to the ContraPoint stuff. Well, let's give him like, 10, 20 minutes to warm up, and then we'll jump ahead to 90 minutes if we need to. Matter of fact, let's check. Hutch was polite enough to do chapters, so maybe you're right. Maybe we'll skip ahead for the chapters. Zoran Mamdani and Democrats. Was Bernie screwed out of the nomination? We can skip that for sure. I don't care about that. Obama in the ACA, that could be a little interesting, and then the ContraPoints debate. We'll watch the beginning part for tactics and strategy because it seems like she's willing to talk about that, and then we'll skip the Bernie chapter because, truth be told, I don't give a shit about that. I don't care at all. Sorry.
And you have to make your voice known. You have to be organized and disciplined. It's not always fun because you don't get everything that you want. But you should not just cede that territory to liberals or people that, again, did not do everything that they could to say that people needed to mobilize and vote against Trump by any means necessary, are complaining about Trump. And I'm glad to hear them, hold Trump accountable and criticize Trump. But I feel like to the extent that they had a hand in being able to do something about it, I don't understand how they reconcile these positions,
Yeah, I think because you have that position, you're automatically in a totally different camp from the people that I normally argue with. Because as long as anybody takes the electoral system seriously in a meaningful sense, and by that I mean like voting for a Democrat, basically. Because if you vote third party, you're just wasting your vote, and if you abstain, so those are two examples.
Although with ranked choice voting becoming relevant in New York, it's actually crazy how relevant third parties became, because there's no way. So if we went through a typical party nomination system, Zoran Mamdani would not be the chosen Democrat primary person, right? So yeah. Because people actually, I like ranked choice voting. I think it's great because there are third parties that would gain more political relevance, but people pick between the binaries of the two-party system because they know that the third party is not going to win or get close. But with ranked choice voting, you can say, this is my ideal person. Honestly, I would probably pick a substantive amount of like libertarians and conservatarians that are third-party independent or third-party libertarian. And then I would pick a Republican if Republicans weren't insane, but Republicans have totally lost their mind. So after that, I would probably pick like a normie liberal Dem. So it would probably be conservatarian, libertarian, liberal, then maybe like a more liberal Democrat, like a more lefty Democrat. Then after that, it would be like, conservative, fascist. And then at the end, it would be a communist. Communist is at the bottom of my list. If you're an open socialist, open communist, you're at the bottom of my list. So anyways, point being that, I'm okay with this.
Examples of what I would say are like meaningless engagements with electoralism, but anybody who takes the electoral process seriously, I already don't really have like that much of an issue with these people. And
All right, Wow Man said a good meme. What'll be your profession in the communist future? Anti-communist guerrilla terrorist. Yes.
I can have like strong ideological differences with them. Like in your case, you say you're a communist, I'm a liberal. But I don't feel this like inherent sense of animosity towards you.
Probably because Erin can carry a conversation, and also she recognizes the need for electoralism.
Econo Boy recently came out as a socialist, which was kind of surprising. But
gross.
Because
out of the closet.
Right, yeah. But because
socialist.
Exactly, yeah. He did it like a couple weeks ago, and then that got me interested. And so I watched a debate that he had with somebody maybe like 6 months ago where they were kind of diving into this stuff. And then I read his Substack article. So because I respect his intellect and because I know that he engages in electoral politics meaningfully, then it makes me open to maybe I get curious about like, oh, why do you believe that? And then and so there's that, yeah. But yeah, that's most of my smoke these days is I've just been getting down in the mud with folks that are not really interested in voting. You brought up like Zoran Mamdani, and I think this is an exciting moment for progressives. It should be an exciting moment. This is the most populous city in the country, and this guy is like a straight up socialist. Although during this election he presented more as like a democratic socialist. And I think that is a W, but what I'm seeing is a bit like, I feel like I'm seeing some premature victory laps. Like, I feel like I'm seeing people assuming that because he won, that this is like a definite sign that he's heralding in this kind of new paradigm of American politics that's going to be explicitly socialist. And that could happen. I'm not saying it's impossible, but
dude, if we move to a place where politics is just explicitly socialist, where we have like Marxist Leninists and Maoists like running, where we have people who are like, yeah, decommodify basic human needs and workers own the means of production, then I am absolutely like reinforcing the center right, center left coalition, and we are running effectively like a New Deal program in order to stamp out this bullshit, because I am not interested. I am not interested in the inequities of capitalism creating an underclass of like radicalized peasants who are capitalized on by communist revolutionaries and fascists. I'm not interested in that at all. Like, I know a lot of people hate FDR because he created all the social welfare programs that they say is like the stepping stone to socialism. But I'll tell you, the socialists hate FDR because they think he's the man who saved capitalism by creating the welfare state. I'm so done with this. I'm so annoyed that Reagan took a fire axe to social welfare, and then 2 generations later, the inequality between the classes is so great that we're looking at a massive dispossessed working class population that is clamoring for extremist politics. It's so predictable. It's so unbelievably predictable. God, I really, and that's where like libertarians, like I think libertarians can do good, but they also need to wake up and stop being so naive about the dynamics of economics and politics. Razzle, I wanted to address this, says she still hasn't made a statement about her role in the whole Pixie President Sunday thing before returning to streaming, as far as I know. Awkward at best, scummy at worst, in my opinion. I mean, I think it's probably awkward. She was probably trying to be too many people's friends all at the same time. So she was trying to be President Sunday's friend. She was trying to be Pixie's friend. She was trying to be Steven's friend. And so as a result, she was just going between the three and saying what each person not wanted to hear, but saying the thing that she knew that she could say as a friend. But as a result, because all three of those people had such contradictory motivations, President Sunday has always wanted to destroy Destiny. He's wanted to destroy Destiny for years now. Pixie was Destiny's friend, but got screwed over. And so as a result, she wanted to destroy Destiny. And then Destiny has kind of been an asshole sometimes and doesn't want to be destroyed. So these perspectives are contradictory, and you can't be a good friend to everybody. You can be a bad friend to everybody. You can't be a good friend to everybody. Kazarche says, these people are worse than MAGA. They don't have liberal values. These people should come to liberals. Who do you think have more votes in the Democratic Party, liberals or progressive lefties? Good news is probably liberals. Good news is probably liberals. Shadow 2 Bravo says, RCV is evil and should be cast into the fires of hell. Whenever you say RCV, I think of like recoverable depreciation. So I actually have no idea who you're talking about. Mega Zero says Valor Media Networks. Lol. So yeah, I tried watching this yesterday, but lost interest halfway through the ContraPoint stuff because it took so long to get there. Well, we'll fast forward. We'll fast forward. Dark King says, to summarize the Bernie part, Aaron thinks Bernie was cheated out of the 2020 nomination because moderates coalesced around the other moderate. Yeah, but that's what we should have done to Trump. We could have strangled, the Republican Party could have strangled Trump in the crib because 60% of the party did not want Trump. You can go back and you can check the 2016 results, but it was effectively the guy from Ohio, I forget his name, Marco Rubio, and somebody else. It was like Kasich, Rubio, and Huckabee split the moderate vote, and it was 60% of the party, but they stayed in until the end. And as a result, Trump won. And since Trump won, he dominated the party, skinned the party alive, and turned it into a monster. LB says, Connor, you tell me one program that Bernie Sanders... We already did that. I read the AOC thing, and I disagreed with 70% of the fucking platform, LB. I'm not doing that again. Thanks. Appreciate you. Well, QC John says, good morning, Connor in chat. How's everyone doing today? We're doing great. Dark King says, I have an inherent animosity to communists, lol, what they want to destroy liberal democracy. Yep. All right, anyways, back to it.
Feels like...
I think it's important to neither understate nor overstate what his win means, because if you had told me last year, just like after Trump had lost, that like, did you know that New York City, the Democratic primary, would have all of these voters mobilized to go vote for somebody who is an open Democratic socialist, a young Muslim dude who is like interested in like city-run groceries, and he wants to freeze rent, and he's critical of Israel, and he's very interested, like pro-Palestine. I'd have been like, this is a lie. Like, you're with me that candidate could win. And it happened. So
LB says, Connor, we have corporate socialism. How is that right? Socialism is not when the government does stuff, LB. We've been over this before. It's the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. Neither of those things is happening in America. Thank you.
So I do think that it's something to celebrate, but one, he has not won the general yet. Two, I didn't think he was going to win. I know what it's like. I'm afraid to love again, because I got excited for Bernie in 2016, then I got excited again in 2020. That didn't happen. And so I see these and I'm like, okay, I've seen it happen where a lot of online excitement or even just like news has been, generated around a candidate because they're very outspoken, they're polarizing, they have all these fresh ideas, or a young face, they're charismatic, all of that. And it doesn't translate to success at the ballot box. But in this case, he didn't just like eke out a win. It was pretty much a landslide. So I do think that that's...
Which is because the normie corporate Dem candidate sucked.
Really awesome. He's got a big challenge ahead of him because Cuomo's running as an independent still. He's not dropping out. Eric Adams is...
That's going to split the vote. Eric Adams is running as an independent. That's going to split the vote.
Still going to be on the ballots. I like the Republican is like irrelevant because I don't think the Republican has any chance of winning. It's going to be between those three. And I couldn't even tell you right now who has a better chance of winning, whether it be Cuomo or Adams, because Cuomo's like low approval ratings and his all of his hiccups in his tenure. But yeah, like people need to not prematurely celebrate, but they also need to keep in mind that he was pitted against Andrew Cuomo, who is unpopular. He had to resign in disgrace. He was disavowed by his party. So that was one factor. And then another factor is that
he's uniquely like charismatic is one of those factors too.
He's uniquely charismatic, and he's in New York City. And, I wouldn't say that like New York City has gone, they've had people like Mamdani now, and then they've had Giuliani and Bloomberg. So the city has had, embraced different types of politics at different points.
Yeah.
But more often than not, they are Democrats. So yeah, we'll see. I'm excited. I think it's awesome. I think the disappointment to me and the valid criticism comes from the fact that I feel like the Democratic Party is very hesitant about him, and they don't see this win as something that's very, very exciting, which it is to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we should like start a running list of all the Democrats that have gone on the record to either support him or say that there's no, like Dean Phillips, that guy recently came out and said that there's no
All right, I don't care about Mondami that much. So I think the main thing that we should take away from this is that Aaron actually is interested in electoral politics, which is good. Again, I find it hypocritical that leftists will have such strong opinions on how politics should be run, how the government should be run, and yet they don't participate in the electoral and representative system to the detriment of their own goals, right? Like, you don't have to win all at once. Politics is not a battle that you win all at once. As a matter of fact, as soon as you win anything, you basically have to rally and get ready for the next battle, particularly in a liberal democracy. So, yeah, the war of politics, actually, I think that's part of the reason why it's so interesting, is the conflict of politics is never over, right? Like, as soon as the Soviet Union fell, we still had to get ready for the breakup of the Russian satellite states and Russia itself, and what would Russia be in the wake of that. Winning over Nazi Germany just meant, like, the denazification of Europe, along with the rebuilding of the country. Victory over Imperial Japan, while great, we still had to rebuild Japan and then ultimately create a pretty, like, virile ally. So, the truth is politics is never over. I think that's one of the things that makes it most compelling. Megastar says, Connor, did you see Lauren's follow-up? Pretty crazy stuff. I didn't. I did see that a part of her book was the fact that she was sexually assaulted by Andrew Tate. I believe that's part of it, which is interesting. LB says, reason being that it's interesting is because there's so many fucking pieces of shit in the far right. LB says, Connor, you have some nerve. Your salary for how every many years was paid with collected money. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not socialism, LB. For the 50th fucking time, you're wrong. I'm right. Okay? Socialism is not when the government does stuff. Otherwise, feudal empires would be like was ancient Egypt socialist? Obviously not, but they still collect taxes. Was ancient Mesopotamia socialist? Obviously not. They still collected taxes. What was it? Was medieval Europe or the frickin' Ummah, the frickin' caliphates of Islam, were they socialist? No, obviously not. They didn't have the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. They didn't fucking have it. They weren't socialist. You keep using socialism in order to say that it's when the government does shit, but that's a very stupid way to analyze politics. It's very dumb. Stop. Like, I know that you like to piss me off, but it's a dumb analysis. It's incorrect. There's no way that you would ever say ancient Egypt, medieval Europe, feudal Japan. You would never say these places are socialist, and yet they had classes of people, including the security establishment, who were subsidized by taxes. Pretending that every law enforcement agent, every fire department agent, every soldier who's ever existed as a socialist project is dumb as fuck. And let me explain why it's dumb as fuck. Because the soldiers killed socialists. They made it their job to be like, oh, these people believe in the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and they have a violent revolution that's killing tens of thousands of people. It's my job to take this rifle and to shoot those socialists and to hang their corpses in public. That way we can deter other socialists from trying to upset our power structure. So seriously, like this line of argumentation is pissing me the fuck off. Thanks. Justin says, good morning, Connor. Good morning, Justin. Good to see you. Sacred Snow says, sex pest / blatantly corrupt and leash to MAGA Dem DSA candidate. DSA candidate wins in a state with ranked choice. Socialist, the new Dem party is here. Absolute brain rot politics. Okay. If I understand what Sacred Snow is saying, he's saying that Mamdani didn't win because he was such a charming, charismatic, competent candidate. He won because everybody else was dumb and not a very good candidate. Understood. Possum Nation says, I oppose Aaron on everything, but she is very respectable and she voted for Harris. She's not a revolution or bust type of lefty. Yes. I'm going to read a couple more and get back into it. General So says, Jesus, Lauren Southern. Yes. Lauren Southern's back. She wrote a book, and her book is effectively describing all of the terrible things that she went through while she was working with the dissident right, which includes a physical / probably sexual assault from Andrew Tate. Megastar says Lauren gave a couple of chapters for free, and it goes into how she was drunk with Tate and she wanted to sleep and he wanted more, and well, she didn't get into the details. Yep. All right. Anyways, Short Stack Goblin, good to see you. All right. We fast forwarded to the ContraPoints debate, so we skipped the Mamdani stuff, because frankly, I don't care about New York that much. And then Bernie screwed out of the nomination? I don't care. And then Obama and the ACA. It could be an interesting policy decision of whether or not it's like hyper corporate healthcare that realistically should have been a Republican position. But hey, that's America, right? America is a fairly centrist country. All right. On to the ContraPoints debate.
All right. Do you want to talk about?
Sorry, quick shell. Like the stream. It's free. I parasocially love all of you for being here. We started with a chat on Valor Media Network of around 10 people. We've been bouncing between 100 and 150. Depending on the content that we pick, it'll be between 80 and 150, which I parasocially love each and every one of you for being here. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage in chat. There's lots of funny, interesting people who like to piss me off because it entertains them by making me angry. Then, super chats if you got it. It is appreciated. Become a membership if you see the membership button. And watch the VODs and comment on the VODs. All right, continuing.
ContraPoints?
Yeah, let's talk about ContraPoints. Okay, so the way this conversation started...
Sorry, Dark King makes a very insightful point. Liberal democracy is great because instead of having a civil war every few decades, we have constant electoral fights that bleed almost all the energy for violence out. Yes.
Give me a second, I'm going to show my chat. So ContraPoints had finally made a full statement on Israel-Palestine, and she posted it on Reddit. She didn't post it on Twitter or anything. They got put up on Twitter by somebody who transcribed it, and then I put, it's crazy that Ms. Rachel, a children's entertainer, has done a better job of speaking up for Palestinians than many liberal and progressive political creators.
I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a refill of hot water. So sorry to chair react, but I need caffeine so desperately today.
And Hutch responds, what's your specific problem with her post? And you put, and I said, there are a few points ContraPoints makes that I agree on, and I've read the statement, I stand by that. But overall, it reads to me like a long-winded rationalization for an action that's framed as moral nuance. She acknowledges the ongoing genocide and has donated to Palestinian causes, which is more than many and commendable, but devotes more energy distancing herself from those participating in said genocide, or from those protesting said genocide, than from those supporting it, tacitly or otherwise. And then we agreed to this conversation. So I don't know. How'd you feel about my criticism? And you can give me your thoughts more broadly on what you thought of ContraPoints' statement.
I think the problem that I'm seeing in terms of the reactions, I think your premise about what Contra was saying is not accurate. Like, I think a lot of people read her statement and they interpreted it to mean that she was saying don't do any activism, but that wasn't what she was saying. She was explaining why her specific platform on YouTube, which is videos presented in a normally kind of whimsical, playful, satirical, comedic way, wasn't it that this topic wasn't a good fit for that particular platform. And she then went into great detail in a post that should take maybe 2-3 minutes to react or to read. So I didn't feel like it was super long-winded. I mean, this was a very quick read for me. But I think your framing is just all off. Like, she's not telling people don't do activism.
Do you think it's possible for somebody to, for people to kind of pick up on a connotation and that ends up being more specific than the literal denotation of what somebody says?
Yeah, of course. So if you're saying that maybe she should have articulated herself better, then we can get into that. But when I read her,
just because you said that, people were straw manning her and saying that she's discouraging people from action. That's why I said, I think it rationalizes inaction, because is there anywhere in it where she says, do not do a thing, do not speak up for Palestinians, don't protest? No, those words never appear anywhere in it. But I think the framing, when it kicks off in framing that I don't know if I don't believe that she's intending to trivialize criticism, but I wasn't seeing, and I'm not ContraPoints, so, I'll defer to her, that maybe she saw more people requesting that she make a video on it. I didn't see that. I saw people just making the request, why haven't you spoken out more about it since, or why don't you use any of your multiple platforms to kind of speak up for Palestinians if that's how you feel.
Well, the opening
starts off from
So sorry for being gone. That actually is the one thing, now that I'm thinking about it, that Natalie could have done that would have silenced a substantive amount of criticism, is that she could have just fundraised. I don't know. I don't think she has. I think she's privately donated some of her money, which is good. But she could have asked anybody to do a fundraiser. She could have asked me to do a fundraiser. She could have asked Hassan, Destiny, Straighterade. She probably could have asked, what's that guy's name? Sean. Natalie has so much clout that anybody would like you could get a fascist to show up for a Palestinian relief fundraiser because she has so much clout. So that's the one thing that I actually think like you probably could and should criticize Natalie for. It's like, okay, you don't like the anti-Semitism, you don't like all the Jew hate, but in general, you do think what Israel is doing is messed up. So why don't you use your clout, money, and influence to raise hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars for relief for the Palestinian people? That seems like an easy, obvious W that would actually allay a happy amount of the criticism that you're receiving. Checking in with chat, though, because I love my chat. And by the way, VOD viewers, if you don't like that I don't talk or that I talk to my chat, then buzz off. Okay, my chat gives me super chats. They give me memberships. I parasocially love them. They show up and engage in chat, so I have somebody to talk to while we're reviewing content. VOD viewers, I love you as well, and you should go ahead and comment on the video. That way we get increased engagement in the algorithm. However, let's be real. Your view is worth 16 cents, whereas some of these people will give me $10. So once you start doing super thanks on the channel to the tune of 10 or 20 or 50 bucks, then I'll start listening to the VOD viewers that I shouldn't engage with my chat. But let's be real, probably not. Scrolling, LB says that's precisely what it is. Why do multi-billion-dollar companies get government subsidies and don't pay taxes? We have private security. No, Connor, collecting taxes for the public good is a form of socialism. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're wrong. So let's go ahead and test the limits of this. When fascist organizations collect dues from their constituent members and then turn around and pay their thugs to run around and beat the shit out of people, is that socialism? Are you willing to claim that as a form of socialism? When the National Socialists collected taxes in order to subsidize the extermination of Jews and Gypsies and Roma, was that socialism? I mean, if you say yes, then I'll admit that you're consistent, but I still think this is a wildly stupid perspective. Wow, man, says chair points. True. All right. Rob says socialist countries would have citizens, so citizenship is socialist. True. Nobody would accept arguments like that. Yes. Thank you. I'm happy I'm not the only person. Oh, that drives me crazy. All right. Starhawk says it's just the same totalitarian attitude and purity spiraling that creeps into all of leftist politics. True. Mega Zero says Ludwig donated like 10K and was shit on for it. Yeah, but that's because Ludwig was like, I'm going to donate 10K and I don't care if you donate, but you should think about donating this stuff. Saying I don't care if you donate, that's where he went wrong. Anyways.
A criticism that I almost think is like a false premise, but then also like even if she literally never says don't do this activism, it's possible for it to have like a kind of like a depressing or like almost a demotivating thing, because I have to assume that, you know, Contra acts in a way like if ContraPoints feels that she herself needs to be very cautious in the type of protesting that she engages in surrounding this topic, then you're implicitly suggesting to people who agree with you, you should also, and even those who disagree with you, you should be more willing to you should be more cautious as well. And I think that's what people mean when they say it. That's certainly what I mean when I say it ends up justifying inaction.
So the very opening sentence of her post is, so many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. So she's opening it by very clearly identifying this specific platform.
But I saw it on Twitter. Like, I saw people responding to her on Twitter. That's why I'm saying I didn't see people saying, why don't you make a video on it? I saw them saying, why don't you just use your platform to speak more? But she has multiple platforms because she has Twitter, she has Patreon, she has YouTube, she has like lots of different things at her disposal to reach out to people, right?
True. Actually, you know what? You know what's funny is I kind of agree with Aaron on this one. She has Natalie has a variety of platforms, and if she's been like utterly silent for the past 20 months, then I would view that as some kind of moral failing. Right? Reason being that, like, again, you don't have to say Hamas is good. I don't think, like, even the hardcore leftists, the one who want you to be unconditionally supportive of Palestine, I don't think that they're expecting most normies to endorse Hamas, the terrorist organization. Okay? So you could probably be a lefty and say, hey, listen, terrorism is bad, but we need to understand the material conditions that motivate people to engage in terrorism. There are lots of innocent Palestinians who are suffering. While I still disavow anti-Semitism and completely disavow the killing of civilians being perpetrated by the IDF, I'm not saying that anyone is particularly evil. I think this is all just messed up, and we need to alleviate as much human suffering as possible. I'm going to be doing a fundraising stream. I would love it if you showed up and donated. Boom, easy. Simultaneously makes no one happy and makes everybody happy, because you're keeping the thing that is most important central in your mind, which is the alleviation of human suffering. So actually, so far, I'm more with Aaron, which is surprising. Unork says, wait, when my local gang collects protection money, it isn't socialism? Well, now I'm second guessing their motives. Thank you, Unork. I needed that.
Okay.
Like, I don't know where people, you know, personally, I would enjoy seeing her pour milk on a mannequin of Bibi Netanyahu. That's just me. But
I mean, same, but
that, like,
yeah.
people were expecting like a bathtub video or any of that.
Well, she's addressing that particular criticism. So, like, the point of this post is not to get into the complexities of Israel-Palestine or unpack the conflict or set up the dynamic in any, like, the point of her post very explicitly, as it's laid out in the very first sentence, is addressing a particular criticism that I.
JL says you don't always read the super chats, but you do thank us. No, brother. I do always read the super chats. I'm just behind on chat because I actually engage with my chat, unlike every other streamer who just ignores everyone. Like, listen, there's gonna come a reckoning, okay? There's gonna come a reckoning where I am gonna have to eventually figure out how to do chat. And I like the current balance. Sorry, I need to address my chat real quick. I need to figure out the balance. I like what we're doing right now, okay? What we're doing right now, which I think is a viable chat interaction strategy, is I'm watching the content, I'm listening to the content, I'm going to pause every 5 minutes in order to talk about it. While I'm listening to the content, I'm scrolling through chat and I'm reading all the chats. You guys are oftentimes arguing amongst each other, and I don't need to address everything that's being said in chat, even when there's a good point made. I'm actually clicking on all of your guys' chats. You might not be looking at the screen, but I'm clicking on each chat and highlighting it, kind of letting you know that I see it, right? And sometimes I might laugh or something like that. But if there's something in particular that I want to address, I stop, I leave it on that chat, I wait for a break in the content, and then I address it. So yeah, that puts me 20 minutes late, 30 minutes late, sometimes even like 45 minutes to an hour late on the chat, but I actually still engage with my audience. So there are plenty of people who super chat, and I parasocially love you and thank you for the money. There are plenty of people who can't afford it. They're working class schlubs. They're students. They're people who are barely paying their bills. So if they can't afford, if $10 means the difference between you getting a grocery item and donating to me, I would prefer it if you got the grocery item for yourself, so you had a succulent Chinese meal. You know what I'm saying? If the money makes that big of a difference, I want you to keep the money. If, however, you have a little bit of extra scratch, I want you to donate, right? Because this stream doesn't fucking operate off of, hopes, dreams, and rainbow farts and unicorn dust. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, I love my chat. So I'm late, but I read. Dr. Zaya says, if Contra did some fundraiser, it probably wouldn't make a big difference. It's not about making a big difference. None of us can make a big difference, Dr. Zayas. Literally, the entire planet of Earth could be killed in nuclear holocaust, and it wouldn't matter to the cosmos at large. Of course, we could all give in to cosmic nihilism. However, we shouldn't. We should care. I should care about you. You should care a little bit about me. we should try to make the world a better place. And I would give you the starfish parable, but I don't want to bore chat to death. So for the sake of content, we're going to let it continue to flow.
Suspect she sees in her Reddit posts or on her Twitter, in her Twitter replies. And so she's responding to those specific people. And I think other people, maybe who this didn't even apply to, misinterpreted her post altogether to mean or to suggest that she was telling them to not do any activism. But there's nothing even remotely hinting that in her post. Like nothing, literally not a single thing. What she was drawing an issue with was a particular kind of activism that mandated anti-Zionism as a part of like a necessary component of Palestinian advocacy. So like,
ooh, this is why I like Hutch as well. Again, Hutch has pissed me off twice. And it's not personal, it's just political. We talked about guns once. He ignored everything I said and went back to tweeting exactly what he was tweeting before, which to me is like liberal gun control fucking nonsense. Okay. So that was one thing that annoyed me. But you know, Hutch is still a nice guy, right? Then the other thing that pissed me off was we were talking about politics in general. And he's like, I think you're a progressive. And I'm like, progressivism and conservatism has nothing to do with policy prescriptions. It has to do with a philosophy of how you approach policy or how you approach politics. And he's like, yeah, but like, you're nice to trans people and you're nice to black people and you're nice to Hispanics. I think that's pretty progressive. And I'm like, no. And so that pissed me off too. But anyways, this is a decent insight from Hutch that effectively, there's nothing wrong with what Contra did. Contra called out the most toxic elements of the far left, which is effectively saying that if you're not dedicated to the dismantling of the Israeli state, then you're not actually doing anything, which is the dumbest political advocacy that you could possibly have in reference to the Gazan conflict.
I watched a Vanguard video yesterday where they were discussing the ContraPoints posts, and they said, for example, you cannot be an advocate for Palestinians if you don't believe in a one-state solution. So she's
yeah, you can. 100% you can. And that's Vanguard far left cringe. And it actually, I'm just going to be real. It makes me uncomfortable that Josiah runs Live and Learn. Thank you. Thank you, baby. I love you. It makes me concerned that Live and Learn, when I went on it, was effectively a liberal and progressive hug box. It seems like Econoboy and Pisco have infiltrated and are further left than they're hinting on. I think this is like the frog in boiling water scenario where Pondering Politics and Hutch are normie libs who are getting boiled in the water of far left ideology. And then the fact that the Vanguard boys can come on the show and just bully the fuck out of Hutch for having a perfectly sane perspective. This actually kind of tells me that Live and Learn is probably, bear in mind, I don't engage with all the content. I just see the clips, but Live and Learn is probably suffering from the same thing that all left-wing politics suffer from, which is liberals want to be nice to everybody. So they're not willing to be mean to people who need to get the shit bullied out of them.
Speaking to this exact kind of insistence or mandate. And I think her observations were just like self-evidently correct. So like by doing that,
true,
by saying that if you want to be a part of our coalition, if you want to be a part of our activist movement, you need to advocate for basically to dissolve the current government structure of Israel and replace it with a single state full right of return, which she goes into detail about why that's completely infeasible. So I just don't.
I think it's unfeasible, but correct, Hutch. True. Based Hutch.
I'm just not seeing that same issue that you're seeing in the context of everything she wrote. I did not get her at all saying don't do activism.
Right. I think Natalie's statement could have been improved by saying like, God bless the activists and the protesters who are actually trying to do something positive. I think she could have done better. It's true.
Say that the current strategies that have been employed now have meant that 0 Palestinian lives have been saved, not one fewer bomb or bullets. was like deployed, and it also may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing that the U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years, making protests against Israel both more riskier and less effective.
That's right.
What she is calling people to do is reflect on the types of tactics and strategies and protests that they have engaged in since, and saying like maybe it was completely ineffective. So I do think that it's
no. I wouldn't say it was ineffective, meaning that it had no effect. I would say it was counterproductive, meaning that the intended effect that you wanted to have, you had the opposite effect because your optics were so dog shit. Trying to get liberals and normie Americans to endorse terrorist organizations is fucking insane.
It's not just a critique that she's saying like, oh, be open to considering this. I thought she was pretty much suggesting that like the things that have been done now, not only was it like not helpful, it may have actually hurt. So how is that not
true? Unironically true. Leftist advocacy to support terrorist organizations and sweep for terrorist organizations probably reduced support for the Palestinian cause. 100%.
Her saying that like maybe you shouldn't protest in this specific way, right?
Well, no. Protests are fine, but actually, yeah. You shouldn't protest in this specific way. Yeah, death to the IDF being chanted by massive crowds of people at the encouragement of pop bands and all that kind of bullshit. 100%. There are less people who are supportive of the Palestinian cause because they saw that. Saying from the river to the sea, and then when somebody asks you to explain it, you're like, yes, we need to dissolve the Israeli state. Less people supported your movement as a result of that. 100%.
No, but that's different though.
Feel that like that's not the way to do it.
No, but that's different though. If she's saying don't.
Correct. That's not the way to do it. You're right.
If she's saying protesting in this specific way was worse than
was borderline worse than nothing.
Productive, it was counterproductive. She's talking about a specific critique. She's not saying broadly don't do any kind of activism or
Hutch is correct.
Contribute money to direct aid organizations or charities that benefit Palestinians. She's not saying to engage in activism. She's talking about a very specific critique, right?
I guess having a criticism like this and not following it up with like, here's what you ought to do instead, or kind of like, it's like, I would never like tell someone and not show them, you know?
Ooh, everybody is so based in this conversation. Too bad they're a fucking liberal and a communist.
Like if I had a criticism of somebody and I'd be like, you should not do this, I would also follow it up with, this is how you should do it instead, because this is a way that you can get people on board with your movement. This is a better alternative to what you're currently doing. I personally wouldn't leave them with just like, here's the criticism, do with it what you will. You know, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just going to tell you what not to do. It's always
I love this. This is actually great.
Going to lead people to make uncharitable assumptions because it's like, you don't like what I'm doing. You don't provide an alternative. So I'm just going to assume what you've said has been the reaction. So that's one part of it. But then another part of it is like, well, give me your thoughts on that. Like, do you think my assessment of that is like off base?
No, I think they're 100% correct. I think that Hutch is saying that it's a valid criticism to say that your protesting is actually counterproductive. I think Aaron's assessment that, okay, you're saying that our protesting is counterproductive, but you didn't propose an alternative solution. What's your alternative solution? Otherwise, I just think you're a stick in the mud that's actually detracting from the movement in general. These are both perfectly valid assessments. I like both of these. Somebody was saying that Aaron was going to be stupid in this conversation. Maybe we'll get to that later, but so far, I'm okay with it. Sacred Snow says, we're running into the same problem with socialism as we did with fascism. The online left called everything fascist forever, and now when it's actually coming about, we can't call it out. That's why I like having a very specific definition of fascism, by the way. Sacred Snow says, the Republicans called everything socialism communism, so now when the government does stuff, it's socialism, and it doesn't matter whether or not that stuff is good or bad. Yeah, so consciously or unconsciously, the reason why I will never concede to LB's perspective that socialism is when the government does stuff is because I view this as a double-edged sword that cuts in zero directions that I want them to cut it to. Libertarians want to call socialism government action socialism because they know that there's a Cold War antipathy from Americans that is fading out, by the way, towards socialism. And so they use that as an emotional pull to try to cut government services. So the libertarian / anarcho-capitalist instinct to label everything socialism, wildly counterproductive and stupid, and it's going to start failing in the next generation. Then I think that leftists and socialists want to call all government action socialism because most people don't hate firefighters. Most people are neutral on cops. Most people are neutral or positive on healthcare. Most people are neutral or positive on teachers. And so as a result, if you label that all socialism, well, then isn't socialism good? Isn't people working for the common good good? And therefore we should have more of it? And that's where I will accept neither line because I feel like it's political obfuscation and gamesmanship that is not beneficial to society. Thank you for pointing that out, Sacred Snow. I appreciate it.
I guess.
Let me think about that for a second. Well, there's like a couple things here. Like, I don't think she needs to necessarily go into detail about like what a particular kind of activism should look like, because I think that's really broad. I think like you can do all kinds of activism. That
Slater says first good Israeli-Palestine take I've seen from Connor. What was the bad takes? What the fuck are you talking about?
doesn't revolve around demanding a one-state solution. But I think an equally important part of her post was setting up the reality that, and this is just going to be something that makes people upset. I understand it, but she's telling the truth. When she says that it was politically infeasible to expect that there was a lane or a path or any kind of mechanism to pressure government to stop sending them arms, she's saying that that was impossible.
General So says, do you post these videos anywhere? Yes. Counterpoints Politics. Type it into your search bar. You should see my Counterpoints 40K channel, which is at 111,000 subscribers based. But you should also see Counterpoints, which should be labeled, it should be around like 7,000 subs. It's all the VODs get posted there. We're on like a week lag because the editor has to chop them all up or whatever, but the VODs will be posted there.
I know that people might hear that and they're going to get very upset. I understand why that anger. Nobody wants to see.
Short Stack Goblin says, Connor, stop pausing to explain why you pause. I'm going to pause more.
Violence like this unfold daily with hundreds of videos every day of just like unspeakable violence. And nobody wants to be confronted with that and be told there's really not much that you can do to stop that right now. But she was telling the truth. When she says it was politically infeasible, the Republic, I mean, like, let's just grant that it was possible to convince Democrats to go along with this. Let's say we can convince Joe Biden to not be a principled Zionist and not be someone who is looking to continue our decades-long diplomatic alliance with this country. And let's say he was open to discontinuing arms sales and aid packages to Israel. You know who else you have to go through in that spot? It are Republicans. Like, the Republicans held the House at that point in 2023. There was Mike Johnson was the speaker shortly after October 7th kicked off. And so if you wanted to set as a goal, like pressuring the government to stop sending them arms, like what you're saying is the job would have been to convince Mike Johnson to do this. This is just an obvious non-starter. Like that just was never, ever, ever going to happen.
Now I'm going to pause even more. Short Stack Goblin says, can we get 1.25? Hutch is a slow talker and Aaron, well, Hutch is a slow talker. No. You and Justin, listen, I love Justin. Seriously, thank you for all the donations. Thank you for being a groiper and still hanging out in our chat filled with a bunch of fucking liberals and progressives and shit and tolerating their fucking opinions that are antithetical to your own. Stop asking for 2 times or 1.5 times or 1.25 times. There's plenty of people. If you want to watch it as a VOD and throw it on 1.25 or 1.5, you do that. Okay? No, there are plenty of people who are here to listen and they want to understand the words being said. So no, I'm not speeding content up unless it's actually someone who has like a speech delay, developmental disability where they say one word every 5 seconds. I'll put that person on 2x, but nobody else is getting put on 2x. I'm just sharing that, so stop asking. What was somebody else made an interesting point. It was basically like, oh, the starfish parable. Yeah, I'll share it real quick. So the starfish parable is actually like a cornerstone of the way that I operate with the world. Keeping it as brief as possible. 1,000 starfish wash up onto the beach, and a kid, they're all drying out in the sun and they're dying very quickly. a kid is running around, picking up the starfish and hurling them back into the sea. And then an old man walks by and he says, son, you're wasting your time. There's thousands of them. There's no way that you'll have that big of an impact. You might as well just give up. And the kid, undeterred, says, well, it mattered to that one. And then he picks up another one and undeterred throws it back into the ocean. And so the whole point is that our problems are so large and our problems are so out of control because we inherently live in a chaotic universe that oftentimes we can give into the nihilism of our plane of existence. But the truth is, it's bad for your soul and it's bad for the world if you stop trying. And just because we, as a 100-viewer YouTube chat that hopefully eventually becomes a 1,000-viewer YouTube chat, just because we will have an infinitesimally small effect on the world doesn't mean we don't try to have an effect at all. And the same way that an avalanche is made up of many snowflakes, we should endeavor to be a snowflake that pushes in the right direction. Okay? So if you're here, I don't want to see that nihilist bullshit in my chat. I don't want to see, oh, Connor, it doesn't matter. Oh, Connor, you might have saved 2 Palestinian children, but realistically, tens of thousands of other ones died. Guess what? It mattered to those 2 Palestinian children that the world gave a shit enough to give them enough food and medicine to survive an ongoing war. Okay? It matters. It matters to them. It matters to the world.
And so there's a couple things here. Like she's right. It was kind of hopeless, and it is kind of hopeless right now. And she's right that doing one state solution only type thing necessarily excludes like 95% of the country.
I think that I guess my issue with it is that she kind of treats U.S. complicity as like this unchangeable fact. I hear you kind of, I guess, feel this way, but that is that's a choice that's being made. Right. These are all policy choices and decisions. And I'm not saying that reversing them is something that could happen overnight or easily, but I don't know. She seems just like resigned that like to the inevitability of the like U.S. material support to Israel into perpetuity, or into the very least like several years from now.
I don't think she's saying that though.
To, like, accept like the Israeli brutality. Like you can't really change these circumstances, even though we were seeing shifts in public opinion, and Biden was obviously posturing towards pandering to that because he started changing his rhetoric to like, I'm working day and night for a ceasefire, even when his actions didn't always entirely align with that stated goal.
Well, they did help negotiate multiple ceasefires.
Messaging because he could see that the Democratic base was not as gung-ho about just kind of uncritically backing Israel as maybe they had, but they had been in previous conflicts between Israel and Gaza and Palestine or whatever. I don't know. Like, I don't see that to me as like, oh, she's just being realistic. I feel like she's being fatalistic, and she kind of dresses it up as like, this is me being pragmatic. But to me, it's like, I don't think that what does Congress have to do with the United States vetoing Security Council resolutions at the UN? Last time I checked, Joe Biden doesn't need to get every statement that he makes approved by Congress. He can make statements condemning Israel. He can make statements.
But he won't, because he knows where the electorate is.
Expressing opposition or distaste or displeasure at what he's doing.
No, the Biden administration and Biden himself were partly culpable. I'm not suggesting that they weren't. But the UN votes are largely symbolic that don't really amount to anything. So that wouldn't have changed anything. But like,
we're a permanent member.
Well,
UN.
So I think like a lot of these are just like measures condemning Israel, right? Like, what does that actually amount to?
The Security Council resolutions are more than just like performative or whatever. So there's 2 different types of resolutions that can be passed, but the Security Council ones are actually serious, and they do have like weight behind them. And when
what weight? This is what Hutch is asking. So if the Security Council condemns a UN member saying, "Hey, you're doing bad stuff," what does that mean? Does that mean that they get sanctions? Does that mean that they intervene militarily? What does that actually mean?
United States back something. That's not just like a virtue signal. Like I can understand if it's like.
Okay, I take your point. I take your point on that. But like,
I don't. What do you mean? Anyways, Slater says Connor takes on IP are so bad. IDF isn't a terror org because they're a state. Lol. Okay, this is the dumbest fucking point you could have made, Slater. This is the dumbest fucking point you could have made. What is it? So terrorism definition: the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. So is every political organization terrorist now? Because clearly, like every state uses violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. You could say law enforcement uses violence and intimidation against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. Do you know what cops do? They bully people into being normal. So when I arrest somebody for a DUI, I am using violence and intimidation. I'm putting them in handcuffs, and I'm also threatening them that if they don't go into handcuffs, I'm going to beat the shit out of them. I'm targeting civilians, and I'm in the pursuit of political aims, which is effectively don't be a drunk driver in the United States of America. So I obviously fulfill as an agent of the state in law enforcement. I fulfill 3/4 of this thing, right? The key operative word here is unlawful. Unlawful. Okay. And there's lawful rules of warfare, and there's unlawful rules of warfare, but we wouldn't declare states terrorist just because they engage in warfare. And two generations ago, we wouldn't even say the Soviet Union was a terrorist state, despite the fact that they probably committed all of the same crimes as Germany. We wouldn't say that. You could say the Nazi state was terrorist, because I'm pretty sure even that back then genocide was no, I think they invented the term genocide because they didn't even have it up until the early 20th century. So again, like you said, Connor's takes are so bad, and then you pick the dumbest point possible. So congratulations on being a dumbass in my chat. Megastar for $10 does smiley face, open mouth. Thank you, Megastar. Thank you for your super chats. So far, thank you to Melody, JL, and Megastar for donating to the chat. Seriously, thank you. It's very much appreciated.
I want to unpack what you said, though.
Whatever. It's like, it's true about Congress, but it ignores that there are other mechanisms that the United States has to put pressure on Israel that absolutely could have been used.
But before we even get to that, though, she actually didn't say that it would be impossible to change the sort of congressional makeup. She didn't say that it was impossible to change the congressional makeup to one that has way more people that are willing to vote for something like an arms embargo. What she said was that something like that would necessarily take years, and she's correct about that. Like, the UN can do this or that resolution, and Biden can pause shipments in accordance with law. But he did not have the unilateral authority to halt shipments altogether. That would have had to have come from a bill from Congress. And so, I think it's counterintuitive, and it works against people's sense of, like, I think especially when you're young, when you're young and you're getting involved in politics, you take a look at historical examples of successful civil rights movements or liberation movements, revolutionary struggles, and you want to think that at any given point, you can accomplish anything with your activist movement. You can change any kind of situation so long as you just have the sufficient energy and willpower and passion to do it. But at some point, if you want to say that she's incorrect about what she's saying, you're going to have to make the case to me to how you could have convinced Mike Johnson to stop sending aid to Israel. And
the answer is you won't be able to. The best thing you can do is get normie Democrats back into office, and then have normie Democrats not explicitly endorse Israel ethnic cleansing in Gaza, which, by the way, hasn't happened yet. But obviously they've talked about it.
That touches on another thing that she touched on, which is that when the leftist Palestinian activists were talking about this issue in 2024, they were only talking about the Democrats and their complicity in what was going on. They did not talk about, like, the vital role that Congress plays. They did not talk about the vital role that the Republicans in the House played in passing this aid package. All of the criticism with respect to Israel and Gaza was focused and centered on Biden and Kamala.
But why? Why do you think?
The answer to that question for me is that I think that they were completely misguided. I think they made a mistake.
Wait, the activists by pressuring the Joe Biden's administration?
Yeah, I don't think that they were. I don't think that they.
Possum Nation says, as a father of 10, I think you use the F word a little bit too much. That's probably true. I'll try to reel it in. Sometimes my mother watches my programming, so I should stop using the F-bomb so much. I'm not a father of 10, but that was to get your attention. That was a good strategy, Possum Nation. I'm not going to lie.
They were properly, I don't think that I think their motivation was to like shift the party platform that Kamala was running on. So they wanted, specifically they wanted her to run on like an arms embargo or something like that. So they had political goals.
Yeah, which was not going to happen.
But in doing so, and she sets up the stage here. So like she sets up the sort of intractable nature of what was happening at the time. And then she sets up their like specific methods, like demanding a one-state solution. And then when you have a situation where like hundreds of videos of unspeakable violence are showing up on your feed every day, and all these activist groups are talking about is the Democrats' complicity in it, they don't it sets up a situation where a lot of these people don't properly, number one, acknowledge the Republicans' role in what was happening in Gaza, and number two, it's shifting them away from the emphasis on how bad Trump is going to be. That was what she was sort of like speaking to in that post.
Well, because
Bud123 says Israel claims they don't have to follow the Rome Statute of the Geneva Convention, which bans using starvation as a method of warfare for its war in Gaza. Yeah, sure. So but if it's not a signatory, then I don't think it would have to comply. And even if it does, if it chooses not to comply, there's plenty of signatories to the Geneva Conventions that don't comply with the Geneva Convention because there's no enforcement arm of the Geneva Convention. It's supposed to be like the ICJ and the UN, but the UN is fucking toothless because they don't have an army. And even if they had an army, let's face it, it would be the United States again. Let's look at, did the U.S. sign the Geneva Convention? Yes, the United States has signed and ratified the 4 Geneva Conventions of 1949. They have also signed but not ratified Protocols 1 and 2 of 1977. Additionally, the U.S. ratified Protocol 3 in 2007. The Geneva Conventions are a series of treaties that establish international standards for humanitarian treatment during armed conflict. The 4 conventions are amelioration of the condition of the wounded and sick in armed forces, amelioration of the condition of wounded, sick, and shipwrecked members of armed forces at sea, treatment of prisoners of war, protection of civilians in times of war. So I'd be curious which one of these we've signed but not ratified. Or later ones we signed but didn't ratify. Did Israel signed the Geneva Convention? Yes, Israel is a signatory to the Geneva Conventions. All 4 of the 1949 conventions were ratified by Israel in 1951. However, Israel's signing and ratification were not without reservations. Upon signing, Israel declared that while it would abide by the provisions of the treatment of prisoners of war without reservations, its adherence to the other 3 conventions should be subject to the reservation that it would use the red shield of David as the distinctive emblem for its medical services. Okay. Yeah. I haven't heard this line of argumentation, Bud123. I would actually be curious. I'm actually curious what your source is on this. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I need to research it further. That's interesting. That's interesting that we've signed and ratified the 1940s Geneva suggestions, but we didn't ratify later ones. And then it's interesting to me that Israel appears to have signed and ratified, but then is ignoring some of them. But then the question is, what's the enforcement mechanism? Because power abhors a vacuum. That's something that if you watch the stream, you need to understand that. Power abhors a vacuum. If you have laws, but you don't have an enforcement mechanism, those laws are worth as much as the paper they're written on. Boog says, that's the nirvana fallacy. I always find the balance between that and feed a man a fish. He eats for a day, teach a man to fish, and he eats for a lifetime. Interesting. Yep. Equals should have impact on our societies whenever we can, as our material circumstances and work schedules and family obligations and community obligations allow. But I think that in order to have the maximal positive effect on society, we need to be communitarian, not collectivist, communitarian. All right. Yeah, let's go.
Trump's not the president yet.
Well, he was
At
a
that
candidate for but he was a candidate for president, right? So like, if
I'm a voter for the Democratic Party, I'm going to spend more time attempting to leverage my vote within that party than I would attempting to leverage it like with a Republican base politician group or whatever, because I can't even say to that person, yeah, I'm part of your coalition or I'm a constituent of yours, that's why you should listen to me. It's like with the Democrats, these people are Democratic voters, or they could potentially be Democratic voters, and in some cases, again, they supported him or whatever. So, and given that it's Biden's administration.
Oh my God, whatever 4690 says nothing to say on the Epstein stuff, and he's asked twice. Yeah, I have plenty to say on the Epstein stuff. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure 80% of my Twitter is spamming memes at MAGA in reference to Epstein. Trump is sweeping. Trump is sweeping for the pedophiles. That's what I have to say about it. MAGA is a bunch of fucking idiots. They literally voted. Trump was like, oh yeah, I'm going to blow it wide open. I'm going to uncover all the pedophiles and we're going to all arrest them. He was fucking boys with the guy who ran the pedophile ring for like a decade. In the 80s and 90s, Trump was accused of banging underage prostitutes. Now you're shocked that he's sweeping? You're shocked? Now, the only criticism that I have for the Democrats is that they sat on it for 4 years. But guess what? My opinion on Epstein is that Bill Gates is implicated because his wife says he's implicated. Bill Clinton is implicated because he was spotted on the island a dozen times in the company of young women, not his wife. So Bill Clinton is implicated. And then Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker, I think, are also implicated. But weirdly enough, I haven't heard any hard evidence about them. I've only heard that some victims claim that they were on the island and engaged in orgies and all that shit. And then I think Donald Trump is probably implicated. Now, Donald Trump, to my knowledge, probably is not implicated at Lolita Island itself, but he did party at the penthouse with Jeffrey Epstein in New York during the 1980s. And there was a 12 or 13-year-old prostitute who accused Donald Trump of raping her at one of the parties. So, yeah, let's be specific. Our country is currently in the hands of people who are ephebophilic predators who had sex with post-pubescent but pre-age of consent teenage prostitutes because they wanted to flex how powerful they were before the age of the internet and the age of information. It's probably been that way forever, by the way. Like there have probably been blackmail sex games forever. But we effectively know, in my opinion, we're at like 60 to 70% knowing that Jeffrey Epstein was running a blackmail powerful people operation where he would party and finance other rich and powerful people, invite them to hang out with him. They would party, they would have sex with underage prostitutes, and then he would use that as blackmail in order to gain leverage over rich and powerful people. Also, I'm pretty sure Jeffrey Epstein partied with Leonardo DiCaprio and a bunch of A-list celebrities in the 1990s. Jeffrey Epstein, Leonardo DiCaprio, and I think Cameron Diaz, Bruce Willis. Yeah, like all these people were partying with Jeffrey Epstein. So why do you think that Leonardo DiCaprio keeps dating 18 to 25-year-olds? It's probably because when he was 15 or 16, he was recruited by these fucking degenerate fucks in order to have like bisexual orgies with Jeffrey Epstein. And so he never lost his taste for young flesh. Okay? So let's be real. Yes, the world's run by ephebophilic predators. That's what I have to say about it. Cameron Mosley says, what's your opinion on Razor Fist? He's too confidently wrong all of the time. There we go. Back to it.
It makes sense to me that is where the effort is currently.
But the role of the Congress is the role of the Congress.
No, Israel didn't sign the NPT.
And appropriating these funds is just as crucial as Biden's role in like dispersing those funds. Like it's a co-equal branch of government. They like the Congress are the ones that determine what amount of aid gets sent, what amount of like money gets sent. Like they have just as big of a role to play in this situation as Biden did.
Patsimo says, weird now that the Dems are out of power, they want the files released. No, No, it's not. It's not not at all. It's mutually assured destruction. If you release the files, then you're probably going to destroy the Clinton legacy. You're going to destroy Bill Gates, and you're going to destroy Donald Trump. So you're going to destroy a powerful right-wing dynasty. You're going to destroy a powerful left-wing dynasty, and you're going to destroy one of the largest private billionaires on the planet. You're going to destroy 3 very large economic and political dynasties. And so Democrats who are not co-opted by Jeffrey Epstein are daring Donald Trump to release the files because they know that they swept for Bill Clinton, but nobody really called them out on it during their term in power. But if Donald Trump releases the files, he's destroying his own legacy. So Donald Trump's options are one of 2 things. He sweeps for it, at which point his legacy is partially destroyed, or he releases it, at which point his legacy is guaranteed destroyed, which is why he's sweeping for it.
So like, let me just like say, like, imagine someone who's like 18, 19, 20 years old, and they're just getting interested in politics, and
Listen, guys, I get it. This is boring and you don't want to listen to the content. We'll wrap it up in the next 20 minutes and we'll move on to the next fucking content. But you guys keep asking about shit that's unrelated.
entire media diet is like, you know, Hassan and Vanguard and a lot of people that were sort of like Mike from PA or whatever, like people who are like singularly focused on the Democrats' complicity and what's going on in Gaza. And then from that media diet, all this person is exposed to is Democratic complicity, Democratic complicity, Democratic complicity. No, there's no mention of Mike Johnson. There's no mention of how much worse Donald Trump is going to be. Can you imagine that like a lot of people in that spot probably felt apathetic and felt like they didn't have a meaningful choice, even though Donald Trump has been like literally 100 times worse?
True.
Yes, but I think that's rational because I don't think that you can just let the administration that's currently in charge off the hook from holding them accountable, because there's always going to be the future evil of Republicans. That always has to be factored in, and that's something that should be mentioned. If I could make recommendations to those creators, it's like when talking about this, it would be irresponsible to leave that out because he's a serious contender for the president in just a few months. So don't leave it out of the discussion. But I also don't think that it should undermine or make people's criticisms be any less intense, you know, and the pressure that they decide to put on it. Because I guess, like, is there any issue that you agree on Republicans with? Any single one?
Guns. Conservatism says Donald Trump will release the files, at least the real ones. Got to filter out all the fake stuff. First, Comey, Obama, and the Biden wrote a lot of fake stuff. Conservatism, please tell me you're fucking joking. Please tell me you're fucking joking. Please tell me that you don't trust Donald Trump to filter out the fucking Obama fake files. What the fuck, man? Please tell me that's a sarcastic statement. Beef Supreme says, ha ha ha, you can't destroy the Clinton legacy. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's been a sex fiend forever, right? So I guess banging underage prostitutes is probably right in line with Bill Clinton's character. That's probably true. Vastly Blank says, do you have any thoughts on why conservatives resist evidence-based community recovery programs for criminals while also claiming the mantle of community, family values, and politics? Yeah, it costs money. They don't want to spend money. All right, anyways, I'm caught up with chat, which means that it's time to shill. Like the stream, it's free. Watch the VODs, they're free. Comment on the VODs, it's free. So if you're a broke boy / you don't want to do super chats / memberships, then those are easy ways that you can support the stream. Then what I would say is if you got money burning a hole in your pocket and you want to support the stream, please do a super chat. It's greatly appreciated. Please become a member if you see the membership button. I think Megastar asked like, hey, I can't see the donation thing on mobile. We'll work on it. There's some technical stuff on the back end, as always. We got demonetized for a bit and then we got remonetized. So, you know, it's a headache, but we'll work on it. So he's joking. Calm down. Okay, thank you. Well, I didn't see conservative liberalism say that he was joking, so I haven't seen conservative liberalism respond yet. So I'm scared. I am the hose, and conservative liberalism has scared me. Okay? So anyways, I need to use the restroom. I made a little clown face. Okay, all right, thank God. Conservative liberalism, you just scared the shit out of me. I am the hoe, and you scared the fuck out of me. So anyways, you skipped his response? Well, my apologies. I desperately need to use the restroom. I'm going to go do that. I'll be right back. I'm going to chair react again. I'm sorry. And chair, enjoy the chair. He's going to do an excellent react thing. We'll probably watch this for another few minutes. My summary so far is that I appreciate that Aaron is actually being, in my opinion, quite nuanced and smart. And I actually think these people are, there isn't a contradiction here. Hutch can say that Natalie wasn't trying to browbeat protesters out of their actions. Aaron can say that that has the effect because she didn't explicitly endorse protesting. Hutch can say, well, Natalie obviously said that this style of protesting, this goal is counterproductive. And then Aaron can say, oh, well, the situation is so extreme that you're going to have to forgive people for kind of being extreme. And also, you should still push in this general direction anyways. I think these are not necessarily contradictory perspectives. I think they're both describing reality. Yeah, Aaron being a communist sucks. I'm probably going to DM her and ask her to talk about that. So, Melody says, Cotter skipped over me criticizing religion. What BS, lol. Well, type it again. I'll be right back. Don't type it while I'm chair reacting. Type it when I get back. I'll be right back.
Nothing comes to mind. I'm
guns, gun rights or something.
Well, I don't think that gun. No,
or like anti-choice or something.
No, literally not a single thing. I cannot think of a single thing.
I struggle to think of something as well. But let's say that I agree with Democrats on absolutely everything except the one thing is like the Second Amendment, right? And in the context of some like school shooting or something like that, there's a really big ongoing public conversation and national debate about what direction we're going to take gun reform laws in, right? And you've got like Democrats in charge or like you have Republicans in charge or something like that. And people don't like it or like don't like the policy that they're going for. But then people from their party say like, but you should just be criticizing the Democrats because think about the future. I know you don't like what Republicans are proposing, but think about like the future evil that a Democratic administration could bring in if they were in charge right now during this crisis. And it's more important for you to think about that future harm instead of put pressure and act now with urgency at the current administration that's at the helm of all of this and the party that is the one that's like dictating the policy. It just seems irrational to me.
I don't think it's irrational to point out the co-equal branches of government. I don't think it's irrational to point out that this is
irrational to point it out, but to say that there ought to be more emphasis on like things that like future potential harms or whatever that have not yet materialized, but there's a chance to because Trump hadn't become the president yet, and shift that away from people holding current elected leaders accountable.
Wait, why is that irrational though? Like if I went to voters, if I had a crystal ball and I could see into the future, would it be irrational for me to go to, someone who is maybe thinking about not voting because they're pissed at Democrats about Gaza? Would it be irrational for me to tell them like, hey, if Trump wins, 14 million people around the world are going to die from USAID cuts. So I understand that Gaza is really important, but this is a holistic election that has thousands of effects. And I think that you should consider that. Would that be irrational for me to do that?
100% not. Go off, Hutch. This was my line of argumentation leading up to the election that effectively I knew Trump would be so bad in reference to Ukraine and international affairs that it didn't. Gaza, of course, matters, but Trump wasn't going to be better on Gaza. And there was so much more at stake that the lesser of two evils mattered.
No. And I made that pitch to people, but like, I guess I wouldn't do it in that way though. Cause I did hear you bring this up and I think that this is like, okay, then I'll do this hypothetical then, because this is a better one. You support Democrats on everything except let's pretend that that the Democrats are the ones that always want to cut USAID, right?
Beef Supreme, I love you, but fuck you. He says, office chair, the smartest cop to ever live, you son of a bitch.
And you're going to vote for them in spite of that. And we have the same figures, okay? Those researchers from the Lancet are also saying that if the Democrats cut USAID like they say they want to, then 14 million people die by 2030.
Republicans, but sure.
Just a few years or whatever. And somebody says to you, like, I know you support Democrats or whatever, but think of those 14 million people. What would you say to them?
I would think about the 14 million people.
Would you consider voting for a Republican?
If I thought that millions.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. And as a matter of fact, I would make the moral argument that if you vote against it, you're fucking dumb as shit. Absolutely, Aaron. Holy shit. This is actually something that's going to piss me off. I'm not sure where Aaron's actually going to end up on this question, but I almost feel like you're morally compelled to. So let's invert the moral scenario. I think that's what she did. Where let's say Republicans, they wanted to deregulate vast swaths of the government, which could be based, but it depends on how it's done. Let's say that they wanted to institute like silencers and forced reset triggers, and they wanted to eliminate tax stamps, and they wanted to make guns more accessible, and they wanted to start teaching gun classes in high school. All this stuff is so based, by the way. God, I wish the Republican Party was like this. Let's say they wanted to do all that, and this was completely contradictory to a left-wing perspective. But let's say they wanted to keep up USAID, and they wanted to keep up all these social services that actually keep people alive. And then let's say the Democrats had a fiscal conservative bent, and they wanted to cut all these programs, potentially killing tens of millions of people. Yeah, just because guns and the degree to which mixed economy capitalism is implemented are important things for you, if you vote to kill 14 million people, I think you're a fucking asshole. I tell that to MAGA every single day. I say, I think you guys are dicks, because what we're cutting is $10 billion. If Trump wanted to, and by the way, I would actually support him in this, if he said, we are no longer interested in wielding soft power in the way that we have in the past, which he has said, therefore, we're looking for partners in Europe and Asia and Africa to take on approximately $10 billion in economic activity. We want to draw down USAID, and we want to draw down PEPFAR, and we want to transfer it to other people. That way they take on the financial burden, and we are going to have a sane cool down into them taking responsibility. I wouldn't give a shit. I would not care at all. I would be like, yeah, sure. The rest of the world does need to take on a broader responsibility when it comes to these social programs. I would not give a fuck. The reason why I care is because we abruptly stopped the programs. There's no plans to fund them. We're not working with international partners in order to make sure that these people still get the aid they need. And as a result, we're going to kill an estimated 14 million people from diphtheria, cholera, dengue, malaria, and AIDS. So yeah, 100%, Aaron, 100%. Let's see what Hutch says to that.
If people, like less people would die if I voted for a Republican, I would consider voting for a Republican. Wouldn't
Based, Hutch, based.
Democrats are the same on every other. You said you can't even think of a single thing you agree with Republicans on. In this hypothetical, Democrats have the exact same platform. So that means you agree with them on gun reform. That means healthcare. That means you agree with them on tax bills and budgets and capital management, like all of that. Just the one thing is the USAID cut. You would actually consider switching to voting for Republicans.
Yes.
Because of that one policy.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's 14 million fucking people, and I'm not a GD monster, Aaron.
Really?
Yes,
Why?
of course. Because a fundamental principle of like my political engagement is harm reduction. Like I take the trolley problem seriously. And so if I thought that
seriously, but like there's other things besides just that too.
The crawling chaos is once you go far enough left, you get your guns back. Yeah, so you can be a fucking cringe LARPing revolutionary. Don't sell me that shit, crawling chaos. I know what the fuck you're doing. You're saying, oh, if you go far enough left, you become a Marxist-Leninist so you can destroy the capitalist imperialist machine. Don't sell me on that. I've been in Twitch and YouTube politics long enough.
To factor in if we're making these sorts of moral calculuses, and it just becomes a numbers game. Because then from there, it's like, but those Republicans also want to cut Medicaid. And Medicaid, that's...
Whatever, 4690 says, okay, then found out what it needs for Connor to vote Trump. Yeah, the Democrats need to be demonstrably more monstrous. Whatever, you understand that I would prefer a Republican. I just think that Republicans use rhetoric that appeals to me and then don't implement any policy that appeals to me. Crawling Chaos is touchy today. Yeah, well, you know. You're right.
It's going to kick tens of millions of people off of it as well. How is that a greater harm than the USAID cuts? Is it worse to be more concerned about Americans than people abroad or whatever dying from neglect versus, like, you know,
Okay.
This
Can I spin the question around on you, but change it?
Yes. Do it, Hutch. Do it. Do it. Do it.
A little bit?
Sure.
If you knew that by voting for a Republican, you could prevent 4 billion people from dying, would you vote for the Republican?
It would depend on what Democrats are proposing. I would need to know.
Aaron is saying, if I get universal health care, gun control, and a host of other left-wing policies, I'll kill 4 million people as long as I get what I want. You have to admire the sociopathy on some level. It's actually it's great lizard brain thinking. I like that she just owned it. Nice.
Let's say the Democrats let's say the Democrats platform was fucking like literally 100% what you want, but 4 billion people would die. Would you still vote for the Democrat?
Well, 4 billion is crazy. That's like 2/3 of the planet.
And it's like passively because.
Oh, billion? Oh, okay. Yeah, K is saying billion. KO Dave said billion. That's 2/3 of the planet. That's fucking psycho shit. Yeah, that's crazy.
The same way the USAID cuts.
Yeah, we'll just say yeah.
I guess I would consider it at that point, but again, it comes down to
consider it at that point. Yeah, dude, if 2/3 of the planet is going to get wiped out, I will vote for whatever party is not going to wipe out 2/3 of the planet. That's so obvious. I think she probably heard million too.
But I don't think it's comparable with what you're saying entirely, because you also have to factor in that you would be voting for a party that's anti-vax, that doesn't think climate change is real.
Okay, but we're talking about 4 billion people, Aaron. I think he should emphasize the B. Okay, B. The B with the boy.
That wants to kick people, take away healthcare from people, and that wants to install Supreme Court judges that could be disastrous for minority rights, equal rights, and just constitutional protections for every single American. That always has to be weighed against these numbers, right?
Yeah, I would take a look at projections for how each individual policy is expected to, have an impact in terms of like lives lost or, any number of other variables. But if you give me an option to like save 14 million people by voting for a Republican in one election, I'm going to think about it at minimum, like.
You better, or I think you're a piece of shit.
That's just a really.
Think about it. You said you would do it.
Yeah.
I would do it.
I think I'd probably do it. Yeah. Like that's a lot of people.
That's 2 or 3 Holocausts. That's like pretty much everybody who died in World War II. Yes, it's a big deal.
But I would consider doing it, but I also have to consider all of the other things, because we're talking about unseen harms, right? We're not talking about, there is a difference between perpetuating an active and aiding and abetting an active genocide, transferring weapons and contributing directly to that, versus a cut and somebody's going to die from neglect. Because would you say if I
damn, she's using Republican talking points. Yo, where's Shadow 2 Bravo, bro? I found a communist that you're gonna like. Shadow 2 Bravo, old school, whatever. And a few other people. I'm not sure if they're all on Twitter, but people like these characters that are in our chat. They hit me with that all the time, where they're like, well, cutting AIDS funding isn't the same as actively killing those people. And these Africans should just learn to stop having sex. So if little AIDS babies get infected and die, it's no skin off of my ass. And Aaron actually just made the same argument. Yo, Aaron is cold as hell. Aaron is a cold-blooded killer. You gotta watch out. No wonder why she likes Destiny. That is crazy. All right. Check it with chat real quick, because that was funny. Melody says, what Dem control gun measures are you willing to sign off on? Maybe not liking them too much. I hate magazine limits. I hate assault weapons bans. I think all that shit is cringe. I do think that full auto should be regulated. I think it is a dangerous technology. It's just dangerous technology. It enables terrorism so easily and mass shootings so easily that I do think full auto should still be regulated. I would probably deregulate silencers and suppressors because they don't do what people think they do. So I would totally deregulate suppressors. I would bring back, high school, middle school gun education classes, 100%. And effectively, I would have two classes. One class would be with BB guns, and you would basically teach the kids how to safely handle a firearm. And then the other class would be like, you don't want to touch guns. Here's how to safely deal with a firearm that becomes in your presence. Basically, like how to make sure you don't blow your own head off while you're safely calling law enforcement in order to get rid of the gun. Right? Like you find a gun on a street, you need to know how to handle it so you don't hurt yourself or others. Then I would do that. And then emergency red flag laws, I'm all for it. I get it. A lot of people don't like it, but they don't like the due process aspect of it. I would bolster the due process aspect of it where you basically have to see the judge, because a red flag law is cops come to your house and they confiscate your guns, right? So I think you would need to see a judge within like a week in order to determine whether or not the red flag law is valid. And I feel like if the red flag is more than 30 days, you would need to see effectively a jury of your peers within 30 days to determine whether or not your Second Amendment right was temporarily revoked. And it would need to be evaluated every 6 months or every 12 months. I don't think that we should leave that just up to judges. I think judges will abuse the shit out of it. Whatever says, would it be fair to say that USAID thing is like watching a person drown while not being at fault directly for their death? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, if it's half the planet, you better vote for the other person, right? I thought they said million. Yeah. I thought they said million. Thanos did nothing wrong meme. Yeah. Yo. She was crazy on this one. Oh, Christian Valaris, you son of a bitch. This is a Destiny level joke. He says, Christian Valaris, well, 1.2 billion are Indians and another 1.4 billion are Chinese. You son of a bitch. What if half the planet? What if it was just Asia that got nuked? Wow, Christian Valaris. I don't even know if you meant to imply that. That was crazy. This is happening. It says, now do a trolley meme with a MAGA guy choosing between 4 billion deaths and releasing the Epstein files. Ooh, that's what they're doing on Twitter all day right now. Wow. Aaron is definitely a communist. Yeah. She's like, you know what? What's a few million people amongst friends? What's a few million deaths amongst friends? True. All right, I'm going to try to hit like a climax, like a crescendo on this. This has been a really funny conversation, by the way. And then I'm probably going to wrap and move into the next segment. But that's mad funny. I'm not going to lie. Having the communists be like, well, if 14 million people were guaranteed going to die, but then you would get all of the policies that you've ever wanted. And Aaron, the communist, is like, yeah, that's a deal I would make. That's very Maoist of her. Nice.
Abstain from donating to a charity that guarantees it saves 2 people every single month. Me not doing that is tantamount to me killing those 2 people.
No, I wouldn't say that that's exactly the same thing. Like we're talking, like I feel like a government structure
So what's the difference?
It intuitively feels different. I'd have to think about like why I feel like that's different.
No, bump stocks are cringe. Bump stocks, they suck. They're like a range toy thing. They don't effectively turn your weapon into a full auto. You don't need a bump stock in order to bump fire a weapon.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're giving me a more extreme example, like if you say like, well, if you donate $5 to this charity, you could save like I don't know. That's a good question, and I have to think about it. But intuitively, it feels very different.
But that's where I'm coming from, is that to me, like, it should feel intuitively very different because you can make these calculations, but like, let's use your USAID thing, because what you said is, do you mind if I play it actually for my stream, like the moment in your VOD where you said it?
Yeah, that's fine. Obviously, that's death on a scale that human beings can't comprehend. It's horrifying. I cannot imagine being subjected to those kinds of conditions. And yet, when we are confronted with the...
Hold on. I'm going to rewind and actually listen to Hutch. But Hedonic Treadmill says, would you be in favor of some kind of mandatory national service? Scott Galloway talks about it as a way to motivate our youth and give everyone a sense of community. No, I don't. I would not do that in the United States as it presently exists. If the United States collapses and we're creating a new government, though, then I would 100% tie the franchise, the right to vote specifically. I would tie it to 2 years or 4 years of public service. It doesn't have to be in the military. You could work for the post office. You could be a cop. You could go to Doctors Without Borders. You could join the Red Cross. You could do whatever. Shit, you could even work in restaurant and retail. If you worked restaurant and retail for 2 years, I would view that as public service. But the point is that, yeah, if I could create society from scratch, I would do it. Implementing it in the United States right now, not only do I think it's unfeasible and unpopular, I think there would be knock-on secondary effects that don't make sense. Starting from scratch, yes. Modern society, no.
The moment in your VOD where you said it?
Yeah, that's fine. Obviously, that's death on a scale that human beings can't comprehend. It's horrifying. I cannot imagine being subjected to those kinds of conditions. And yet, when we are confronted with the potential global impact of winding down our USAID programs, estimates are that 14 million people are going to die. Can we just pause on that for a second? How many people globally have died from COVID? Was that the gist of it, or is there another thing here?
Yeah. You'll talk about like COVID deaths. Or
Yeah.
Okay. So my point with showing that is, like, I guess this is
I'm going to watch Erin use her lizard commie brain to justify millions of deaths, and then we'll move into the next segment.
like this logic or whatever, followed to its natural conclusion, is almost like any funding denied to USAID or declining to expand it is tantamount to consciously increasing like a death count.
No, I didn't say consciously.
But
how do you get rid of your screen? Because your screen is still on my screen here. Stop watching. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Dude, Aaron is replicating right-wing anti-USAID talking points perfectly, and it's actually scary. Like this is, I'm not gonna lie, Aaron, if you see this clip, this is sociopath shit. 100%. She's like, well, is us denying little baby AIDS care, is that the same as us shooting in the head? I don't think so. And it's like, yes, of course, you're fundamentally correct. But the point is, if you're paying for the AIDS baby's care and you have the capacity to draw it down over several years and making sure that baby still receives care, but somebody else starts paying it, are you less morally culpable for that AIDS baby's death than if you abruptly just stop care? And the obvious answer is yes. This is so funny. Watching a communist being like, yeah, fuck them AIDS kids.
It's tantamount to like increasing a death count because like you're saying it's almost like there's almost functionally no different between.
True. Fatsimo says not donating to Connor results in the starvation of 10 potential kids that Connor is predicted to have by 2040. Unironically true, Fatsimo.
Us, but by withholding aid, there's like almost no difference between like intentionally killing them, or people should almost conceive of it that way.
I don't know. I don't think I.
What you mean? Feel free to clarify.
No, I don't think that. I don't think I'm saying that. I know I'm not saying that people are consciously choosing to kill this or that person because they vote. But like any, especially presidential election, because this is just such an impactful, influential position on the global stage. Or why don't I just compare it to like so.
I don't want to compare it anymore. We can wrap it up. I think that's actually mad funny. I am going to DM Aaron and be like, let's talk about your communism and let's talk about your fucking lizard brain sociopathy. Because that was crazy. I was like, let's, yeah, you know, like if I get every policy I've ever wanted, but we killed 20 million AIDS babies, then yeah, fuck those AIDS babies. That was crazy. Yeah, she's hedonic treadmill says the legit scary communist. Yes, she would line you up against the wall. She would smoke your ass if it came down. If you were standing between Aaron and communist utopia, she 100% would smoke you. She would drop you like a sack of potatoes, bro. She would kill you so fast. Oh my God. All right, so let's summarize it real quick. Let's try to steel man everybody. In the intro, Aaron says that she cares about electoralism, you know, based. I hate the fact that she's a communist, but that's cool that she cares about actually minimizing harm, quote unquote, through electoral participation. I myself hate electoralism. I think it's a necessary evil. And then when it comes to policy or criticism of Contra, Aaron said that the heat of the incident, our complicity in genocide, et cetera, compels us to criticize Natalie because she's obviously sitting on her hands and being morally neutral in a situation that shouldn't be morally neutral. But I think Hutch astutely observes and is fundamentally correct in the fact that Contra is criticizing left-wing behavior that is counterproductive to their espoused aims. That's the summary of the situation. But what we really found out today is that Aaron is a fucking sociopath, a sociopathic communist who 100% would line up all the liberals against the wall and put them to death if it meant that she got to usher in her communist utopia. And we also learned that, you know, fuck them AIDS kids, apparently. That's another position that Aaron holds. Fuck them AIDS kids. Oh, that was crazy. That was a crazy piece of content. That is wild. That is genuinely wild. All right, I'm going to check in with chat. We're going to move into the next segment. I'm actually going to ask chat what they want to do because the truth be told, I don't know if I want to watch Myron Gaines being like all good faith and shit. I think I would rather watch and we got like an hour, by the way, too. I would rather watch Hutch get like his shit kicked in by Live and Learn, but I also want to react to it for more than an hour. Maybe we'll do the Destiny Myron Gaines thing because I only have an hour because I'm supposed to be talking to Dylan Burns and Anna, Ukrainian Anna, later today. So let me just check in and see if Dylan's actually still available. And it's an hour. Yes. Yes, brother. All right, Dylan Burns. Let me check in with Ukrainian Anna. Because she wanted to talk again, and I was like, we should have Dylan. Oh, she literally DM'd me just now. Yes, please. Let me set an alarm so I don't forget that they exist. Truth be told, I think we're just going to do the Myron Gaines thing because I want to give Lib and Learn my undivided attention. So I set an alarm. I turned on my ringer. We're good to go. I should be... Remind me in an hour. I'm talking to Dylan Burns. I'm talking to Ukrainian Anna. I think we're going to talk about... We're going to be talking about American politics because that's what Ukrainian Anna wanted to talk about. But obviously, we're going to diverge into Ukrainian stuff as well. And then what was I thinking? I'll pull up. Do you want to do Myron or do you want to do the other debate that he did at the TPUSA event? I forget which one. But anyways, let's take a look. Lauren Southern book review. We could do that. We could do that for sure, but I would want to buy the book and I borderline would want to read it. I would want to like read it on the stream because it can't be that long. I think I saw it was like a softback. It's probably only a few hundred pages. Big in Gaming says complicity with genocide while Straighterade is good with killing millions of people for healthcare. She can go fuck herself. Well, we'll see. We'll read it. It's pretty funny. Melody says, oh, nice, Anna and Dylan. Yeah, I love Anna and Dylan. They're good people. Randy Chang says Destiny Myron would be quick. It's pretty hugboxy. Yeah, but then I don't really want hugboxy, right? I like schizo. I like psychic damage. Christian Blair says, what time you combo with Dylan and Anna? 1 p.m. EST. General So says, I'd prefer the live and learn debate. Me too, but I want to give it its due. I want to be able to react to it for a couple of hours. I'm finding that people want predictable VOD lengths, and not only do they want predictable VOD lengths, that they want typically an hour to 2 hours is acceptable. But I'm finding that because watching one of those VODs is such a slog, because it's 2 hours of your life, right? You're playing it while you're doing the dishes or you're going to the park or whatever. Since it's such a strong amount of time, either people love it and they click on it and they watch the entire thing, or they don't click it on it at all, because how they spend 2 hours of their lives is actually kind of like a big ask. So, yeah, so basically I'm saying, like, I want the content to be fire, right? I don't want it to be very like mid and rushed and nonsensical, because I don't think that's very good content. Excuse me. KO says, Media Network, did you catch the bit from Live and Learn where Pisco said he wanted Biden to shred all of the DOE students' debt documentation? I'm sure. As far as I'm concerned, Pisco was a liberal about a year or 2 years ago, and he's become more progressive and more leftist by hanging out with Econoboy and by hanging out with Aaron and all that kind of stuff. Either that or he was hiding his power level. I thought he was like a normie lib a year ago, 2 years ago, and now he's giga progressive and leftist sympathetic. Vlad says, I watched some of the Destiny Myron debate, unfortunately genuinely decent in good faith. Well, maybe we should do that as a refresh. We normally take a lot of psychic damage and we normally deal with like a lot of schizo debates. So maybe we should have a good faith debate just to kind of, that one was good faith too, but I still had a lot of fun with it. But a good faith debate isn't total poison for the soul, right? True Zealot says, let's get a Grill Hottest book club. I ain't got time like that, brother. You could start it in the Discord if you want. Hedonic Tremlin says, you need to ask Steve why your content is crushing his on quality nowadays. Well, you say that, but the metrics aren't reflecting it. Probably because I'm actually engaging with the community and what the community's doing instead of trying to blaze my own path through doing research for esoteric shit. Whatever says, Connor, you could do Asmongold. I really don't like Asmongold that much. I don't think that he's that insightful. He actually does the Hassan Piker thing where he watches something and then he just does a talking point rant that's not really related to what's being said. At least that was his content. Remember when that fat chick for the Democratic Party was going to like try to reach out to men, and Asmongold had all of his talking points already lined up and his talking points didn't correlate with the content whatsoever? That's what I think of Asmongold, dude. So, yeah. Wowman542 says, why not review the Unfuck America stream where Destiny argues with MAGA guys at the bar? NSC streamed it on her channel. Yeah, maybe we could do that. What's better? Tell me in chat right now, all the people who are active, who are near your keyboard. Do you want to do Destiny versus Myron, Destiny versus the other guy that he did at that place, or do you want to do Destiny versus MAGA? Pick one of those three, because we're only going to do it for an hour. But Simo says, stop being plebs and watch stuff on 4X. Unork says, Connor, I did a poll and users want shirtless Thursdays. I'm not that in shape, guys. I have, like, I got my muscles for sure. But under here, I still have that nice layer of dad fat. So it's actually not, it's not that great, to be honest. I think I would have to do PEDs in order to get the Superman aesthetic. Vlad says, finally moved into my new place and now I have a bathtub. I don't believe in him, but God is good. True. True. God believes in you, sir. Vlad says, Asmongold is XQC who knows more words. I'm not joking. Grassroots says, Destiny Myron. And Grassroots has, you guys have super chatted plenty. Melody, JL, and Megastar have all donated so far today. But let's be real. Grassroots, half the time he carries the fucking channel, so we're gonna listen to Grassroots. Uncle Grassroots says Destiny Myron, so we're doing Destiny Myron. His vote counts for 10x every other chatter's votes. Destiny Myron gains. So let's do a little bit of an intro and get it cracking. This was from 1 day ago. Explosive debate on Israel-Palestine, but I thought the debate was Trump and Elon. Trump and Elon, this one's only 30 minutes. So we're going to do that one. The other one is 90 minutes. So that's so much more boring to me. I'm going to do the explosive debate. That's the one that I'm...
Like, ICE is important.
All right, let me rewind that. All right, let me set it up. And then I'll do an intro and we'll get cracking. So, hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. I like criticizing alt media, debates, drama, etc., etc. Today I have Destiny, the streamer, versus Myron Gaines, the red pill podcaster, talking about politics, Israel-Palestine, and the Trump administration. I don't want to belabor the intro because we are working on a time crunch. So let's go ahead and get these characters on screen and see what they have to say.
Like, regardless of what you feel, Trump is politically fucking retarded. Like, he picks way too many fights. He can't focus on anything. He doesn't know how to get, like, PR wins. The big issue that I have is that when the left, like, fights against him, like, ICE is important. Like, a border is important. Having, like, an actual immigration policy where we know who's in the country, like, these are important things. And because
it's not so progressive. Like, he believes in immigrant, like,
Trump is so fucking unhinged. Like, I see where people are coming from.
True. The left loses the battle by saying shit like abolish ICE. True.
Okay, guys, we are live. We are at Student Action Summit. We got Destiny and Myron here today. Have a little friendly conversation.
Oh, yeah, man. Good to see you, bro.
Hey, good to see you. It's been a while.
Aw. Myron's been accused of using his platform in order to recruit girls for sex, and then Steven obviously has his sex porn affair, but they're being very cordial and nice to each other. Isn't that sweet? It is sweet. Good for them. I love them. I hope their bromance continues. And I'm actually not being sarcastic. I know that sounds sarcastic, but my whole point is that Steven, no offense, love you, but he has his whole left-wing sex degeneracy, and then Myron has his right-wing sex degeneracy, but they're able to shake hands. I find that cute. Then Digital Social Hour Podcast by Sean Kelly. What's interesting about this is he has 1 million subs, but I think his viewership actually sucks, which I think he bought a channel. That's my instinct off of the viewership he has, but who knows?
Reunite you guys. I know you guys.
I think I'm probably the only conservative that Destiny doesn't hate.
Yeah, is that true?
That I don't hate?
Yeah.
I hate a lot of people. It's hard to say. It's hard to keep track of them all these days, so,
True.
We'll see after the debate today if he hates you or not. Israel.
This is like what, like our 5th or 6th time now? Yeah. So no, man, we've always been cordial.
Let's do Israel-Palestine. Let's start off with positions, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, you want to give your position first, or?
Yeah, what can we be a little bit more specific?
I guess the recent,
like your position on, I guess, Israel-Palestine in general, or
should we talk about the recent events or just overall?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can start with my like overall position, and then we can go into specificities. I guess with maybe the last conflict that happened.
I mean, there's like big parts of you've got the recent war, whether it's a genocide. You've got is Israel? Do they have a right to exist as like a nation of Jewish people? You've got U.S. and Israel entanglement. Like, where do you want to?
Okay, I guess I'll kind of come from the position. I think we should stop all aid to Israel from the United States. My position is I don't think we should be giving them aid. There's.
I'm actually okay with that. Like, I think we should still maintain a good relationship with Israel, but giving them $3.8 billion while they're actively talking about ethnic cleansing and they're doing the West Bank settlements. Israel has taken a position effectively saying that if the United States cuts all aid, they're going to do what they want to do regardless. Let them have that position. Okay. You don't need, like, we want you as an ally. We want Israel as an ally. We want to use their intel services. We want to give them military defense tech so they can, test drones and AI and this, that, the other in order to do it. And we also want to be able to buy their highly advanced chips. We want a good relationship with the state of Israel. But if you're going to engage in ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, and if you're going to, settlement in the West Bank, and if you're going to engage in ethnic cleansing in Gaza, we shouldn't be supportive of that. That's my position. I want to be friends with Israel within limits.
There's a multitude of reasons for that, but that's my position in general is we should not be giving any more foreign aid to Israel.
True.
Okay. My position would be, I think that the Middle East region is still probably an important region to have influence over.
Okay.
True.
For purposes of like oil shipment and oil refining and also for trade to the Suez Canal. So I feel like having a lot of influence in that region is important. And if we leave, then we're kind of just giving it up to somebody else.
Okay. Good point.
True, like China and Russia, which is why I want to maintain a good relationship. These are just both good points so far.
I would say with the Suez Canal, we kind of already have that under control because we've basically bribed Egypt by, giving them a lot of aid.
Based.
To play nice with Israel. And then as far as, maintaining security in the region, we're cool with pretty much everybody else. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the countries that have some real influence, especially Saudi Arabia. So I would say, you know, I think Israel's hurt us quite a bit in the region versus assist us. I know, you know, people say, oh, well, they're our greatest ally or whatever. I think doesn't have to be Israel. I think there's other Middle Eastern countries that we can work with that wouldn't create as much of a tumultuous situation that we have in the Middle East. Can I have a pen and paper too, if that's cool?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see who would, like, you mentioned that we're cool with like Saudi Arabia and other countries in Egypt as well. I think a lot of that is a function of probably Israel's strength. For better or for worse, over the past 6 months, they have managed to fuck up basically every other regional opponent. And I think that even though publicly they have to pay lip service to, you know, chastising Israel over the Palestinian issue, Saudi Arabia and everybody else is happy to watch Iran basically get this shit pushed in. The people in Lebanon aren't big fans of Hezbollah. They're happy to watch their shit get pushed in. Yemen is perpetually fucked, so no one anywhere cares about what's going on there. So I feel like even though right now, obviously we made nice with Egypt and Israel so that they would make nice with each other, if we were to extricate from there and then pull all of our support out, I see like the possibility of like a Russia or a China coming in and then playing nice with them, and then obviously the incentives change dramatically, and I would be worried about losing that influence there.
Okay, I see your position. I think going back to you said that Israel being a powerhouse there. I don't think they are as much as you think. It's, you know, it's either we destabilize other countries or we bribe them, right? So like with Jordan and Egypt, we pay them quite a bit of money to play nice with Israel, right? Because that saves us money in the long run, because at least the two countries on their border, on the south and on in the west, you know, we don't have to worry about them like invading and attacking them. Obviously, we've got the problems in the north of Lebanon. But I do think a big part of the reason why we have these alliances is really more.
Isn't he a former defense contractor? Isn't Myron a former defense contractor? Isn't he former intel?
For us to, you know, pay these people off so they don't attack Israel. Whereas like if Israel wasn't there, we wouldn't have to, you know, be bribing these guys to give them money so they don't attack Israel. So it's either we destabilize and destroy them or we bribe them with money like we did with Jordan and
I mean, to be fair, those we call them
Plata or Plomo. Yep, 100%. Dude, this is good so far.
bribes. That came after Israel won basically 4 wars against all of these countries.
With our aid.
Not until 73. Like Israel won 48 basically on their own. They the Suez Crisis in 56 they won on their own. In 67
well,
they won.
They kind of lost the Suez Canal crisis, though. They kind of got ran out.
No, absolutely not.
The Suez Canal crisis?
Absolutely.
The U.S. told them you got to leave.
Exactly. They got run out. The U.S. told them to fuck off.
Yeah, they
didn't. It's not because Egypt beat them. Nasser and Egypt would try to claim later on that they did, but it's because the U.S. told them like, hey, you guys are
because
so, but I'm saying that like they had the military might, they beat everybody around them. Like,
well, they had France and they had the U.K. with them as well, and they you know kind of came in.
They were getting $3 billion yearly drops like they get now from the United States.
Well, yeah, but and that's the thing. Like,
but also like all the Arab states were getting helped by the Soviet Union and everything too. Like they were constantly resupplying these guys because they had an interest there.
Well, so with the Suez Canal crisis, right? Like we obviously this was a better time because back then we didn't really have a side as much, right? Eisenhower told them get the hell out of there, or else there's going to be some serious problems. They got out of there, and I would say the Suez Canal crisis created the nuclear arms race because after Israel had that embarrassing situation, they went ahead and got the nuclear bomb. They have it illegally, which I find kind of hilarious that they try to tell Iran that they can't have nukes when they have an illegal nuclear program.
Yeah,
because allegedly Israel isn't a suicidal death cult. That's the difference.
But I mean, if you ask anybody in the world, who would you rather have nukes, Israel or Iran? Like, even
whatever. No, I haven't watched any Twilight Zone episodes. I'm watching science fiction movies right now in order to break them down for a new channel.
Even Persians, even the Iranian people are going to be like, probably better with Israel.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we also said that, North Korea can't have nuclear weapons, but what ended up happening? Trump met with him. They shook hands. He went into North Korea. Nuclear weapons are deterrent. I think they create quite a bit of peace.
They can. And the only issue is North Korea doesn't really do like the proxy terrorism like Iran does, with like Hezbollah, with the Houthis, with Hamas. And I think North Korea is kept on a short leash because China's right there. And China doesn't want to see North Korea fuck around because it's going to reflect poorly on them. Iran doesn't really have the same, I think, kind of leash on them.
Sure. But my position is that like nuclear weapons like deter people, and my thing is here's my thing. I think every country should be able to exercise sovereignty and the ability to protect themselves.
And that's actually where we disagree. Sorry, they're flowing so far, and I don't mind the conversation so far. Obviously Kay was saying that Myron's a massive piece of shit. I probably don't disagree with you. However, in reference to what Myron is saying, like every country should have its own sovereignty, I think within limit. Okay, so for instance, let's say that the former Yugoslavia, let's say that they break up and they start genociding all the Muslim Bosniaks within their border. Well, somebody who respects sovereignty would say, okay, well, that's their business. They're their own country. They exercise sovereignty within their domain. Whereas an interventionist would say, no, you should not be allowed to, ethno-religiously purge segments of your society, even if it's within your own borders. Therefore, we're going to do like a humanitarian military intervention. And so, so I'm actually perfectly okay with humanitarian military interventions. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's actually morally just. I don't think the Kurds should be slaughtered for the crime of being Iraqi and being minorities. I don't think the Yazidis should be slaughtered for the crime of being an ethno-religious minority within Iraq. Nope. The United States, if they see that happen and we have the capacity to intervene, we should intervene. We should bomb the forces that are committing the genocide, and we should effectively tell that country to get their people under control, or we're going to come fuck them up. Hedonic Treadmill says, Myron trips me out. He has like the best and worst takes. I definitely hate that he talks down to women. Real alpha males aren't so weak that need to lower women to feel manly. Dude, I tried to watch Fresh and Fit, and it was effectively bullying 80 IQ women repeatedly for like an hour. It was actually unwatchable content. I was unable to create segments out of Fresh and Fit. Gen X for $10. Thank you for your super chat, Queen. Says, hi, sorry, I'm sleeping through stream so much. Tomorrow should be better. Don't worry about it. If you liked the stream, commented in the chat and gave a super chat, that's more than appreciated. Appreciated.
Israel's going to run an illegal nuclear program. Then Iran, as one of their adversaries, I see why they're doing what they're doing. And I will say that,
I understand Iran's national, rational self-interest in procuring a nuclear weapon. The question is whether or not you want to have a nuclear Mexican standoff between Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Israel, considering that Iran and Saudi Arabia are sitting on 2/3 of the world's proven energy reserve. That's the question. Does that make the world more stable or less stable? If it makes it more stable, I don't give a shit. Let's do it. If it makes it less stable, we should probably prevent that.
Existence of Israel has actually made the nuclear problem worse, right? We had the nuclear the nuclear deal, which I think was, something that the Obama administration actually did well, and we pulled out of it, and that created a lot of problems for us. And
I definitely agree with.
KO Dave says, does Saudi Arabia have nukes? Not yet. They said, though, that they don't have nukes because they're expecting American protection. However, if Iran gets nukes, Saudi's getting nukes.
That Trump did pull out of it. It was really bad.
It was look, you know me. Sure. I like Trump, but I will criticize when he makes mistakes, and that was a fatal flaw. And I think that's kind of led to the bad foreign policy that we have now. I think it's one of the biggest mistakes he made foreign policy-wise. And, that was the Israel lobby, right?
Yeah, I feel like at the end of the day, I think we backed the right horse. Saddam Hussein is out. Iraq is like chugging along. Assad is out. Syria is heading in a direction that's probably going to be markedly more pro-West and more anti-Russian.
Boris says, can you go back to my comment on the Druze? So, Israel bombed Syrian government forces who were massacring Druze minorities. Based. Right? Based. Good. Like, I want Syria to become a liberal, multi-ethnic, multi-religious satellite, of the Western world where we trade with each other and we have good relationships and they ignore Israel's existence. That's what I'm hoping for. And that's what I think that their new president has effectively promised. But if the president on the low is ordering the purge of ethno-religious minorities and or there's rogue government forces that are doing ethno-religious purges, if that's who's getting bombed, I don't give a shit. DD22E says, no, that's not what happened, Connor. Feel free to explain it in chat. I'll read your chat as well.
The only player left is really Iran. Somehow Israel, through the fucking gift of God or whatever, has killed like every single adversarial military leader and everything else over the past 6 months.
Which causes us problems as well.
In
the 7-3 war that you mentioned before, how they won that one, like they won that one by blackmailing us with bombing the Arab world with a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, they
Golden War, basically,
Yeah.
Golden My Ear says, if you don't resupply us, then we're going to have to do drastic shit, implying that she would drop nukes on invading Arab forces. Which is crazy, but, it is what it is.
Yeah, I heard the third temple has fallen, I think, from Dosha. Yeah. No, yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying that, at the end of the day, like Saudi Arabia, most of the Gulf states are happy to have Israel as a friend versus Iran. who's going to be competing with them, blowing shit up constantly. Like, they don't like those people very much.
You know,
you've got like everybody would just prefer to see a strong Israel in the region versus a strong Iran in the region.
Melody, no. So Melody asks, we bombed the Arab world with a nuclear bomb? No. So allegedly, I've heard this story 2 or 3 times now. Golden Meir, I think, was the prime minister of Israel at the time. During the 73 war, I think like 3 or 4 Arab nations invaded simultaneously, and Israel was actually having a pretty hard time fighting them off, and it looked like their lines might collapse. Golden Meir allegedly called the United States and said, effectively, we need a resupply. We need you to give us like ammo, all that shit, and we need you to come in with a carrier group to back us. Not necessarily like boots on the ground, but just to say, if this goes too far, the United States will intervene. Because if we lose, I'm going to drop nukes on invading Arab forces. That was the alleged story. So it would have been a mass deployment of tactical nuclear warheads in Arab countries, destroying Arab forces with tactical nukes. So, yeah. Israel armed Jelani to take out Assad. No, they armed the Druze to fight Jelani. Israel wants endless war and instability in Syria. Gotcha. Is that a terroristic threat? I don't fucking know, bro. It's not illegal. You know, they're a state actor defending the existence of their state. I don't know, bro. I don't know what the laws are.
It's like causes trouble for everybody, you know?
Yeah. So when it comes to Saudi Arabia, I actually agree with you on that. I've said this forever, that like the Gulf states are cucks for Israel. They just secretly do things behind the scenes. They just don't do it publicly. Yeah, because obviously they would be looked at poorly. But I also do think that a big reason why these Gulf states play so nicely is because the United States backs Israel. So in other words, Israel wouldn't be doing the things that they do and having the reckless foreign policy that they do, assassinating scientists and doing all the things they do all across the Middle East, if it wasn't for us backing them.
But this was also an intentional policy shift in the 1990s where Israel was saying that they no longer want to concede land for peace with Arab states. The only thing that Arabs understand is force. Therefore, they're going to be proactive with security, and they're going to do all the crazy shit they're currently doing, because effectively they're like a rabid pit bull where if you don't want to get bit, don't fuck with the pit bull. That's like Israel's current geopolitical military stance.
I think by us backing them, it's created us quite a bit of problems here where, you know, look, I'm critical of Islam too. I know that you're extremely critical of Islam. I grew up Muslim, and I even say all the time that Islam isn't compatible with the first world country of world America.
I don't believe that. I don't think I'm not
compatible.
I think he's sweeping for right-wingers who hate Islam right now. I think that's cringe as fuck, but that's okay.
Compatible with America.
I'm more critical with Islam than I am of Christianity or any other religion.
Sure. You're critical of all, but I know that like Islam, you talked about, well, I don't know if it was you, but I know other people have said that it's not compatible with the first world democracy.
Okay, no, probably just me, because I don't think religion has much to do with like the Middle Eastern stuff for the past like 50 years. So a lot of people don't like that take.
It does play a lot into it. But the point I'm trying to make is that you know, I don't think they hate us because we're Americans is what I'm trying to get at here.
Or Iran?
Well, the Middle East in general, the entire Middle East.
Oh, no, they got plenty of good reasons to not like us.
Yeah, but yeah, it's because of a lot of our interventionist foreign policy, which is to benefit Israel. So my argument is simply almost every...
Also to give us oil.
You know, terrorist attack that we've had to endure has been because of our really bad foreign policy to benefit Israel. And I just don't see the benefit there for us as the United States.
I mean, we don't see the benefit, but we don't see the detriment if we would have lost there, right? Like, imagine all of those states were hostile to us. What would open?
I don't think it would be, man.
Why not?
So I think if we didn't have this like crazy interventionist foreign policy at the benefit of Israel, I don't think they would hate us like that, man. You could look at these Gulf states that have money. These other Arab countries would probably been able to have stable like economies, utilize their oil and their other resources, have some money.
Crawling Chaos, wrong. So this is one of the things that I don't like. So Crawling Chaos is Destiny versus Myron. Wait, this is Destiny versus a moron who got lucky. I haven't heard anything unintelligent so far. Now, I think Myron creates slop that is bad for humanity. Inviting 80 IQ girls onto a stream to beat the shit out of them rhetorically and make fun of them for being e-whores makes the world a worse place. So I agree with that. And I also think I don't think I've heard his co-host say anything insightful ever. But Not only did this dude create a business and make hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars off of creating this, beating up on whore business, but also I haven't heard anything unintelligent and analytical. Now I've heard him pander. I heard him pander to the far right by saying that Islam is incompatible with the first world or the Western world. And I've heard him pander effectively to anti-Semites saying that, well, if we didn't have Israel, then we wouldn't have that big of problems in the Middle East and North Africa. But at the same time, pandering to a position you don't like doesn't make you unintelligent, right? Crawling Chaos says, I've seen plenty of Myron saying surface level sweeping crap for years. But yeah, but does that mean that he's unintelligent, or does that mean he's pandering to stupid people? Because you yourself can be intelligent while pandering to stupid people for money. I don't do that because my chat has 3,000 IQ. I pander to smart people. Puzzlehead, because I like smart people. Puzzlehead says, Israel stole our uranium from New Mex in 1963. Kennedy protested and was killed. Every president since then has got the message. Dude, I don't think you have enough evidence to back that shit. Oswald was a fucking pro-Cuban, pro-Soviet, communist LARPing freak. And what was it? Something Anna Paulina Luna, who's a congressperson from Florida, was like, I have the Kennedy bombshell. CIA was involved with Oswald. Proof that they lied. And then you click on the article and it's like a CIA agent working in South Florida with the Cuban branch who was investigating Cuban and Soviet sympathetic people was aware that Oswald existed and he was a militant who might do dangerous shit. Do you know how many times per day a CIA agent hears a name and it's said, this guy's crazy and he might do dangerous shit? They probably hear that 500 times a day. So being like, the CIA lied about it, Anna Paulina Luna is a fucking idiot. Seraph says, lol, that's not rabid. It's beaten dog syndrome, as in every time anyone swings or pantomimes an attack, Israel bites them all. Sure, maybe I shouldn't have used the word rabid. It's, yeah, sure, beaten dog syndrome. Christian Blair says, if the U.S. withdraws support, assuming they want more aid, they would take up treaties with the CCP. Agreed, Christian Blairis. It has to be a balance. It has to be a balance between trying to leverage Israel to not do settlements in the West Bank and not ethnically cleanse Gaza, while also not alienating them so far that they become friends to our enemies. Now, I think Israel itself is pragmatic enough to play all sides at one time. I would be surprised, though, if they fully disavowed the United States, considering half the Jewish population of the world is in the United States. I would be surprised by that. This is happening, says, these states mostly hate us because they want to be the ones intervening in the region for their own gain. Yeah, true. Sacred Snow says, whoa, Connor. Fresh has never said anything intelligent. I think you're forgetting coconuts in Barbados / sarcastic. Nice. All right, let's continue.
Are we assuming Israel didn't exist? Or because I would say, like, if Israel wasn't there at all, not to make some argument on whether we'd kill all Jews or whatever, like, let's say Israel wasn't there at all.
Yeah.
I feel like they would all just be fighting each other, because I feel like prior to, like, Israel being there kind of gave them a central enemy to kind of like fight for a while. But prior to that, when Britain was carving it up after World War I, you had like the Mandate, you had like the Turkish Revolution, you had Egypt, like one of their own state, like everybody kind of had their own state. And people were kind of like vying for influence and like it's like, but argument. Yeah. So I've always been critical with the Arab world, like they need dictators and monarchs for a reason, right?
Sure. But I do think, as far as like us and our relationship with them, I don't think it would be as bad as it is if it weren't for all of our interventionism on behalf of Israel.
Let's say that like Iran falls tomorrow, and let's say it's not. Let's say it's replaced by something stable-ish, right? Or it's not. It doesn't like.
Who do you think won? Oh, this could be the next topic. I think that our move into Iran, I think it was an L for us. I think the United States and Israel took an L with that conflict. I don't know what your position is, if you want to.
I'm a major proponent of not having a nuclear armed Iran, so I was okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I don't like the way that we got there, though, right? I would say that exiting the nuclear deal was really bad. Yeah. Israel loved that, and Saudi Arabia loved that because they fucking hated us when we signed that nuclear deal with Iran.
Yeah.
And then bombing.
Well, Saudi Arabia, they're cool with Iran now. They've opened back diplomatic relations. They're cool now.
I mean, they have, yeah.
I don't think they're cool at all. I think they're waiting for the shoe to drop, but they're opening up, diplomatic relations as a matter of practicality. I'm going to show you guys something real quick, just because so far they haven't really said anything objectionable. Therefore, I'm not really arguing with it. We really only have like 30 minutes left anyways, though. So that's okay. I can do like a very light react. Because we're going to be talking to Ukrainian Anna and Dylan Burns. Let me go ahead and show you, though, maps Saudi Arabia. So the reason why this is so important, excuse me, is because 2/3 of the world's oil is right here between Iran, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Oman, UAE, Qatar, and I don't know if Yemen has proven oil reserves, but there's a shitload of oil in this region, right? It's literally the lifeblood of the civilized world is petroleum. And so who controls this is wildly important. But I want you to look at how close this is, right? From a land invasion standpoint, the only thing between Saudi Arabia, this is all open desert, by the way. You can traverse this with tanks and trucks relatively easily. Now, you would need ruggedized vehicles if you weren't using the highways, but look at this. There's like 3 or 4 major highways into Kuwait and into Iraq from Saudi Arabia. This would be hella easy, like geographically, to get into. There's no mountains, there's no difficult terrain, there's no nothing, right? So Saudi Arabia and Qatar, that's just if you're talking about land. If you're talking about by sea, they're within spitting distance of each other. You could probably fire a bottle rocket and hit, Iran, or vice versa. So Iran having nukes, the reason why Saudi needs nukes if Iran has nukes is because, number one, you don't know if Iran's going to get crazy and detonate a tactical nuke in Israel. Number two, you don't know if they're going to detonate tactical nukes within Saudi if they were ever, trying to reestablish a Shia majority neo-caliphate. Now, the chances of that happening are very low, but are you willing to bet your life on it when you have a hostile neighbor? And the answer is no. So if Iran gets nukes, Saudi gets nukes. That's the main point I was trying to make.
But I mean, like, these guys are diametrically opposed to each other in terms of interest. Like, Iran backs the Houthis a lot. Saudi Arabia tried for like 3 years to bomb and get rid of all of them. They weren't, like, I don't think they.
Yeah, people don't talk about how Saudi.
But Iran has mountains. Unironically, yes, they have the steppe. They actually have ruggedized terrain. They actually have highways that are easily defensible. 100%. Invading Iran would be a nightmare for any invading force. If it was Saudi, if it was Iraqi, if it was a coalition of Arab states, if it was the United States, it wouldn't matter. Invading Iran would be a similar, if not worse, nightmare than invading Afghanistan, because not only do you have some terrain that's similar to Afghanistan, you also have some of the most competent military and paramilitary forces in the Middle East and North Africa. 100%. Absolute nightmare.
Arabia has been killing Yemenis for years, and it's literally
a lot, yeah,
terrible. And I've been critical of the Saudi Arabian government for that too.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking, like, if Iran were to fall, and that whole region were to be like friendly-ish basically to the United States, that just seems like a really good state of affairs for us. Because aside from Iran, like, who would give us trouble there?
Well, I think the only reason they give us trouble is because of our foreign policy, right? So, like, I think it's better to just, like, not give Israel all this aid. And
Kazra, you says the idea that Muslim countries hate America because of the USA as an asshole is ridiculous. The Islam religion would oppose the values of the West. They would never be compatible. Well, Kazra, I don't know if I agree with you, but you said you're from Iran. Are you Muslim? Are you Christian? Are you Zoroastrian? What are you? Are you atheistic?
Well, like, with this close to like a whole region being friendly towards us, but there's like an issue still with Iran. You think we should just exit completely and risk losing the entire region to Russia, China, India?
No, I see your perspective. What I'm trying to say is, like, the Arab world really doesn't like us. Like, so, okay, I'll give you an example. So, like, when Biden was in, right, like, Saudi Arabia was flirting with BRICS, right? And it took Trump going over there, right, playing off like, I'm not friends with Netanyahu, went over there, met with, the leader of Syria, al-Shara, aka former Al-Qaeda guy, we'll lift the sanction off you, and then we'll meet with the, we'll go, they give him the jet or whatever. Like,
short stack, when I don't mean strategic, I do mean tactical. So my understanding is that strategic nukes are effectively like city killers. Like you would annihilate an entire city. Whereas tactical, I think, is just supposed to irradiate specific forces. Like, I think the yield is substantively different. Like, I think a tactical nuke you can basically use in order to destroy, like, you can destroy a city with it, obviously. But the point would be to, like, target a military base or target a concentration of enemy forces. You're not trying to irradiate the entire country. Whereas I think with the strategic nuke, you're effectively trying to irradiate the entire country. Tactical and strategic nuclear weapons differ primarily in their intended use and range. Tactical nuclear weapons are designed for battlefield use with a focus of defeating enemy forces and installations on the front lines. Strategic nuclear weapons, on the other hand, are intended to cripple an enemy's ability to wage war by targeting their infrastructure, military bases, and command centers, often at a great distance. Yeah. So, again, intended use, designed for battlefield use, close to friendly forces to win a battle rather than a war. So, as an example, I don't think gold in my ear, oftentimes because like nukes get conflated into a single entity, I don't think that gold in my ear was necessarily saying that she was going to drop nukes on all the capitals of Arab nations in order to kill millions of people in order to, you know, survive as an entity. I think she was probably saying that she was going to use tactical nukes in order to annihilate Arab forces to save her country, right? I hope that's what she meant. I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't in the room. So the whole point is that tactical nuclear usage, I think, would be more likely than strategic. So just because it doesn't end the world in a giant Holocaust. We just need horse archers. True. Parthenian tactics. True. Conservative liberalism says, I conflated strategic and tactical earlier, I think. Yep. Turkey exists, bro. Yeah, and Turkey is a pain in the ass to invade. What's your point? Boris says, Iran had a radical regime with two states' goals of exporting the revolution to the rest of the world and destroying Israel. This type of the regime would hate us regardless of its foreign policy. Well, yeah, but they hated us because we installed the Shah for 30 years, right? Who prevented those two goals from being implemented at a national level. And he secularized the society, and he allowed women to dress like whores, and he gave his people access to alcohol and Western television, right? Now, he tortured people too, but, you know, I would say he was infinitely more a modernizer than the current regime. True Zealot says, dude was right about Islam not being compatible with the West. Islam literally means submission, and their teachings are pretty explicit about fighting and killing the Christians and the Jew. No, wrong. I've read the Quran more than you. Wrong. Wrong. Islam itself, if you read the first half of the Quran, it's actually not that bad. It's pretty bad, but it's not that bad. And effectively, like, in order to be a Muslim, you have to believe in God, the last day, that Muhammad is his messenger, and do good works. That's all you need to do in order to be a Muslim. Where it gets extreme is the second half of the Quran is about fighting the battles of the prophet, you know, later in life. So he has all this crazy shit to say about like Jews and Christians and people of the book and Islamic supremacy and all that shit. But if you use a historical contextualization, then you can say, okay, well, Muhammad said earlier on that in a universal sense that believing in God, the last day, that Muhammad is his messenger, and that you should do good works on this plane of existence. That's all it needs in order to be a Muslim. And therefore you could be like a super chill Muslim. Like, I'm actually definitionally, I'm closer to being Muslim than I am to being Christian, because Christianity believes in the Trinity and God, Christ's divinity. And then also Judaism is a closed religion. So I'm actually closer to being Muslim than I am closer to anything else. Then when it comes to the war stuff, you can just say, oh yeah, that's just history. And then boom, you got a secular chill version of Islam. Easy day.
We almost lost Saudi Arabia to BRICS. And my argument, my bottom line is that, like, and I think you would agree with this, Saudi Arabia just does what's best for Saudi Arabia. Like,
sure,
whatever 4690 says, Cotter, you're wrong. No, you're wrong.
And like, who would you rather have access to? The United States, who's like signaled that they're going to have a strong interventionalist policy, or like when it comes to defending your interests, or somebody like Russia, you know, when Putin sits by and watches Gaddafi getting raped by bayonets, or sits by and watches Assad's regime completely and totally collapse, or watches, you know, Syria be involved in a civil war for 10 years, or watches Iran crumble because Russia can't handle its own war right now. Like, if it
based. Conservatism says any Islamist wanting to justify violence has an easy job doing it through abrogation. The violent commands supersede the peaceful ones through chronology, I think is the last thing that you should have put in order to finish your concept. Sure, but a chill Muslim can say no. And I know chill Muslims. So what do you want from me? Grassroots for 20, thank you, King. The reason not to hate Israel is because it detracts from our ability to hate our common enemy, France. You're right. KO Dave says, if it's so easy, why isn't it happening? Because you guys keep saying, okay, so number one, jihadist terrorism is a real thing. Okay, so jihadism is a real thing. Islamic extremism is a real thing. Islamism, separate from jihadism, is a thing. And lots of Muslims prefer theocracy to liberal secular democracy. That's 100% true. However, what you can say as a Western person is you can say, hey, if you're a theocrat or if you're a jihadist, stay in the Middle East and North Africa and fuck you. We'll trade with you. We'll buy your oil, but we don't want you as a part of our country. And if you're a chill Muslim, you can come. And then chill Muslims can come to the Western world. We can have chill relationships. They can be doctors, lawyers, engineers, actual doctors, lawyers, and engineers, not the meme. They, and then we can have cultural cross interchange over the century, over a few centuries, and then eventually we can normalize our relations. You guys act like if I asked you if we could ever have a good relationship with Germany in 1943, you understand the entire world would say no. They would say that National Socialism is an ideology that's antithetical to the entire rest of the world, and therefore it has to be rooted out, stem and branch, and destroyed and killed. And what's happened in the past century since National Socialism was defeated militarily, but not defeated as an ideology? Germany's become one of our strongest allies. Same thing with Imperial Japan. They kept their emperor. They kept a lot of their governmental structure, and a lot of the people who committed horrific war crimes in World War II were still part of the government after World War II. But what did we do? We started trading with them. We modernized their economy. We had cultural interchanges, and now Japan is some of our best boys. So don't tell me that it's not possible to make friends of your enemies. We were in existential struggles with Germany and Japan, and now they're some of our best friends. Don't tell me it's not possible. True Zealot says Muhammad changed when the Jews and Christians said there's no mention of him in our books. Dude was scorned and changed perspectives. Yeah, sure. But you can just say, that's history. Short Stack Goblin says Connor being confidently wrong about Islam again, based. Fuck you all. Like seriously, fuck you all. I've read the Quran. I've read more history books. I've paid more attention to history. I understand geopolitical stuff. I understand all this shit. You're not saying anything new. None of you in chat who are like, Muslims are bad though. None of you are saying anything new. None of you. I'm right, you're wrong. Conservatism says, I'm not saying chill Muslims don't exist. I just think that through a strict reading of the doctrine, they exist in spite of it because of Christianity is the reverse. Sure. But Christianity, if you were a staunch literalist, you would be an evangelical. Most Christians are buffet Christians. They pick and choose what parts of the religion they emphasize. Amber says, the vote on the measure to release the Epstein files was embarrassing for conservatives. All 211 Republicans voted against releasing the files. Every Democrat voted for them to be released. Amber, I think that the argument from Anna Paulina Luna, who once again is an idiot, but Anna Paulina Luna said that the actual vote was to allow Democrats temporary control of the House, and then that would result in the vote for the Epstein files, which is why they voted nay. But yeah, conservative / Republicans sweeping for the Epstein files is so embarrassing and cringe that I'm going to be posting pedophile memes for the next 3 years. I'm going to be calling every MAGA person a pedophile from now on, right? Because you either have been co-opted by pedophiles or you support the pedophiles. I don't support pedophiles. I'm not a Democrat, and right now I'm not MAGA. Whatever 4690 says, how do you sort out the chill ones from those who hide their true nature? Hanging out with them, going to Eid dinners, having food with them, eating with them, working with them. DD22E says Islam can be made friendly to secular government. Turkey did it through massive reforms. Yes, exactly. Who was it? Ataturk was openly hostile to the religion of Islam and did a series of secular reforms. It's possible. Short Stack Goblin says, no, we want them to be chill. Even if they do stay in the Middle East, your solution is not acceptable. Okay, well then create a whole bunch of TV series about Muslim protagonists who have chill versions of Islam and don't partake in the degeneracy of the West, but still do the right thing every day. Like, for instance, who's Miss Marvel? She's such a goofy fucking character because I think her power is literally like having large hands. But this girl, Miss Marvel, I think that she doesn't dress like a slut because she's not a slut. She hangs out with degenerate Western freaks all the time because she's in New York. But she has this power of like big hands and being able to punch people in the face, which is goofy as shit. But she's a Muslim girl and she runs around saving people's lives. So just do this ad nauseum. Have a bunch of noble, cool, Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim characters who don't partake in degeneracy, but they tolerate their stupid, kafir, degenerate friends, and they maintain their principles and their religion while trying to make the world a better place. Unironically, Miss Marvel is pro-chill Islam propaganda. You know who my favorite alleged Muslim is? The Mummy Arab warriors. I forget who they are. This guy, Ardith Bey. Is that his name? Ardith Bey, the Mummy. This guy is my fucking hero, right? When I was growing up and I watched The Mummy, I of course loved Brendan Fraser. I thought Brendan Fraser was fucking dope. But this guy was an awesome character. You know why? Oh, there he is. That's so cute. That's actually really cool. Former leader of the Medjai. I didn't see wherever this picture was taken from. But look at this. He's got sacred, Arabic text written on his face. He's got a saber, but he's a noble warrior. He fights to contain evil. He doesn't like the Western degenerate freaks who have come into Egypt and fuck with his country, but he's willing to fight alongside them to prevent a greater evil. This guy is fucking awesome. Ardith Bey. What's his name? Oded Fair as Ardith Bey in The Mummy. I guess his name's Ardith Bey. But this dude, look at this aesthetic, man. He looks like a warrior Jesus riding a black Arabian horse with a falcon with a World War I machine gun put over his shoulder. This dude's fucking awesome. Make a bunch of pro-chill Muslim propaganda with this exact archetype. That's what you got to do.
Feels like the U.S. is a good ally to have in your corner, and then we can defend and ensure trade. Let's say like the Houthis were up to their, shit.
Correct. I've read the Quran and I know some nice Muslims. Yes, unironically. AKA Badasui says, Islam fully allows its religions to exist within a liberal governed territory. They would just be a deranged version of it. Well, right. You can't encourage them to be degenerates and have sex, or they might honor kill you. But, besides that, they can be chill. They can work their jobs. They can pay their bills. They can pay their taxes. They can go home and they can love their family. All right.
Shenanigans, and it wasn't the U.S. that was interested in that region. Let's say it was fucking China or Russia. Like, who's to say that the Suez would have ever opened again? Like, would they have had the capability to even send ships down there to? Does Russia even have a fleet anymore?
They would have. But my bottom line is that like the Saudis and a lot of these Muslim countries are.
Whatever 4690 says, okay, then I say we give Christian nationalists a chance. No, wrong. I don't give Islamists a chance. I don't want Islamic theocracy in Europe or the Western world. You misunderstand me, brother. The only people allowed into Western countries are chill Muslims or people who are willing to are reformed to be chill. If you're a fucking Islamist, if you're a theocrat and you're not a citizen, kick the fuck out of the country. if you're coming to the United States explicitly to spread Islamist ideology or jihadist ideology, kicked out of the fucking country. You misunderstand me.
These Arab countries, they already don't like us because of our policy, right? Like,
I disagree. I feel like they like us quite a bit. I think they're right. I think that's why most of them, like, people like tried to hype up that Abraham Accord shit, but I think that like most countries are like, listen, the fighting shit is gay. Let's just like move on and like build up and make economies.
Yeah, but the Abraham Accords like kind of led to like all of these problems. Like it was one of the reasons why, you know, we had the altercation that we had. But to go back real quick to the Iran thing, so I think it was a monumental failure. And I'll give you my position real quick, and you can tell me what you think. The reason why I think it was a monumental failure is because unless you affect regime change, everything else was a waste of time. And I would argue that we made them stronger by intervening, because what ended up happening was they survived the assassinations with their generals. They survived the precise attacks.
I don't sweep for pedos, then sweeps for Muhammad, an actual pedo. Well, you know, he is a prophet, so you just got to say, like, no, Aisha wasn't 9 years old at the time they consummated their marriage. You got to say, oh, well, actually, people were so obsessed with virginity at the time that Muhammad didn't marry Aisha when she was 6 and consummate the marriage at 9. Matter of fact, that was just because virginity was such an emphasis at the time that they wanted to make sure that Aisha's reputation was beyond criticism, because Aisha is also like a very strong prophetess within Islam. And so you just have to say, no, Muhammad wasn't a pedo. That's a misunderstanding. It's a mistranslation. And then regardless of whether or not Muhammad was actually a pedophile, peace be upon him, you have to just keep up the noble lie so you don't normalize pedophilia. It was what, like 1,500 years ago? Something like that? Listen, bro, I can't hold Muhammad, peace be upon him, to legal account for his sins on the mortal plane. Only God can do that. Chill Slam. True. AF says chill Slam. Nice.
With the nuclear scientists. They did. Yeah. They did. But the Ayatollah is still alive. They still have their military intact to a degree. Yes, they were weakened. Yes, Mossad did a fantastic operation getting behind enemy lines and destroying air defense and jamming radars. Fantastic. But they did all that and, you know, showed their cards, and they couldn't effectuate the regime change because they were hoping that by them, you know, doing all this, it would make the Baloks or
whatever says the Muslims are kicking your ass. Well, then stop being a fucking pussy and start fighting back. How about that?
These other, rebel groups say, let's go in and like take over. And they didn't do it. Actually, the opposite happened.
Oh no, Christian Valera says the real actor is an Israeli Jew. Fuck. No way. Is that why he has such an anglicized name? Oh no. Leader of the Magi. Mummy. No, is he a Jew? Oh no. What religion is Artist Bay? Oh no. Is portrayed as a Muslim member of the Magi, a group sworn, which means God is with us, suggests a Muslim faith according to the Mummy Wiki. The Magi, including Ardith Bey, are descendants of ancient Egyptian bodyguards in their continued duty to guard Hamunaptra. Okay, but who's the Ardith Bey actor? Oded Fair. Hold on. So Oded Fair. Oh, his real name is more regional than his character name. That's funny. An Israeli actor. Ah, shit. Stolen valor. Stolen valor. Oded Fair. Shit. Well, the point is that there's plenty of handsome dudes from the Middle East and North Africa who probably look like this, and you could probably find some dudes who are actually Arab Muslim, and they could play those roles. Okay? You don't have to get a Jew cosplaying as a Muslim to do it. That's funny, though. That's really funny. Whoops. Oh, that's funny. Well, okay, hold on. Silver Jacket Man, I got to push against you a little bit, though. So you says, painting Islam with a broad brush is silly. Historically, the Mughal Empire practiced a policy called sul-i-kul, an Arabic term meaning universal peace or peace with all. This policy supported religious tolerance and peaceful coexistence among the diverse religious and cultural groups within the Mughal Empire. Silver Jacket Man, I agree with you that it is possible to be chill Islam and even to govern. But I think it's Timurid dynasty leader. Timur or Tamerlane, I almost guarantee you, did Timur invade the Mughal Empire? There was a guy. What Muslim invaded the Mughal Empire? This is important. We're going to go talk to Anna and Dylan momentarily. Nadir Shah? I don't think that's it. There was some guy who was a total a-hole who looked at the tolerance of the Mughal Empire and said, these guys are not real Muslims because they tolerate heathens. Therefore, I'm going to invade and kill them all. And so not only did he invade and kill other Muslims, he also invaded and killed and slaughtered tons of Hindu. I forget who it was. I forget what his name was. What was the Turco-Mongol conqueror who killed other Muslims? They're saying Timur. So I guess it's Timur. Yeah, Timur. Okay, so it was Timur. Okay, interesting. I guess he didn't I guess he didn't invade the Mughal Empire because the Mughal Empire was after him. However, he did destroy other Muslim cities. Interesting. All right, anyways, let's wrap this up. So the whole point of it is that Destiny and this red pill guy, Myron Gaines, were able to have a sufficiently complex conversation about Middle Eastern and North African empire. They've talked about Islam. They've talked about regional actors. It is Mr. Red Pill Myron Gaines' opinion that Israel's non-existence would severely uncomplicate our relationship with Middle East and North Africa. I think that's possibly true. I think it doesn't matter. Israel has the capacity to defend itself. It has the capacity to defend itself with or without American help. I think that the United States has to balance its priorities between making sure that Israel doesn't get wiped off the map and there's a new Holocaust versus also establishing actual peace and justice in the Middle East and North Africa. I think that Muslims can be chill. I think that in order to be a chill Muslim, you basically have to believe in God, the last day, that Muhammad is God's messenger, and you have to do good works in the land. I don't think that that means that you have to become a jihadist or have to become an Islamist in order to be Muslim, a practicing Muslim. And as a matter of fact, I would say that the argument that you're not a real Muslim unless you're an Islamist or a jihadist, if you're an atheist or an agnostic or a secularist or a Christian, and you make that argument, I think that you are worsening the problem, not improving it. Let chill Muslims be chill. End of rant. Let me check in with chat and also get...
It united the country.
Let me get Anna and Dylan in here. Let me go ahead and send them some invites. How do I go full screen? Full screen, multi-screen, remove that, send the invites. I'm going to copy this and send this to Dylan. Dylan Burns, invite. Then let me get Anna from Twitter. And we're probably just going to chat shit for like an hour, 90 minutes, whatever. Okay. Anna might be blacked out, so we might just be talking to Dylan, but that's okay. I love talking to Dylan. If you get power back, join up. If not, no big deal. All right. Anna might not be able to join us because she is in a blackout territory right now. A Shahed drone hit the local power plant, and so she's kind of screwed right now. If Dylan Burns is able to join, though, then we'll chat with Dylan Burns for 90 minutes, and then we'll call it a day. Silver Jacket Man says, this policy supported religious tolerance and peaceful coexistence. Right. But Timur himself, the guy who predated the Mughal Empire, actually invaded and killed other Muslims for being too tolerant of pagans. Thomas Massey is the only Republican trying to get the Epstein files released as usual. Yep. Good for him. Whatever 4690 says it's a fucking movie. And problem? What? There can't be cool Muslims in movies? What's your fucking problem? Seraph says, I want to be a magi as well. I thought they were fucking awesome. They were awesome. Their aesthetics for Middle East and North Africa was fucking peak. Beef Supreme says, y'all ever read the Quran? So stop peddling bullshit. I can tell Connor is clearly more read on the subject than half of the chat. Well, to be clear though, Beef Supreme, half of the last half of the Quran is actually quite brutal and quite extreme and quite Islamo-supremacist. However, that doesn't mean that the first half doesn't exist, and that doesn't mean that if buffet Christians can exist, buffet Muslims can exist, and accusing them of not being true Muslims makes the problem worse, not better. I'm in it for the Falcon. The Falcon is sweet. True Zealot said, movie dude is fictional, just like Peaceful Islam. God, you guys are such edgy boys. Anonymous Chatter says, you can put your schedule in your YouTube videos. Longtime YouTuber, first live chatter. You think the tone deaf ramping up of the rhetoric is going to lead to a civil war? I got it at 10%. No, no civil war. Everybody's too big of pussies. Everybody loves air conditioning. Nobody likes killing their neighbors. I think we'll be fine. In reference to, yeah, you guys are just being edgy, boys. I think you guys are being stupid. DD22E says, Connor, that's the wrong ethnicity. I know, that was funny. Gen X says, hot. True. True. The Magi are hot. Christian Blair says, you'd like Magi actor Oded Fair is a show called Sleeper Cell. It's about U.S. Al-Qaeda cell in Los Angeles with an FBI agent undercover. Interesting. DD22E says he's Berber, not Arabic, completely different culture. Okay, you know what the fuck I'm saying, right? North African. Famously xenophobic tribal warriors. Based. Honestly forgot how based the mummy dude was. Yep. Short Stack Albin says, Connor, stop drooling over the actor your wife is watching. Listen, we're all gay for a little. I'm actually, you know what? I'm probably a little gay for that guy and for Brendan Fraser as well. Like, I always go with Henry Cavill because obviously everybody's a little gay for Henry Cavill, but that dude and Brendan Fraser are also men that I think are undeniably attractive men. Yup. No, I love Brendan Fraser. Dude, George of the Jungle is fire. Whatever 4690 says, individuals are nice. It's when people group that they can change. Yeah, duh. Kazra Che says, I'm not religious, but my family are Muslim. The problem is most people are not Muslim truly because if you are Muslim, you have to accept all the responsibility of a Muslim person jihad. Sure, but Kazra Che, I think that a lot of people are trying to reinterpret jihad into simple like religious or spiritual struggle. I understand that jihad oftentimes carries a connotation of like physical struggle or terrorism or warfare. However, like, who says that we can't rewrite the word a little bit and just say, you know, it's the war for your soul. It's the war for your connection with God, you know, that kind of shit. Christianity did that shit all the time. Christianity has rewritten what various words mean in order to become less anti-Semitic and more universal over time and less barbarous over time. I 100% think that's possible with Islam as well. Myron is on the money with this critique. If you mean on the Qatari money. Fatsimo says there was some blue hair crying about how she accepted Muslims in and they voted against her gay flag, which is funny to me because honestly, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a community becoming majority Muslim and then they say the only flags we're allowed to fly are the American flags because we're not going to fly the flags of sexual and racial minorities because we're all American and the gay flag is offensive to us religious conservatives. I think it's funny as hell. Fatsimo says Aisha was very mature. The number is just symbolic. Well, right. That would be the line of argumentation that I would say. So regardless of whether or not, if Aisha was 6 at the time they were married and 9 at the time that the marriage was consummated, I can't time travel in order to make Muhammad not have sex with a 9-year-old. You know what I'm saying? I just can't do that. But what I can do is in the modern era, I can tell people who are trying to be chill with their Muslim neighbors, maybe don't call your neighbor's prophet a pedophile and instead say, hey, I heard this crazy thing about Aisha, but, you know, somebody told me that actually the age might be symbolic because they were trying to reaffirm the fact that she was a virgin. What do you think? Instead of being like, pedophile, 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 pedophile. Peace be upon the grill hottest. Yes, chat is not being very grill and chill today. They're being like, Muslims aren't invited to the barbecue. That's fucked up. Muslims are invited to the barbecue, you dicks. Khazar Che says, jihad is a duty of a Muslim. They pick and choose when dealing with the West, but when you implement Islam in government, in second religion of peace morphs into original form, which is Iran. Nah, I think we can do it. I think we can do it. Seraph says, calling past generations pedos when we have modern day politicians that counted their wives when they were under 18, aka Roy Moore. Interesting. Sigurd's nose says Aisha was actually a 1,000-year-old vampire. Peace be upon them. That is blasphemy. How dare you? That is awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Another clip for Connor's World Shattered compilation. Yeah. They got me. They got me. Mossad plot. True. Israel anti-Islam propaganda confirmed. No, it's okay. That was a good representation of a Muslim. I sent Dylan the invite, but he hasn't come yet. I confirmed 1 p.m. And then little promo tweet for Thursday. So tomorrow night, I'm going to need to be ready for that. Whatever 4690 said, or sorry, KO Dave says, I personally don't care if an actor is the same ethnicity or religion or nationality of whatever is the character, just be a good actor. Sure. And I would say the Medjai guy was an excellent actor. Whatever 4690 says, the U.S. itself had to go to war with Barbary pirates. Sure. Problem? Just because some Muslims are chill doesn't mean that all Muslims are chill. And I think that I think that jihadists should be killed. 100%. Just because I'm chill with Muslims doesn't mean that I'm chill with jihadists. Jihadists you should 100% kill. Seraph702 says, are you thinking of Mansa Musa? No, Mansa Musa was the guy who had so much gold that he traveled around Egypt and he disrupted the gold market for years to come because he was so freaking rich. That's Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa is from Mali. Grassroots Huntermon says, Anna Dylan thing on this channel? Yeah. Well, we're supposed to be shooting it momentarily, but Dylan has not popped in yet. Oh, he said at 1:01 he's heading to his office right now. Cool. Sent you the StreamYard invite above. So Dylan's on the way. Anna is, unfortunately, her power is knocked out by a drone. Wasn't the Mughal Empire also religiously intolerant? I mean, apparently they were intolerant at first and they became more tolerant with time. Gen X says, I need to watch Lee Zeldin or Benny Johnson. He had to tell them chemtrails aren't causing storms. Joey Saturday says, the only real Muslims are Yakubians. True. We're just chilling, waiting for... If you're wondering what's going on, we watched the first segment, had a lot of fun, because even though it was kind of boring between Hutch and Straighterade, I think Straighterade went mask off a little bit, where she was like, well, if I get every policy I want, but I have to kill 14 million people, I'd have to think about it. Very authoritarian communist of her. Actually quite funny. And then in the second segment, Myron had geopolitical analysis that I think is very common on the far right and is not that spicy. I actually thought his commentary was perfectly fine in line with his politics. And so we just use that as a jumping off point to talk about Muslims. Now I'm debating with chat whether or not Muslims can be chill. And we're also waiting for Dylan Burns to show up so we can just talk about domestic politics and Ukraine. Obama was a less subtle, chill Muslim. I don't even know if he's Muslim, dude. He went to like Christian church and shit. Yeah, Seraph says Obama was a terrible Muslim because he was Christian. Yeah, dude, you can't be Muslim and go to church every Sunday at like a black supremacist church. I don't think that's how it works. Randy Chang says, I've met a few in America. There doesn't seem to be a recruitment policy. It's actually like pulling teeth, getting them to talk about it at all. Yeah, so just be chill. Just go to Eid. Just invite them over to the grill and go to an Eid party if they invite you. It's not a big deal. Just be cool. I worry about Anna's safety. Yeah, she might get smoked eventually. Like, I hate to say that because she's obviously like a very cool person, but it seems like Kharkiv gets droned all the time. True Zealot says, a bit of an aside on the Islam talks. Ironically, it's getting to a point where the Arab Muslims are looking at the Euro Muslims thinking that they're getting too extreme. Yup. Like, the what I hear is that sometimes the Middle Eastern and North African Muslims, of course, they have jihadists amongst them and they have to deal with the jihadists. But that's actually an internal struggle between like the nominal chill Muslim of Middle Eastern and North African society versus the jihadists that are within their own country. Whereas they view like the European Muslims as the people who like emigrated away and have become extreme in their beliefs. They're like, oh, well, thank God they're not here anymore. I've heard that sentiment repeated multiple times. Herkimer says a drone hit the power plant, so we can't chat. What a world we live in. True. True. Quick shill time. Like the stream, engage with chat. We broke over 100 today. I parasocially love you for hanging out with me. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Watch the VODs, comment on the VODs. Thank you for being here. Anonymous chatter says, I was asking if you could put the schedule with the links and times in your YouTube video descriptions. Would be nice to have. Love you, bro. Well, oh, okay. So you're saying update the description so people know where we are. That's a good point. Should have been doing that the entire time. Thank you kindly. I'll do that, or I'll think about doing that, and then you'll remind me in another week, and then I'll actually do it. Conservative liberalism says buffet Christians have always have Jesus as their North Star, and his war is post-apocalypse. Islam's North Star commands violence here in the mortal realm for a myriad of reasons. Okay. We do violence all the time in the name of our ideologies as well. That doesn't mean that it can't be moderated into something more positive than it is right now. Biz D says, laugh my ass off. I'm drinking out of a Superman mug. Based. Fucking Cam says, have you seen The Whale? No, but I did see the clip of him dying, which was really sad. Melody for $2. Ask Anna how she can get a license to buy guns. Yes. All right, I can't catch up with chat. Dylan's here. I'm going to talk to Dylan. Let's bring him on. Dylan Burns.
Hello. How's it going?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Are you in Ukraine right now, or are you in the United States?
I'm in Ukraine. I'm in the Kiev area.
Okay. Chat, let me know if I need to turn up his volume. He seems a little low on my end, but I could also just talk quieter so there's more balance. I guess I'll introduce what we were going to do today, and then we'll do whatever we actually do today. Okay? So, this is my friend Dylan Burns. We've worked together a couple of times. You know, he used to have me on the Hippy Dippy Roundtable, which was a very popular debate show. Then we worked together. I don't know how employed you were with PV, but we obviously worked together on the PV canvassing events and volunteering and all that kind of stuff. Dylan Burns has, since running the Hippy Dippy Roundtable debates, moved to Ukraine to do on-the-ground reporting, which is awesome. And then we have a mutual friend named Ukrainian Anna who was going to join us. She lives in Kharkiv, but unfortunately she's dealing with a blackout because their power station got knocked out within the past few hours. If she can join us, she's going to join us. If she can't join us, she's not going to join us. Ukrainian Anna and I were talking about, she wanted to dig into domestic politics in reference to support for Ukraine. That was kind of the setup for the conversation. But since you're here and you're in Ukraine, I figured we could just do wherever the conversation takes us. So do you want to introduce yourself to the chat real quick and then tell us what we're talking about today?
Sure. My name's Dylan. I'm a Marylander, which puts me above every other American by default. When it comes to my opinions about politics. But I've been spending the last going on 4 years on the ground in Ukraine, making documentaries about the war. Some of the last documentaries I've released have been with air defense teams, have been with mortar crews, have been with prisoner soldiers. These are convicts in the Ukrainian armed forces who have signed up, signing military contracts in exchange for allowing them to get out of the prison system. They have to serve for the rest of the war on the front line, basically as firefighting teams going to the hottest hot spots. And I remember them describing it to me at once. One of their commanders, like, they're firefighters. They go to wherever it's hot and they have to put it out, which means that they also deal with some of the worst fighting. We got a documentary coming out in about a month on the Pokrovsk front line, on the Pokrovsk axis. That was filmed over a year from outside the gates of Avdiivka with artillery teams and different grad rocket teams all the way into the city of Pokrovsk during the three-way advance that the Russians have when it's like partially, there's like not a complete encirclement, but they're advancing on three directions. There's a risk of encirclement. And so I was filming with the troops in the city, around the city, and I'm really excited to release that because that's one of my big recent mega projects. Outside of that, I give my takes on the internet so people can yell at me.
Nice. I was going to ask you, and I'm sorry, I was reading chat. We were arguing about Muslims a moment ago. But did you say that you were in Dnipro?
I mean, I've been in Dnipro a few times. I go there depending upon like a lot of the soldiers use Dnipro as kind of a launching off point to go to other locations. A lot of the NGOs and refugee organizations use Dnipro as a place where they kind of like a final stop for refugees as they're about to be sent west. So I've been there a few times.
Well, the reason why I was asking, so did you say which city was being encircled, or were you?
Oh, that was Pokrovsk. It's
okay.
They're
Sorry,
trying to
Anna and I
encircle it.
talked about Dnipro last time.
They got the city in like a partial cauldron on three sides. They have kind of encircled both Pokrovsk and Konstantinivka, where I was 2 weeks ago.
So kind of like a U shape, if I'm hearing you correct, where it's like a circle. So you still have the ability to reinforce the people within the city, but they're on either flank and to the front, which makes it complex to defend.
Yeah, if you can make the 500-yard dash from, the positions away from the city and into the city, because trying to come in, like, those roads are under fire from Russians, from not only like mortars and artillery, but the biggest threat has always been drones. On the way into the city of Pokrovsk, we had to make a diversion due to drones overhead. On the way out of Pokrovsk, we had 5 failed evacuations due to just drones constantly harassing us. Which made us stay out.
I think I watched the clip of you talking. Well, actually, we might have talked about this last time too. We talked about the psychology of sitting in the back of the truck. like, do I want to be in the middle, so I'm using my friends as meat shields, or do I want to be on the side so if a drone comes in, I can jump out? Like, we kind of talked about that a little bit.
As long as I don't have to, because look, I was in the back of the truck on the way in. Right?
Yeah.
And so I got footage of that. I filmed that experience. It's very strange because you feel like it's your job to kind of like scan everything from behind. You got an extra pair of eyeballs. You want to use them. Where when you're in the middle of the car, you can't really do anything. You're just kind of sitting there. I guess I'm just like twirling my thumbs. I'm kicking my feet.
Dude, I would literally, by the way, like if I was in Ukraine, I would 100% pick up tobacco smoking again. And I would be chain smoking if I was a light truck driver in Ukraine, let alone sitting bitch in a small truck, like in between like the passenger and the truck driver. I would just be like, one cigarette, second cigarette, third cigarette. I'd just be chain smoking like a motherfucker. That's crazy.
I was lucky though. I got to be in the back of the truck on the way in during the daytime because my fixer, because we were in there for like 30 hours. We were in Pokrovsk. We were there. We went in like multiple times to like show how the city was as the situation deteriorated over different periods. And on the way out, the wind chill was so bad. And he was in the back of the truck that time. And thank goodness it was him and not me, because I didn't want to deal with that wind chill. That's the sacrifices he must make when he works for Dylan Burns Incorporated.
Well, I'm happy. I'm sure Danabo is happy that he's not your on the ground, videographer and editor, out there.
If I can loop him into it, you never know.
Yeah. Well, Hedonic Treadmill asked an important question while we're chatting, which is effectively, how do you feel about the fact that Piers Morgan stole your formula and is now capitalizing off of it?
Man, I've kind of talked about, I don't know if I've talked about this specifically with you, but I've talked about this with people that there still is like an immense desire for like people to confront each other and their ideas in public. And the kind of like internet blood sports dynamic has legs. And it does have legs, certainly now, even with like much larger creators bringing it back. I mean, I remember like, what was it? The one that Tucker Carlson used to do, and I remember Jon Stewart.
Oh, Crossfire?
Crossfire. There used to be some environments like this, but Piers Morgan is like bringing, I almost feel like he's importing Indian style TV debates to English speaking countries. And I think that it feels like it's half hippy dippy and half primetime Indian political TV when you have 18 people on screen at the same time and you can't hear a single thing that's going on.
Oh yeah, their numbers. Their number is totally off. Their rule set is totally off. The moderation is not as good. That's what I think is so funny about it, because effectively, like, you establish the rule set, and I've said it before. I'll say it again. I feel like you have the gold standard for a panel show. And what was it? Danabo was saying that the magic number is 8, because we actually argued with Danabo when we were trying to bring the hippy dippy back Maybe we could do it smaller. Maybe we could do it more substantive. And he's like, no, the magic number is 8 to constantly carry a topic. But the rule set was so predictable, which is effectively like, when the moderator talks, you shut up or you will be muted. You know what I'm saying? And so as a result of that, it just set this like rules of engagement where people actually could get in and expect to get in after a while, because, you know, effectively like you would push the discussion so everybody got some airtime. Was it fair? Not always. But was it as fair as a panel setting could be? Yes.
All it needed to be was fair to me, not fair to anyone else. But I mean, there's like a few differences between like how Piers Morgan and other people do their show and how I would prefer doing a panel show. Like, I don't know how much I appreciate really the hosts getting that involved in the debate.
Sure.
I feel like the debate host should be the mechanism by which the conversation happens and the person by which the conversation gets more specific. So when there's two people who are talking over each other, they move in, they enforce the rules. Or if there's a point that's clearly flying over the head of each other, they're just yelling at each other, it's making no progress. In that situation, I could see a moderator getting involved and saying, wait a second, so-and-so said this, you said this, where's the disconnect, right? That, to me, is the job of the moderator. Piers Morgan feels differently, Wick feels differently, Prime feels differently, other big panel shows
I was going to say, dude,
I feel like that, having the moderator primarily concentrated on that means that the show has to be substantive based on the guests that they bring on and not just the host stirring shit. Because I watched this this like interview Piers Morgan did like 24 days ago about like tally bros, you know, those guys that go to Afghanistan and like record like tourism content, stuff like that. And it was like 60% just Piers Morgan giving these guys a lecture. And I felt like it was a lot less convincing than if he would have just brought on three quote unquote tally bros and then like 3 Afghans who might have a actual problem with it instead of, you know, him trying to make it about himself.
Well, and I was going to say, in reference to Prime and Wick, I'm actually going to be going on to Wick tomorrow. And then, you know, Prime, him and I are still friends. I think that what happens, you know, this isn't a personal criticism, this is a professional criticism, is when the moderator throws their weight around in order to share their opinion, it can feel unfair because the moderator has the ability to mute and guide the conversation. And so if the moderator is going on and on and on in order to make a point, you don't know as a guest, you don't know if there's a time that you would interrupt in order to fight a fellow guest. You don't know whether or not it's appropriate to interrupt the moderator in order to fight the moderator. Because are they inviting a debate, or are they saying, no,
you are
this
both
is my
the
time to
mechanism
share
by
my
which
opinion?
rules are enforced and then a debater. Therefore, you have an outsourced amount of like a much more influence than anybody else there. And who wants to be shouting over the moderator, knowing that the moderator can just mute you?
Yeah. Let me show real quick, and then I actually want to ask you a question. There's a meme question in chat, but I want to ask a serious question about it. Like the stream, guys. It's free. Engage in chat. There's lots of funny, interesting, cool people there. We're breaking 120 cross-platform, which is awesome. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. And thank you for being here. Also, go support Dylan Burns. He's an excellent dude. But whatever 4690 asked jokingly, maybe a big net gun could defeat drones. My actual serious answer to the meme question is reloading's a pain in the ass. Ammo's a pain in the ass. It's complex. My question to you, Dylan Burns, is one, are you seeing now that you can't really jam the drones as much because of the prevalent use of fiber optics? Are you seeing the normalization of shotguns amongst Ukrainian infantry? Do you think that there should be an uptick in the availability of shotguns loaded with birdshot to take out FPV drones?
Well, I mean, I'll say actually about the net guns, those are real. Number one, there's a lot. This is the most successful tactic I've seen used. Is there are drones that will fly over other drones that are monitoring the situation. But it has to be a quadcopter, but those are the vast majority of drones are quadcopters. And then they drop a net on top of it. It ties up in the quadcopter propellers, and then the thing goes down. And that's a proven strategy. It works. It's simple. It's unbelievably cheap. You can bring the drone back after use. So these are all like benefits.
Oh, so it's like instead of a infantryman with a net gun, it's a drone carrying a net that you can
flying
reload
over the
net.
other drone and then drops it on the drone. This happens a lot and is most successful with grenade dropping drones that have to like stop and float in an area, or recon drones, which are usually flying in a general area to monitor.
What does it feel like to be at the cutting edge of the Terminator, Skynet war? What does it feel to
using Wile E. Coyote ass like Acme Acme war? Yeah, I know it's something. The other thing though, is
it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like you're on the verge of having a Skynet AI run all these drones. It feels like you're in a Saturday morning cartoon.
Well, yeah, they're gonna bring the Russians are gonna invent the Terminator, and its first mission is gonna be putting a box with a stick, some string with some cheese on it to capture the Ukraine. That's gonna be the AI's first determination.
And or executing wounded Russians because it's too expensive to medevac them. Yeah.
I could see that, actually. No man left behind's the catchphrase of the Russian army. But the other thing is net pistols, where I've seen actually like units fundraising for net pistols, and I'm seeing if I can get a net pistol, which is basically a one-shot like pistol that you can fire, and it has like a net that expands out. And the reason I'm interested in that is technically, legally speaking, I cannot hold a shotgun. But you're right, shotguns are the like primo most effective, simplest way to deal with these drones. Because
I'm saying as an infantryman, I would borderline, this is all scary as fuck, because in the war on terror, I'm not trying to claim like any valor. Sorry, go ahead.
Is it scary?
Yeah, it's fucking terrifying.
I wasn't aware.
But hold on, let me tell you why it's terrifying to me. So the reason why it's terrifying to me is because during the war on terror, a lot of the ways that you would die were indirect. And so the psychology of an infantryman is, if I die, I die, but I want to have some level of control over the situation. And so in that degree, clearing a room and getting into a gunfight with an enemy, or getting into a gunfight where an enemy assaults your position, that's psychologically preferable to just driving down the road and getting taken out by an IED or an EFP, right? That's like, psychologically preferable, even if it doesn't make sense. The reason why the Ukrainian conflict in particular is terrifying to me is because not only do you have IEDs, the IEDs fucking fly. That's scary. That's scary as fuck.
It's not that just they fly, it's that they fly and have eyes. And it's not that they just fly and have eyes, it's that they fly, they have eyes, and are AI assisted.
Yeah. That's fucking scary as shit. Somebody said, Christian Blair says, rip Prime Kai. Did he quit content and or die? I haven't heard from him in a while, so I wouldn't be surprised, but I hope he's not literally dead. But anyways, so anyways, my point being with that, the reason why I'm asking is because Turkey creates a lot of really cheap semi-automatic shotguns. And so I don't know what the procurement process is. I don't know what the militia process is. I don't know what the budgets are or whatever. But effectively, I would want one guy per like combat team of 5 people. I would want a shotgun in that team.
This is honestly, this is pretty. I don't want to say it's standard as in everyone has it, because it's not true that everybody has a shotgun.
But it's standard enough.
But when I'm on whether I was on the front line, when I was on the contact line and on the Vovchansk axis, or when I was with an artillery team outside of Soldovi the day after it fell, they had shotguns, and when we were moving around, there was a guy always kind of like scanning the sky with a shotgun nearby. How ready they were dependent upon the team's role. Like the artillery team, they had a shotgun sat down somewhere, safety off, loaded, ready to be grabbed, necessary to fire at a drone if it comes by, because drones were going crazy outside of Soldovi. And in Vovchansk, when we were having to do like a 15 to 20 minute like jog to and from the contact line through these forests, we were getting flanked where somebody would run ahead with a shotgun, look up, we'd come up past them, they'd run back up ahead, and or there'd always be a guy behind us kind of looking around to make sure that if they see a drone, they know what to do. When we were on a BMP on in the Serbernitsky forest in the Luhansk region, which is the only part of the Luhansk region that is unoccupied, There was constantly people like scanning the sky with just the machine guns. I mean, you could take down a drone with your rifle. It's just a shotgun, clearly has better spread, and it's been taking out birds forever, and so it can do the same.
Yeah, I wouldn't be confident in my marksman. I've seen it happen, but out of like the 10 videos that I've seen of an FPV drone like flying towards somebody who's shooting at it with an AK, I've seen one. So, like out of 10 videos, I've seen one take out an FPV drone with an assault rifle. So I'm not saying it's not possible. Obviously, it's better with birdshot. But AF Racing, I can't tell if this is a joke question or a real question, but I'll make it a real question. Can you ask him about ground drones using anti-tank mines for wheels? I've never seen that. I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen this. I believe it was Azov that had these basically ground drones that have it's the wheel is kind of like hollow. It's almost like if you had a rim that was completely hollow in the center. Then they stick two mines in the sides of them. And then they put like another mine on top or on the front. It doesn't really matter exactly where they put the third mine. But then they roll these things out to the position, these ground drones. Then they drop the mines where instead you would have to send a sapper out there to mine a popular way of tank route. You know, where tanks are going, BMPs are going, logistics are going. And then next time a truck goes by that way thinking, oh, we cleared it just a few hours ago. Nope. In the last hour, a ground drone put a mine there. Boom. Goodbye. These types of ground drones are being used more and more and more by the Ukrainian armed forces. One of the biggest roles and responsibilities for the Ukrainian ground drones, which I'm looking to do some more embeds with them. I filmed some of these ground drones, but it's all been on like training fields and stuff. And I want to film what its main usefulness has been, which is logistical supply. I think is going to be the big thing. Because think about it this way: Ukraine's facing a manpower crisis, right? The Russians, there's just more of them than there are of the Ukrainians, right?
Yeah.
And so they have to find a way to make every man count. And so they have less men to hold a section of line. They have less men to deliver supplies. They have less men for every role. And so if they can make logistical roles where you might be losing a decent amount of men every week to just trying to bring supplies to the front line. Now, if that gets hit, you don't just, you lose the ammunition, you lose the mortars, you lose whatever's being moved, but you don't lose a man. And I think this is going to be the main support for ground drones moving forward is going to be these logistics. That's not to say that the mining and the rest of it isn't going to be helpful to the Ukrainian armed forces. Suppressive fire. Like, I'm not really convinced that these mobile ground drones are any good at taking pot shots. In my experience, like they kind of like hit the side of the hill
or whatever.
But that has a suppressive effect. You're in a trench, you hear something go, and you don't think, huh? It's a ground drone. We can take that. No, you get down. That's your first priority.
I think that's actually kind of brilliant in a way because we've seen our robots are probably too expensive. That's probably for the military industrial complex. If that's some feedback from Ukraine that I would probably give them, it's effectively like, I don't know if you've seen the mules, but Boston Dynamics, they basically created a version of their dog that is the size of a small car and it can carry like, 2,000 pounds or whatever. And so what the infantry were doing was they were walking around doing a normal patrol, and it can run electric and it can run gas. But the problem is with gas, it's like super loud. And with electrics, it's still kind of loud. So you're giving up like noise surprise, I guess, or like sound discipline. But you're able to carry, or you're able to move like 2,000 pounds worth of gear. But in an FPV drone environment, I have to assume that actually
my first thought is, hearing that is I want to ride it like a horse.
Yeah,
I want to ride that Boston Dynamics horse.
Me too. But my point with that is, if you stuck all your critical gear on the mule, then the first thing that the FPV drone is going to hit is the mule, because it's going to want to cook off all your extra grenades, extra ammo, extra meds, extra food, oil, diesel, all that kind of stuff. That's going to do it. So you're going to need something smaller and faster, which in my opinion would just be like effectively a combination of a wagon and a remote controlled car.
It's it kind of, honestly, it's like what are those old like four-wheel like carriages that people as a kid, like, I forget how to describe it, but it's like a four-wheel carriage. It just kind of carries supplies to and from the front. And just that preservation of life is so unbelievably important right now for the Ukrainian armed forces. And the ground drone capabilities are constantly expanding. I know I was going to some, like, basically the Ukrainian military version of a TED talk with some units when they brag about like all the work they're doing and stuff like that, and you try to listen to see if there's anything new or if it's stuff you heard before. And I remember Cartia, which they have their ads everywhere, literally everywhere. It's become a meme. They have a pretty expansive ground drone program that is expanding, and they're leaning harder and harder into this.
Is Cartia a company or a city?
Cartia is a military unit. It's its own part of the National Guard.
Well, so hold on. So are they advertising recruitment for the unit, or are they advertising
everywhere? Everywhere. I've gone down roads where it's been like 3 billboards in a row, just the same National Guard unit trying to bring you in. Nice. They have an insane advertising budget.
Well, let me ask you this, because I'm going to respond, and then I'll let you respond. So, follow up, if possible, how is morale and do combat troops have access to mental health services? And what I would say is, I want to hear Dylan's perspective on morale, but no offense to UAF, but no amount of fucking therapy is going to help with like a combat scenario. Okay, if you're like clearing buildings, kicking in doors, losing friends or whatever, you know, talking to some fucking therapist like once a month about your feelings is probably not. It might actually hurt, because you're trying to decompress from the trauma of the front line. And so that can actually like kind of, I don't know, open up all your fucked up feelings about the conflict and dead friends and all that kind of shit. Whereas realistically, what happens with a lot of people in combat scenarios is they simplify and compartmentalize and compress their feelings, which is effectively, I'm in war, I need to fight, I might die, I need to protect as many of my friends as possible, and that's it. And that's like the total spectrum of your emotions is hatred for the enemy, apathy towards the fucked up things that are happening to you, and then just trying to survive. So I don't know, Dylan, how do you feel?
Well, I mean, personally, I thought it was very helpful when the shrink said, "Do you have the talking stick? It's my turn to talk," as I'm describing the bombing and the this and the that. I mean, I don't know. Therapy is useful, I guess. I don't do therapy really. I did it when I was like younger, you know, and I'm like, why? You know, I wanted to complain about my mom or whatever. But right now it's not really something I focus on. You know, it's not really my main focus, my main prerogative. I think, like, you know, maybe there's like a lot of disassociation involved. You know, you just gotta look at the situation around you, and maybe it's easier with the camera because you look at a lot through like the screen in front of you, which makes it a little bit easier to disassociate. But I don't really go to shrinks.
Well, and then the next one was, how's your Russian and or Ukrainian language skills improving?
You know, it is actually markedly improving. I've been taking lessons. I find like after 3 years, it's like my progress isn't going like quick enough. I can still only like understand like a skill, divide, like basic like combat stuff. And so I have been learning like certain words, and I've noticed, and I understand like 1 out of every 10 words now, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it does mean you have the general idea of the conversation. And when you know all of the words like run, get down, you know, stuff like it's pretty helpful.
Those are the important ones. Okay, cool. So if I'm hearing you correct, fiber optics changed the game. FPVs are obviously still a thing. They're a massive thing. Talking to Anna, Shahed drones are a massive thing. And, you know, the Iranians and Russians have stepped up bombardment substantively. Actually, this would be an important thing. So you're in Kyiv now. My understanding was that, or Kyiv area, my understanding was that Kyiv obviously was initially threatened in reference to like the early stages of the war when Russian forces were coming through Belarus and coming through southwestern Russia to try to take Kyiv. But basically it was relatively safe after that because that's where the concentration of a lot of anti-aircraft forces were. But since the lack of support, Kyiv has actually become infinitely more in contest as far as like bombing and strikes.
Yeah, I mean, I
like Howlin. Weirdly enough,
I can maybe count 2 days that I can think of in the last like 30 or whatever that I've been in Kyiv that there hasn't been like drones or some other amount of bombing that, you know, I can actively hear an anti-air teams working. The disparity between, I mean, there's no comparison really to 2022 air attacks on Kyiv and now. At the start, the main threat everybody was paying attention to was ballistic missiles. Shaheeds were almost seen as kind of like a bonus, kind of just like an extra pressure. It wasn't something that they were like spamming en masse. They didn't have a massive supply of it, and people were like, "Oh, it's a drone. You know, you can kind of like shoot it down. It's a lot slower. It doesn't have much, as a much smaller warhead." But the problem is that the Shaheeds are overwhelming the air defense systems. There are just so many of them, and when you're like throwing 500, 600, or whatever, how many hundred at a time, you can overwhelm all of the anti-air defense teams. Because if you're one guy with a Maxim machine gun from the
or like a Browning in the back of a truck,
if Browning, if you're lucky, mate. But if I've seen people with DP-27s. I mean, like it is not necessarily always going to be getting the top-notch stuff. And then you have 3 Shaheeds in your line of fire. You have to make choices, like which one do I take down, which one do I not? And, you know, these are things that can be supplemented by getting them, you know, better machine guns so they don't have to use things like DP-27s. This is things that can be supplemented through getting them more like autocannons, like the Gepards, and those that have larger caliber shells that can fire at a much faster rate. Placing those around major metropolitan areas would also be a big help to the Ukrainians. But ultimately, the thing that everybody's kind of acknowledged, I think, even to those who have some senses in Washington or elsewhere, is that you can't just fight these by shooting down the arrow all the time. You can't just endlessly be taking down these attacks. You're going to be, it's the cost benefit analysis, the war economy.
It's going to exhaust the defenses. Yeah.
You're going to exhaust the defenses. You're going to exhaust the defenders. Because I remember when I was in Odessa, I was woken up at 3 a.m. because ballistic missiles started shaking the house. I look out the window. It's a massive Shaheed attack, ballistic missile attack. We're hearing the Shaheeds go over the building, XYZ. Later, like 3-4 hours later, I get with the Ukrainian Navy. We get on some Swedish patrol boats. We go out to sea to go look for sea mines and stuff like that. And the guys I was interviewing were like dead tired as they were looking for these sea mines and going on patrol because they had been firing all night. And then they also have to do patrols during the day. And the more that the Russians also just throw 10, 20, 30 drones at daytime, hey, maybe that doesn't hit anything. But if you can keep the air defense teams up, maybe by the time nighttime comes around, you know, they'll be tired, they'll be exhausted. And this constant pressure.
What are the targets?
It would be much easier if you stop the drone before it came off the factory line. That's my point.
Sure. Well, and we should talk about the truck attack in Russia in a second. But that's actually an interesting question, though. Is you're saying that people are getting exhausted, they're running the machine guns, they're getting tired, etc. What are the targets? So for instance, like with American military strategic and tactical bombing, oftentimes the targets are very specific. It's one leader, it's an ammunitions cache, it's a factory, it's something like that, right? It's a power plant or a dam. And so that's kind of how Americans target is they target priority critical infrastructure, and they also target priority critical leaders of the militant faction that's fighting the United States of America. Whereas it just seems like with hundreds or thousands of drones and or missiles, what are even the targets? Is it just random buildings in random cities?
I mean, I do think that there are military targets. They do swarm, like, so, for example, they'll try to like swarm like an airfield, or they'll try to swarm a factory, or they'll try to swarm a government building that's in some way associated to the war. But they'll also swarm buildings that are not that associated to the war. They'll also swarm things completely unrelated. I mean, ballistic missiles, like the Kinzhal, like these are supposed to be pretty precise weapons, and when they're not intercepted, and then they hit like a children's cancer ward, you start to question exactly what the Russians are exactly firing at. You know, that when these types of attacks on civilian infrastructure become so frequent, you're left wondering, like, is it that they're specifically aiming for this piece of civilian infrastructure, this random apartment block in the middle of nowhere? Is it that they tried to circle around the city? Because what they do a lot of times is they'll come in, and once they get to Kiev, they'll circle the city like a shark, and in order to like confuse air defense teams and stuff like that, before eventually, after like 5 or 6 circles, after everybody in the city has heard it like 3 or 4 times, they come in and hit something. And so there's some question about them losing fuel, but they have to put a target somewhere. They have to choose a point for it to go at. And there's been multiple documented instances of these shaheeds clearly not intercepted, ramming into civilian buildings on many, many occasions, including the apartment of my main fixer, Bogdan. When his grandmother was visiting, their apartment building was hit by a shaheed. It was the first time she was back since she fled in 2022. Finally comes back to the country to visit her family for a week, and then their apartment's hit by a shaheed.
Oh, thanks, Grandma. Like, thanks for bringing the luck with you. Yeah, okay. So I get that. Then let's talk about that, because let's talk about the getting the drones before they come off the production line. One of the things that I think Ukrainian Anna might have mentioned, but I don't, or maybe somebody else mentioned it, I don't even know if it's true or not. But effectively that Iran is busy because they have to contend with Israel. Russia originally didn't have very much Shaheed production or drone production, but they've ramped up over the past several years. And then also, allegedly, I heard this from somebody, that they offshored some of the production to North Korea. And since North Korea currently isn't in direct conflict with anybody, they're effectively allowed to like manufacture and ship into Russia with impunity. Because there's nobody challenging them or basically demanding logistics focus from the North Koreans. So
have we tried sanctioning them?
I thought we did. Like, are we not?
No, that was a joke. There's no, you can't pressure the North Koreans. There's no way for them to.
Yeah, because they got what are you going to take from them? You know, the Chinese will give them the bare necessities to survive, and then they also just starve and beat the shit out of their population. So it doesn't seem to really matter. But I guess my question is, so there was that operation maybe about 2 or 3 months ago now, where effectively Ukraine loaded up commercial trucks with FPV drones, fiber optics. They drove into the heart of Russia and they attacked Russian strategic bombing capacity with FPV drones that were drawn in via commercial vehicles. Now, obviously, I don't expect anybody in the intel services or the DoD to say, yeah, Dylan, we're planning another one of those. However, it kind of stands to reason that that would be the only way to really counter production, is to basically find out where production is being had and then attacking it that way.
Well, I mean, there's other ways than that specific method. Of course, that method was ingenious. That they loaded up these trucks, moved them in different locations outside of military bases, and then after a certain time has passed, once these a certain time is come around 8, 9 a.m., whatever it is, all of the trucks at the same time open up, and then like 115 or something drones come out and swarm the air bases, taking out strategic bombers, taking out radar aircraft, taking out all sorts of stuff. Many of these aircraft loaded up with explosives, seemingly to be used in bombing raids on Ukraine, maybe within 24 hours of the Operation Spiderweb. And so, as far as we know, no Ukrainian agents were captured in the operation. I don't think.
Although I think they killed a random Russian commercial driver, which kind of sucks. But
there was a guy. I know there was a video of a guy walking into the back of the truck as the drones are actively flying out of it.
Mm-hmm.
To, I assume, stop it. I don't know what I guess he didn't think that it was booby trapped.
I think it was
like a lot of.
I think it was Russian security forces were alleged to have killed him. And the reason why they allegedly killed him is because even though he was a commercial driver and allegedly didn't know what his payload was, they just basically blamed him. And so they killed him. But regardless of it's war. So I'm not going to, like moral frog about what the Russians killing one of their own innocent commercial drivers because he didn't know what his payload was.
But about Operation Spiderweb is like one method, and it's a method you can't like rely on because you don't know if you're going to get caught. And once you do it the first time, the Russians are going to be looking out for it the second time. They're going to find ways to adapt. There's also these air defense, these bases might find ways to try to deal with the FPV.
Well, my question is, so should we view that as like a proud Ukrainian ingenious operation, or should we be viewing this as kind of like Ukrainian desperation? Because like you said, Russians have more meat to throw into the meat grinder.
If the Ukrainians were winning, they could pull this off, they would do it. I mean, and when I say like winning, I mean like pushing them out of Crimea, not to say that like Kiev's going to fall tomorrow or something. So I think it's something that any smaller state with with no complete control of their airspace, constantly getting bombed by strategic bombers, is going to find some way to try to deal with those strategic bombers. And they found Operation Spiderweb. So whether or not the line is literally made of steel, there is a interest in Ukraine to stop the bombers that are attacking their factories and attacking their cities. So, I mean, I think they would have done it irregardless of the current condition of the front line.
Well, then let me ask that question, because that begs the question. What's the current condition of the front line? What's the current condition of the Ukrainians?
Before that, though, I wanted to say that the other ways to take out these factories, of course, is long-range strikes. There's
Germany is allegedly selling long-range missiles to Ukraine now.
I'll believe it when I see it. When I see it, I'll believe it. Because,
well, listen, the German, I'm not saying that the German people are excited about it, but the one German defense minister is very
I saw the defense minister. I saw it was some sort of long-range weapon. I don't know what long-range weapon it is. I don't know if they're assisting in some type of drone, but if it's something that can strike into Russia, it seems that the Europeans are opening up more to the idea that, okay, I guess you do actually have to take out the archer, not just endlessly like pat away the arrow, right?
Right,
so I think there is an acceptance of that. And the combination of, while the Russian drone production has expanded, Ukrainian drone production has massively expanded too. Their long-range drone program is going to produce more drones this year than every other year previously combined for the Ukrainians. Nice. And so that's going to do a lot of damage to the Russian oil refineries. It's going to do damage to factories. But at the end of the day, ballistic missiles they are better at penetrating air defenses. They have heavier payloads, and they do much more damage. And so as long as the West is holding back on those types of supplies to the Ukrainians, it's going to be much more difficult for them to disable these bases and factories that are within range. Well, that's why Ukraine is asking for tomahawks.
Well, and I wanted to make a brief German joke. So I feel like the German defense minister seemed a little bit too enthused about selling missiles that were going to be striking Russian territory. And I have to wonder if this is like, this is revenge for Opa, like if he's trying to get some World War II revenge against the Russians. But I mean, I guess you got to think about it like, you do the right thing for the wrong reasons,
right? You're not gonna be gaining glory by like conquering some foreign. Your country has pretty solidly culturally accepted that they are not very war hungry right now, right? So maybe there's a certain part of him that's like, mein Gott, I never thought I would really, I have no clue, but he did seem excited. I did see that he did seem excited.
Well, yeah. Then the so
maybe we got to actually do something for a change.
Yeah, we got maybe medium range missiles being delivered by Germany and Europe. We had Europe warming up to their things. But what Ukrainian Anna was kind of saying to me was that effectively, like, Europeans keep using all this flowery language for, we're going to support Ukraine, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, blah blah blah. We'll step into the gap that the United States is creating. And then effectively so far it's been flowery words.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's been completely flowery words. There's been some significant moves, but there's also been a lot of buck passing, which the Europeans are the champions of. The Germans, for example, have changed their debt structure so they can take on debt for national security issues past their previous threshold that was set by the Merkel government. And that the German government was very proud of. And considering this is a CDU government that's doing it, the same government that put in place those, those debt controls in the first place, that's pretty significant, especially since those debt exemptions also cover aid to Ukraine, meaning the German government will accept and can accept debt to supply the Ukrainians. And I expect that a lot of these weapon purchases from the $10 billion Trump deal is actually going to come from German billions of dollars borrowed. It's also going to be the British, I know some Nordic states, but I think that's something that is significant.
Well, I was gonna ask, because the fear, and I'm sure you've been dealing with this fear almost on an existential level for the past couple of years, is that through a war of attrition, Russia will exhaust Ukrainian armed forces. They will have a major breakthrough. They'll take vast swaths of the East. Then that will further demoralize the Western Ukrainian population. And then effectively you have the country either split in half around the Dnipro River, or you have you effectively have like Ukraine completely swallowed by Russia, which would be an absolute fucking nightmare. So what do you put in your mind? Because it seems like the Ukrainians are willing to fight. That's not the problem. Where are you putting the probability that Russia either swallows all of Ukraine or half of Ukraine? What's that statistical probability in your mind right now?
I mean, like I don't think that it's particularly likely in the near future that Russia swallows all of Ukraine.
It is
There
not
is
likely or highly likely?
not likely. Not
Okay.
likely. As for like this breakthrough, this is something that's been talked about for quite a while, and there is a motivation for the, or at least the Russians have been under the philosophy that if you attack everywhere, that eventually somewhere has to break, because if you're putting pressure on the Kharkiv front and the Zaporizhia front and the Donetsk front or the Sumy front or wherever it is,
Which,
all
by the
places
way,
at
is
same time,
totally antithetical to American military doctrine. The American military doctrine is you pour through one choke point and you maneuver around the strong points, and you effectively build a logistic supply chain. Like, this is how we did Iraq. Iraq, we literally charged up almost like 2 or 3 highways simultaneously, and just, if there was a hard point, we went around the hard point. And then we just kept pushing until we got to the capital. And then we got the capital. Effectively, at that point, American forces were everywhere. So nobody was really resisting. Or if they were resisting, they were getting their shit kicked in. So it's actually kind of crazy that the Russians took the opposite tact.
Yeah, it seems, because it's not that it's never had any success, because there's gains that are being made. Obviously, there's cities that have been captured, but the problem is that the collapse, the break of the Ukrainian forces and the swallowing up of all these, that's never happened. And the times where they have like broken through, a rotation goes bad, and they have the moment like, hey, if we had the troops to flood this hole, maybe we could make a lot of progress, because they're attacking everywhere, because of how big the front line is, and because they just don't have all of the resources gathered at that point, or even to completely take advantage of the opportunity. The times where they have had been able to gain real slack in the Ukrainian front line, they haven't been able to capitalize on it enough to make it a real breakthrough, outside of something that's painful because of the loss of villages and some small local cities. Where a lot of like Russian military achievements for the last year and a half, we're talking about cities of 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. That's not to say that these are, not important communities, but that is to say that these are not the large-scale military breakthroughs that lead to the fall of big cities like Zaporizhia of 700,000, which the Russians are trying to take. But this slow crawl forward into the Dnipro region does worry me. It worries me about them getting closer to these big cities, putting them within artillery range. Sumy and Dnipro are 2 places that scare me a lot for that. And of course, Kramatorsk scares me a lot for that, because they don't necessarily need to capture a city to be able to bomb it daily. Hirson has found that out.
I want to ask you something about the emotional experience. So for me, I know there's lots of memes about like Hearts of Iron or whatever, or these like strategy games where you basically you're staring at maps and moving forces around until something breaks. So that's the anxiety that I experience for you, is that there's this map that's Ukraine, and there's this territory that is Russian, and there's this territory that's Ukrainian, and I have this like slight pang of the map moves forward in Russia's favor. However, to you, you said you're afraid. So what's that pang like? Is it like the empathy of being afraid on behalf of Ukrainian civilians? Is it being afraid on behalf of Ukrainian soldiers? Is it being afraid on behalf of yourself, where these places that you're traveling to become more dangerous? Like, what's the actual emotion?
I think the biggest fear I have is honestly, like, I visit some of these places. I've seen the deterioration, right? In Konstantinivka, this is a place where like I'd go to the Oko there, which is like their version of like 7-Eleven. And, pick up like a hot dog and you get like a coffee, and then you go to the local like restaurant or whatever after, and you talk to some people, and you walk by the down hall and you see some murals, and you talk to locals, and you meet the people you're renting your like little their Ukrainian version of Airbnb from, and you like shake their hand, get to know them, yada yada. And then you just go back there now, and every building is damaged, every other building is burnt out. Basically, everybody is gone. Everybody that's staying behind has to deal with this terror on a daily basis. Aid workers and civilians are getting killed. All the gas station that we would stop at every time's already been blown up. Every like this. So I see this like deterioration. So I see.
It's the
Honestly,
literal.
I watch communities get murdered. That's what it feels like.
Well, and this is what pisses me off about Tim Pool and right wingers and even some assholes in my chat. No offense to the assholes in my chat. I love you for being here. But they're like, oh, America has more Hispanics. We're losing our country. Or, they're in Europe and there's
it's an invasion. I hate when they use the word invasion specifically.
Right. Or they're in Europe and there's did you know that 40% of London is now Muslim or something like that? And we're being invaded, we're being destroyed, we're being genocided. And I'm just thinking to myself, it's you don't know what the fuck a war is. You know what I'm saying?
They don't know what a skirmish is.
Yeah.
They barely know what a riot is.
Yeah, but a running firefight between infantry, FPV drones all over the place, civilian infrastructure being bombed to shit, civilians who remain in the city being hunted down and killed, and then the vast majority of the civilian population fleeing, turning a community of tens of thousands of people into a community of a few thousand people. That, to me, is warfare and death and destruction and invasion. And so, for me, it actually, if it's humorous, but it also frustrates me and pisses me off when this language is used about having a Hispanic neighbor.
When I think of the word invasion, I remember the open air graveyards where people are buried in their front yards because it's just too dangerous to evacuate the dead. That's when I think of invasion, not
right.
Pablo is, waiting out at Home Depot and he wants to get some day labor. That's these are, and now we need to send ICE out to go grab him from that Home Depot. He's a national, these are it'd be one thing if we were just having a normal conversation about immigration policy, how many people a nation should take in, how do we make sure that people have documentation if they're going to be in this country because we want to manage the state or whatever. But when you start using words like invasion, it's not just, I think, downplaying in comparison what an actual invasion's like, and you're acting like a limp-wristed pussy. But it's also just it's not going to lead to good policy outcomes or policy solution. You're not going to sit down and rationally think of how to deal with an immigration crisis if you're just if you're treating it like it's the German army has just crossed into Poland and Danzig is going to be taken. Yeah.
The Bud123 says, would Ukraine's use of FPV drones nullify the Russians using American tactics that were used in Iraq? Bud123, my answer is, I don't think it would nullify maneuver warfare. And if anything, pushing through the pain of being swarmed by FPV drones and just taking your hits would probably reduce the amount of FPV drones you take over time, because you got two options. You can either do what Russia is doing, which is holding static lines and then letting artillery, HIMARS, and FPVs constantly whittle away at your forces. Or you can charge the city where the FPV drone factory is, capture the FPV drone factory, and then eliminate that threat, at least for that region. So what I would say is, you're going to lose a shitload more people. If you try to do an Iraq invasion where FPV drones were present, you would lose a shitload more people than we lost in our invasion, but it wouldn't completely nullify the tactic, in my opinion.
Well, the thing is, people see how the war is going on in Ukraine, and they assume that that's just how all future wars are going to be. But there's two things you need to consider. The first thing is that this is the Ukrainian and Russian armed forces. This is the Chinese armed forces. This isn't the American armed forces. This isn't the Indian armed forces. This is not the armed forces of Luxembourg. So these are the armed forces of two countries that have had trouble in coordinating combined arms warfare. When it comes to the timing, when it comes to clear communication, when it even comes to the units that are flanking each other, just talking to each other about what's going on. Since the very start of this war, these have been a big problem. The problem with the officer corps and how trained and experienced they are, especially as the Russians chewed up their officer corps outside of Kiev at the start of the war. And so there's a bunch of problems that immediately come to trying to conduct war in the way that we did, say, in Iraq. Not to even mention like questions of air superiority and all the factors you would want to have a quick lightning war to try to end the war quickly in a special military operation, if you wanted to call it, and not just a special military operation. So I think, I think that the combined arms warfare isn't necessarily gone. The other thing you need to,
it's just more complicated.
The technology is advancing so rapidly here, and so fiber optic drones has advanced so rapidly. AI integration into these weapons is advancing so rapidly, and so exactly how these technologies are going to impact the battlefield, we're seeing the color splotches of it, but we're not able to see all of the details. And so, like, declaring because there's this new weapon system that is kind of scaring everybody, and so that this is the end of combined warfare as we know it. Now it's just World War I, but cyberpunk forever. I think you're kind of getting ahead of yourself,
dude. Cyberpunk World War I is such a sick aesthetic. That's a crazy.
I'm
aesthetic.
ready to change the aesthetic, Connor.
Dude,
I've had enough of it.
Dude, I need to write a book that's like effectively
if you want, we can switch out and you can take the aesthetic over.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
But I think World War I cyberpunk. I think you should write that book. That would be sick. Like, or cyberpunk World War I, and then basically just write about all this crazy techno shift. I think that would actually be amazing, an amazing piece. But so the thing is, and answering the question along with Dylan, within 3 years of the Iraq war, the one thing that I love about the military industrial complex, a lot of people talk shit about it, but the one thing that I love about it is how quickly it can adapt to warfare. So as an example, we were riding in up-armored and soft-shelled Humvees from the Cold War, wearing green camouflage body armor because we didn't have enough tan body armor for people invading Iraq. And then within 5 years, we had the MRAPs, which are mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles, which were designed with a V shape on the bottom. So if an IED goes off underneath it, then the explosions are directed to either side. Also, the engine compartment and the crew compartment were separated by actual steel reinforcement. So when a bomb goes off under the truck, the engine, instead of getting jammed back into the vehicle and killing the crew, which did happen a substantive amount of the part, the engine compartment actually shears away from the vehicle and the crew compartment is separated. And then they took those design inspirations and they did the JLTV, which is like the new Humvee. And from the looks of it, it's very cramped, but they still have the V-shaped hull and they still have the reinforced armor. That's not to mention the fact that we had radio jammers, cell phone jammers, and there was one other anti-IED jamming technology that I forget about. But anyways, the point is that we came up with multi-million-dollar solutions to fairly complex problems really quickly.
Yeah, our solution to IED is stick.
Yeah. Throw stick at IED.
Throw stick. It works. It works though. It works. But I think
Connor, when you were enlisted, did the U.S. have emergency stimulants? Yeah, we had something called Rip-Its. They were energy drinks, and they gave a lot of people heart palpitations because people were abusing the shit out of them.
So yeah. I think I have problems with the. I'm going to say I have me in the military industrial complex. Okay, we're not exactly what I would call homies, right? Mm-hmm. My main problem has always been like scale. That we've spent so much on the military industrial complex for such like high price ticket items that are very precise, that might be like technologically cool, but the fact that we were running out of these missiles very quickly when just bombing the Houthis, and I hate to say just bombing the Houthis, but we were expending them at such a rate that we couldn't replace them. We were using anti-ship missiles against the Houthis, which they were going to expire
anyways.
But so there's a question of how much we're spending versus questions of supply.
Sure.
But there's also, and this is a personal gripe, the American defense industry has benefited so immensely from Ukraine's struggle. And that's not only a question of profit. That's not only a question of Ukrainian aid, increasing the production lines for like Scranton, Pennsylvania, and the 155 factories or whatever. It's also a question of just basic innovation that these Patriot interceptors, we did not know could take down a hypersonic missile until it was used in Ukraine and took one down. These are constantly being used in the biggest mass like test case of Patriot use in modern warfare. And we're constantly taking in this information on the very missile systems these were designed to defend against. And we're taking in that information and we're integrating that information into our air defense systems. And until very recently, when this $10 billion weapons deal was announced, there was a question on whether or not the Ukrainians would continue to get the supply for those air defense systems that had helped advance our air defense by leaps and bounds. It's kind of hard to describe exactly how much it's helped there. Or for example, when it comes to drone warfare technology, I don't know if you read the new U.S. Army manual, as all the youth like to do in their free time. But if you read the new U.S. Army manual, it gives a bunch of instructions on how to fight FPVs and quadcopters. And some of the advice is a little, it's interesting. It's like, if you were in a tank, take the 140 millimeter cannon and fire it at the FPV. Fire it again. Fire it again. And it's like, okay, that's interesting. I haven't never seen that work, but I mean, I'm a small boy. What do I know? But it also shows that there's not really like a ton of answers yet on how to deal with the FPV threat. And I'm sure some of the solution to drone is going to be more drone when it comes to interceptors and, hooking like 3 interceptor drones to the side of an Abrams so that if it's about to get hit by an FPV, it fires one out and hits the drone midair. This is the type of stuff that we're going to probably see keep advancing, but it's because of the Ukrainians that we're getting this inflow of information, and the idea of getting all this information for our air defense systems and then just saluting them and say, good luck, no more Patriot interceptors for you.
Oh no, you don't. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir as far as this goes. Fucking Trump's a massive fucking piece of shit, and I would say that I'm very passionate about firearms. I'm very passionate about the free market. I'm very passionate about Jordan Peterson level simple social conservatism, and so a lot of these things would tend to lean right. But what I couldn't really reconcile with leading up to the election, because Kamala Harris was talking shit about gun control, and I was like, God damn, do I really have to click the box at the top of the ballot for this lady? But then I realized effectively the options were either click the box for Kamala Harris and just hope that she doesn't get gun control through, or backstabbing the people I knew who were in Ukraine. And so basically I was like, I don't think I could go to sleep at night with a clean conscience if I knew that effectively I had been partially, of course, like 1/80 millionth responsible. But
is it cutting off aid to Ukraine the biggest gun control operation in the world right now?
Right. Yeah, there you go. That's a good line of argumentation. But I do want to read Sarah's comment because I do think it's interesting. 3 times BAE Cayman MRAP survivor right here. We had Warlock red and blue jammers, which, by the way, that's a generation or two more advanced than what we had. We had something called chameleons, and then we had something else. And then we were using the Buffalo and the Cougar MRAPs. So, yeah. But anyways, the point is M1A2. Oh, my God. Imagine an Abrams with buckshot.
It's honestly, it's not
like
that
a rat
I would
shot.
not be surprised. I know this is crazy to think about. The idea of a U.S. soldier sticking out the top of a turret tank with a shotgun is not an impossibility.
Well, hold on. So what you said, what was I thought the Abrams had like 105 millimeter. Did you say 140 millimeter? What
I
did
think
you
it's
say?
140. I think it's 140. And then they got the machine guns as well. The manual said to shoot 140 millimeter canister at it and then fire with all your light machine guns.
Okay, so M1A2 Abrams cannon size. I'm not going to be surprised if it's 140. It says that the M1A2 has 120 millimeter smooth bore, but there's obviously different variants.
What was the 140? What was
I don't know. But let's just accept. Who cares? 120, 140. That's not the point. The point
I don't
is
drive
that
an Abrams.
Cicero is saying you make a tank shell that the warhead is BB rat shot. So it's just like a tank round, but it's all fucking buckshot rounds, or like, I guess not even buckshot, rat shot. So effectively you just delete like a 3x3 meter, circle out of the
when I
air.
think about it, if the future of war is drone swarms, especially if it's
Yeah.
AI assisted drone swarms, you're gonna need to think about war. I mean, we think about war like it's grids, a lot of times like grids on the ground. That might have to be, that's gonna have to be extended into the air when it comes to these, soldiers on the ground, where we need that entire area of sky deleted. We need that entire area of sky deleted, because if there's 50 drones, it's not like you're gonna be like you're gonna take out 2 revolvers and start Red Dead 2, like slow down time or whatever. You're gonna have to just eliminate a portion of the sky.
I'm crying a little bit because I'm laughing so hard, because I'm just imagining like a tank, because the United States, I think the Marine Corps gave up their Abrams. I think they actually decided that it was so expensive and that anti-tank weapons were so available at the infantry level that they no longer wanted to maintain Abrams, which I guarantee you there's plenty of Marine tankers who are fucking furious about that, just because of the sentimentality of the Abrams. But I'm just thinking about like an Army Abrams rolling down the street with simultaneously like co-witnessed with the main cannon is a fucking like a microwave emitter that blasts a certain area of the sky to knock out drones. And then also the tank shell has rat shot. And then also you have the trophy system. And also you have the cage. And also you have this, and also you have that. And it's just like,
dude,
effectively
it's not, I won't be that surprised if we start doing Yankee cope cages. Don't be surprised if we have a war in the next 10, 12 years, if you start seeing Yankee cope cages. I don't want to get too futuristic on you, but another option that people, of course, have been talking about is like lasers and stuff like that. And I mean, I obviously haven't seen laser defense systems, but when you talk about just the cost per shot and relative to the low cost of the FPVs, we're talking about like 30 cents per shot on one of these like lasers that shoot down and burn one of these FPVs if they were put into use. That's not being, as far as I know, I haven't seen that used in Ukraine. I haven't seen that technology used on Ukraine. But, if we're talking about the next 10, 15 years in development, that would be something to keep an eye on as well. I know it sounds futuristic, but I mean, the United States is actively pushing that technology forward.
Yeah, so we have several military nerds in the chat. So Seraph says, my bad, it's canister rounds. This round, the M1028, contains approximately 1,100 tungsten balls, and it's used for close-in defense against infantry and light vehicles. Jesus Christ. Like effectively a tank-mounted claymore. That's so sick. I love this, dude. So what's terrifying to me is, okay, so there's this little jihadi kid, right? He wakes up in Iraq. It's 2003, 2004. The Americans have invaded. His parents tell him, hey, son, I know you're only 13, but it's your duty to die to defend Iraq against the Kafir invaders. Here's an AK-47. Go have fun. And so this fucking teenager runs out and just starts shooting at like an American convoy. And then 19-year-old, not Connor, but 19-year-old American like Connor.
Corn-fed Illinois boy.
Yeah, points a fucking 120 millimeter smoothbore M1A2 Abrams fucking cannon at him and deletes him with canister shot. That's fucked up. Like, I feel bad for the kid, but on some level, is it cool to have a tank with buckshot in the chamber? That's cool. So,
I mean, it is cool. I would, it's always bad when you see somebody like, man, that dude's got like two clips. He's got like not 2 clips, 2 magazines. The gun nerds are actually,
yeah, and he's wearing flip flops.
Yeah, we're wearing Crocs. I've seen so many guys on the front wearing Crocs. You would be
no, I'm not surprised. They're easy to clean. They're rubberized, so they're pretty rugged, and then also they're comfy as shit. I'm not surprised. I would probably wear
tokens on them and stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of like the opposite of the French guy from The Patriot, where he's prepping up for the last battle, and he's like, if I shall die while dressed. And he's wearing like, the fancy stuff. It's that, except for if I shall die comfortable. And it's a dude wearing Crocs.
I understand that. Like I've gotten better about it, but the first like year and a half in the war, I would go to the front in sweatpants. I'd go to the front. Like I was like, look, if I'm going to be out of here and I blow up, I don't want to blow up here. And I'm like, oh, my balls. Oh, I don't like, it's rubbing out. Oh, I got a rash. No, I want to be comfortable. I've stopped doing that though, because every time I'd see myself in sweatpants in a trench, I just like, what the fuck?
That's awesome. Grassroots with a 10. These rounds were so heavy, they actually have a metal frame you wear like an Iron Man suit because soldiers were getting hurt just loading the things. Yeah, I've seen that where exos, they were talking about bringing on exos, but we haven't figured out the battery technology to run an exosuit for a prolonged period. I think the max operational time was like 40 minutes. And so as a result, they developed exos that are raw mechanical. So it's just like springs effectively loaded to like a metal exterior suit that helps you lift and move heavy shit with no power required. But yeah, no, that's sick. Then I'm kind of I'm not in a rush. So if we have more that we want to talk about, I want to talk about it. But I kind of am hitting towards the end of stream. Well, what else is going on? We talked about Ukrainians are in a bad way, but they're being inventive. They're trying to figure out manpower issues through technology. Necessity is the mother of all inventions. So they're creating wheeled and flying drones to tackle these challenges. We talked about nets. We talked about shotguns. We talked about rat shot for tanks. We talked about the different regions that are in contest right now. What else is going? AF Racing specifically wants to know, what's the air situation, particularly because of F-16s, right? We trained a few and sold a few.
Yeah. So on one hand, there's one end of the spectrum, and I'm going to call it the crystal ball end of the spectrum. And the only reason I'm going to pick on Crystal Ball is she was particularly ignorant in this instance where she was.
I thought you were talking about literally a crystal ball, but you're referring to the shitty commentator Crystal Ball.
Yes, Crystal Ball, who looked at who uses a crystal ball to do Ukraine commentary. And I remember they did the Kursk incursion. They invaded in the Kursk. Everybody was shocked. Everybody was, World War III. I've misplaced my World War III. But in that moment, I remember hearing her say, like, United States helped this. If it wasn't for the F-16s, they couldn't have done this. It was just not true. It's just people like hyping F-16s like it's like a super weapon, as if it like changes the complete dynamic on the battlefield. But a couple of jets compared to the entirety of the Russian Air Force, or all of the anti-air systems that are on the front line that could shoot those down, or the requirements that the Ukrainians have for air defense, where multiple F-16 pilots have died not too long ago, like very recently, trying to shoot down these Shaheeds because they have to we're diverting the interceptors that could have been used by them to take down these drones. So they're now doing like what fighter pilots do. They turn on the machine guns, get close, try to blow it out of the sky, and they're coming with casualties. And so the F-16s are strained amongst a bunch of different responsibilities. But I would say one of the biggest impacts they've had is delivering glide bombs to Russian advances. And there have been countless videos coming out where before, what I would see is a glide bomb this, glide bomb that, glide bomb this, and we're only ever talking about the Russians. I would barely ever mention like an airstrike from the Ukrainian Air Force. Now that's a lot more common. I see these glide bomb attacks on Russian positions and Russian buildings full of command XYZ a lot more common.
Well, can I ask about that, because I think I know what you're talking about, but I want to make sure. So in my opinion, which is crazy that Russia has not established air supremacy, Ukraine is still a contested airspace. And that's because you have anti-air in Russian-controlled territory, you have anti-air in Ukrainian territory. So effectively, like, there's a possibility that every time you go high enough for people to see you on radar, you're going to get shot down. However, the way that you can kind of get around that, obviously there's active countermeasures like flares and chaff and all that kind of stuff. However, what you're saying is that the F-16s are being used to deliver glide bomb munitions, which means that they fly in Ukrainian-controlled airspace, but they release their payload within Ukrainian controlled airspace. And then as a result, there's less danger of them taking Russian anti-aircraft fire. And then the bombs actually glide for quite a distance before they hit the front line / invading Russian force.
Russia has a lot of boom, you know, they have a lot of storage, like things that can explode. And that's very useful in war. But one example of this is they have a lot of like air delivered munitions, but you have to be relatively close to drop it. Now, usually that's not a problem for Russia, because when they were fighting the Syrians, they were fighting, you know, a bunch of rebels with no air force, where in this case they can be shot down, right? So what they've decided to do is to take a lot of these old Soviet munitions, where they have just these storehouses of like bombs that they could like drop by plane, and they attach these fixed wing kits that basically attach like little wings and like a tail wing and all this stuff to make it go much further, like 100 kilometers or however many kilometers it is, so they can basically fire off the standoff munition and leave before they get close enough that they could get shot down. This was usually dominated by the Russians up until the last year and a half. Then the Ukrainians started using French missile, like French bombs and other bombs provided to do something similar to the Russians. And it's something that I know is hurting the Russians, because when I read their Telegram channels, they're constantly complaining about it.
Good. No, that I remember HIMARS a few years ago was effectively pissing off the Russians bad because, you know, I don't know how relevant HIMARS are now, but effectively what was going on was the HIMARS were able to reach out and punch command and control and storage facilities and ammunition stuff that was typically thought of as safe from Ukrainian targeting. And so if the glide bombs are similar, where you can effectively punch past the front line, because in the front line, as far as I know, the Russians are just feeding meat to the meat grinder. That's what they're doing. They're just taking peasants, throwing them on the trench, and if they die, they die, right? Whereas the command and control are effectively the Russian officers that actually Russia has invested in. And so if they're in the command and control centers and they're getting taken out, or if they're, you know, managing the logistic supplies that reinforce the front and those are getting taken out, that actually
the logistic stuff is really painful. I've seen a lot of evidence of Russians having to drink like dirty water that they find and whatever, like do whatever necessary to survive on the front, because like the shipments of what was supposed to arrive was blown up that morning, you know, but that's mostly due to the FPV threat destroying logistical supply. Of course, you know, glide bombs can take out ammunition storehouses or stuff like that, or ATACMS were doing that as well, like the HIMARS. But the FPVs, like damaging and destroying these like trucks that are bringing supplies to the front line, have been very painful when it comes to just sustaining life.
Well, yeah, and I mean, think about that. Like you're expecting, in order to get like the Russian version of MREs, which I'm sure already suck, and then you're also expecting your resupply of water, because you need water every 3 days or you're going to die, and then you just get told, hey, sorry guys, the truck got blown up, we don't have shit, we'll see you in another couple of days. And so you basically, like you said, you got to drink mud water, you know, puddle water, and hope you don't shit yourself to death.
And Ukrainians know this, to the point that they've started going to these positions where they destroy the logistics and they drop poisoned water bottles in the area, so that these people who are like
dying of thirst,
like
die even worse,
dying of dehydrated, or they're extremely dehydrated. They see this like pristine bottle of water. It'll be wrapped in like white tape to indicate it's like Russian. Like they do everything possible to trick these guys into drinking it and killing it. And I've seen the videos afterwards with the Russians, like right after drinking the poison, and it's bad.
Yeah, that's not a great way to go. That's actually pretty fucked up. But I wanna read a Red Core to you real quick. So don't forget the Swedish AWACS plane that Ukraine got that massively increased the missile range of F-16. Since AWACS planes' radar range is huge and connect the F-16 to the guided missiles. It's big since F-16s can fire missiles without turning the radars on, which Russian radar detectors, and the missile doesn't need to turn its detectors on till the last minute since it's guided. So yeah, that's actually something that I wouldn't mind talking about real quick. So when it comes to taking out aircraft, there's multiple ways you can do it. You can do heat tracking, which basically locks onto the heat signature of the aircraft. You can do radar tracking, which means you turn on a radar and guide a missile in. Or you can do
You can turn off the air
basically-
conditioning in the plane, and so the pilot will be too scared to go because it's the Air Force.
But the last one is you can fire a radar seeking missile. So instead of tracking the target with radar, you fire a missile that it itself tracks an active radar. And so those are the three ways that I know of in order to hit airplanes and or stuff. But then that's interesting that you brought that up, because effectively, if one of the most reliable ways to do it is with radar, but chaff can interrupt that. That's basically like it's like metal tinfoil that airplanes disperse in order to create a false radar signature that's bigger than the original plane. Therefore, the radar related missile targets the chaff instead of the plane. But also turning on your radar effectively is like turning on the lights on a building. People know you're home. And so that's funny to me that the F-16 pilots are scared to turn on their radar because they can get taken out. But also the anti-air missile crews, probably on Russian and Ukrainian sides, both only turn on their radar intermittently because they know that as soon as they turn the lights on, somebody's coming after them.
Sorry about my Air Force bashing. I was raised by a Marine, and I need to keep the tradition alive.
I'm a Marine. I don't give a shit. So that's perfectly fine. I just didn't know if that was like a reference to like the B-2 raid recently or something where, something got uncomfortable for the pilots and they were being pussies.
Well, it is. I will say it is very. No, I don't. I shouldn't say this. I shouldn't start saying 16 hours. I should not start doing that.
Pussies. No, that's fine. The yeah. So AF Racing says harms. Unfortunately, it's a clamshell radar. You need a bait target. Interesting. Yeah. And then Seraph 702 says you have to wild weasel, turn on your radar and go reactive. Which, yeah, so one of the videos that's really popular on Valor Media Network, which we're live on right now, is actually a wild weasel documentary where a pilot, effectively, like, we were dealing with this technological challenge in Vietnam, and the Air Force's solution was to have fighter jets fly into the threat, intentionally turn their shit on so they would get targeted and fired upon by Soviet anti-air batteries, and then they would basically have a distraction plane and they would have an attack plane, and the attack plane would wait for the Russians to turn on their radar, and then they would either use bombs or they would use anti-radar missiles to attack the Soviet anti-air batteries. And effectively, the wild weasels would go in before B-52 strategic bombing to make sure that we didn't lose the big planes. So,
I think
crazy.
we lost quite a few pilots that way. That's how a lot of them got captured by the Viet Cong.
Right, because basically wild weasel pilots were ready to get shot down. So if they got shot down, they ejected. And if they got ejected, they oftentimes got captured and then they got tortured. So, yeah, dude, if I met a wild weasel pilot, like, that's one of the things, like, you meet people, obviously, like, warfare is horrible and, dead people bad, et cetera, et cetera. Genocide's bad. Don't know if you knew that. But you meet somebody who was a 22-year-old who learned how to fly a fucking rocket like a fighter jet, fly into hostile space, get targeted intentionally by missiles, and then attack the missile emplacements. And you're just like, dude, you have fucking brass balls. Like when you walk around, you hear a metal clink. And meeting people like that, it's like meeting a Greek hero. It's very cool.
So it is strange to, like, hear stories told back to you sometimes. Like, I remember once, one of the stories that really stuck with me recently is I interviewed people. I was filming body recovery. So it's you're collecting bodies and then you're identifying bodies. In this case, it was Russian bodies because there was a lot of noise in the media at the time about body trading. It's because the Russians, like, randomly brought a bunch of corpses to the border with Ukraine and said, "We're trying to trade all these corpses. Why aren't the Ukrainians taking their own dead back? It's very offensive that they wouldn't take their dead back." So the Ukrainians, like, okay, we didn't know this was happening. Scramble, get some corpses, give it to them. Then the reports come out from the Ukrainian side that part of the corpses that they were given were the corpses of dead Russians, that they had, like, the bones of Russia. Like, this is what the Ukrainians claimed. I didn't look at the bodies myself. I looked at different bodies. But I interviewed the body recovery guy after filming them doing this identification process. And this guy, he's been doing body recovery since like 2006 or something. So back then, he was pulling up World War I and World War II era bodies. And that's what he was doing. Then when 2014 comes around, then he's doing body recovery around the war in the Donbass. Then 2022 comes around. Obviously, that effort expands. He's like a boxing coach at a gym. He recruits a bunch of his boxers, and they start doing body recovery across the whole country. And at the start of the war in 2022, the Russians call him up. This is the story he told me. And I want to follow this up with him because I want to get the whole story on record. The Russians call him up and they say, hey, we want to trade a bunch of bodies. We have some dead Ukrainians. We want you to take it. Maybe you can bring some dead Russians. We can trade XYZ. It's like, okay. So he goes over, crosses the line, goes into the area to retrieve these dead Ukrainians. Russians surround him all around and start looking for him. It was a trick in order to capture him. And so what
a bunch of fucking assholes.
So what he does is he takes the uniform off of a dead corpse from a Russian, puts it on, takes some Ukrainian bodies, loads it into his truck, goes to a Russian checkpoint and says, I got the Ukrainians back. I'm just going to go throw it in the trash. Ha, 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 ha. And then the people at the checkpoint go, ha, 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 ha. And then he goes through the checkpoint and gets out.
No shit, dude. That's fucking bananas. What a bunch of fucking assholes, by the way, using dead bodies to try to kidnap the fucking mortuary affairs for the opposing side. What a bunch of fucking dicks. A
lot of body recovery people have been targeted. I talked to him about it, and he has lost guys trying to recover these bodies. It's really dangerous work.
That was one of the most repulsive things. There was this documentary about narco culture and about law enforcement culture in Mexico. And effectively what's going on is like the Mexican police know that they're being targeted all the time and they get killed all the time too. So effectively the ones who aren't getting killed are the corrupt ones, and the ones who are getting killed are typically the ones who are like actually decent human beings. And so one of the things that was horrifying was that CSI doesn't really, they're law enforcement, obviously, but they don't have the same protections as law enforcement in Mexico. And so CSI became the targets of the Mexican mob and cartel because they knew they could basically target CSI nerds and like kill them, kidnap them, whatever, because they weren't authorized to have firearms the same way that law enforcement was. They weren't given the same when you can hide your identity so you don't get targeted. The CSI techs didn't have that shit. So I could not imagine being such a fucking piece of shit that you attack crime scene investigators or like you said, mortuary affairs. I knew a guy who was mortuary affairs, and he had crazy PTSD because he deployed with my unit, but he deployed in 2003. And effectively he told me like they ran out of cold storage in the morgue. And so they had to get the refrigeration trucks from food storage in order to use for corpse storage. And that just fucking stuck with him, that he was staring at so many dead Americans that they couldn't store them. But not to end on a bummer, unless, sorry, you got one?
No, I mean, I don't know. We could just start describing what the dead bodies look like. This one was full of gas. It went. This one, like, it's not. It's tough work. Collecting bodies. I mean, just the smell is horrible. If I was to go out and do it again, and I think I might want to do more body collection instead of, because I filmed a lot of body identification, not really much body collection, going to the points and retrieving it due to the danger. That's something I'm still interested in doing because I want to document the whole process. But I think I might go back with like basically a cloth dipped with alcohol to like, or like something to like cover my face as I go around, because I'm trying to get good video. I'm trying to get good photos. When I was there, all the other journalists were like, this is not gassing myself up. I'm trying not to gas myself up here.
No, gas yourself up. If they're all a bunch of pussies trying to avoid corpses in a
30
war.
feet away, and they had their like faces over, their shirts over their face, and they were like, where I was like 2 feet, like right above it, trying to like get the perfect shot of the gold teeth in its mouth because I thought it was an interesting shot, and I'm right in the like way of the wafting air as the wind blows it directly up my nose. And you know, I didn't get close to throwing up, but there was a few times where I was like, I had to like turn my face away for a second because I could feel myself getting to that point.
Yeah, I'll save my description of you know, fresh corpses versus long-term corpses. I'll save that for the next time that we chat. Well, actually, fuck it. You know, who knows when we're gonna chat again. So what I would say is, you know, I actually saw more corpses as law enforcement than I did in the military. So with dead bodies, when they're fairly recent or whatever, it's just a human, right? It's just an unconscious human that when you wiggle it, there's no response. That's what like
Yeah,
an
it's like
early
cold, kind of, really.
Yeah, cold. Yeah, and they'll also kind of be like ashen. They'll be like pale or blue because the blood isn't like circulating anymore. But they still just look like a unconscious human, which is unsettling because you know that they're dead and they're gone, but they're right there, right? So that's kind of unsettling. But what happens, I would say, 3 or 4 hours in my opinion, is there's like this almost like sickly sweet smell of decomposure. And it gets in your nostrils, it gets in your mouth. You can actually feel it kind of coating the back of your tongue almost, where it's just like it's all over you. It also gets in your clothes. And the first part is like sickly sweet. But then probably 7 to 12 hours in, or anything past 12 hours, especially if it's hot, if it's humid, or if it's around a month, effectively like the dead skin cells and all the dead tissue, it just wafts all over the area. And so as a result, you just feel it on your skin, you feel it in your nose, you feel it in your nose hair, you feel it in your tongue. And it's effectively like the smell of roadkill times 1,000, because you're not talking about like a dead rat carcass, you're talking about a dead human carcass. And so the stench is it's the same smell as roadkill. It's the same smell as rotting flesh on the side of the road, but it coats everything.
It's very strong. I mean, it's a very strong smell, and it's worse, I think, due to the fact that it wasn't like the body was just sitting there. They would take out these body bags from the truck, they would move them down, sit them down, open it up, and they have to move the dude around to like go in his pockets to see if he has any ID, because they're trying to, you know, do body trading. And you're sitting there trying to film, and the dude's like bloated, so you hope he doesn't explode all over you, right? And
yeah, like those the whale carcasses on the beach. Yeah,
they do that. It's a real thing. It's not Hollywood magic.
Yeah, and
they do blow it up, and they can explode. I mean, it's not like a boom, like a fireball explosion, but it will cover you. And when we left,
and that's the
like you said about the smell, when we left, my fixer for the rest of the day like could not get the smell out of his nose. It was like impossible.
Yeah, I worked with coroners, and what coroners would often do is they would take vapor rub or Vaseline or whatever, and they would Vaseline their nostrils, and then they would vapor rub the top of their lip or the top of their like soul patch, basically. So the Vicks vapor rub would go into their nose, and that's what they would smell. But then the Vaseline, when they wanted to clean it out later, they could actually just like hook in and pull out the Vaseline, and then that's how they would deal with it. My wife she has an appointment at 3, which means I really got to go. But I do want to read this from Sarah real quick, and then I want to say goodbye. Sarah says, EF-111, Wild Weasel as well. My mentor, Lieutenant Colonel Whalen, was a Wild Weasel pilot, told me some wild stuff before becoming an SR-71 pilot, which is the recon. And then AF Racing says, Alpine 11, we have you at 1,500 knots over the ground. I bet you know that story. That's where an SR-71 pilot, there was a Cessna that was going like 200 miles an hour. Then there was an F-16 or F-15 that was trying to shame the Cessna pilot by doing a speed check. And they were like, oh, we got you at this speed. And then the SR-71 pilot shamed the fighter pilot because he was going like triple the speed, right? So Seraph says, dead bodies smell like shit. We had to pick up an SBV IED for like a month after our firebase got bombed. Yeah. Yep. It's gross. But anyways, shout yourself out for the chat at home. Tell them how they can best support you. And then I'm going to have to share my love and get out of here.
Sure. I'm a freelance journalist. So all of my stuff is self-funded. That means I don't work with any really big outlets. So that means all my gas costs, my fixing costs, my translation costs, music production costs, because we do have Ukrainian folk music recorded in studio because we try to promote the Ukrainian language due to the fact that it is being banned, it is being targeted. We try to make sure that the story is told the language that it derives from. If you want to support that effort, you can go to dylanburns.tv and you can donate and you can subscribe and try to support more freelance war journalists because the big outlets are not putting enough people on the ground, and the pieces that they're doing are 5-minute, 6-minute bumper pieces. What we need is detail that can see the war through the eyes of those experience it, and that takes long form effort in investing in these stories that, you know, a quick CNN segment can't really accomplish. And I think that investing in this type of on the ground authentic journalism is really important. So if you want to do that, I would greatly appreciate it. You can also watch my documentaries at Dylan Burns TV on YouTube, and you can listen to my weekly streams because I'm going to be streaming later tonight at Dylan Burns Live, where I talk about news updates, mostly concerning geopolitics, but also I am a Yank, so I do talk about what's happening in Burgerland.
Perfect. Well, I don't just parasocially love you. I love you like a brother. I wish you the very best of luck. I hope you kick ass and take names and do everything, and you're safe in your Ukrainian, pro-Ukrainian war documentation efforts. And yeah, I always say next time you're in Florida, we're going to hang out. But next time you're in Florida, we're going to hang out.
I'm actually, I'm going back to the front next week. I'm going to be there for 6-7 days. In the Donetsk region. I won't say where in the Donetsk region, but into the Donetsk region, filming with the armed forces. Then after that, I'm headed back to the States for a bit. I'm going to be there for a month and a half. I want to go to Ocean City, Maryland. I want my crab cakes. Right now, crab cakes are pretty expensive. We had a bad harvesting season, but they're still, I need them. I need them. I need my crack. I need it. And so I have to go home and spend time with family and such. So maybe if in that month and a half period, I somehow find myself in the Southern United States, or we cross paths, we'll get a drink.
Absolutely.
I love you too, buddy.
All right. I love you like a brother. You have a great day. And chat, I got to run. I got to go take care of the wife. So bye for now.
Peace.
Bye.